On May 20th, Xiao Ruoxing posted a status on social media, single, available, priority given to those in good health. The picture she included was a divorce certificate. This move, just like her sudden and unannounced marriage into the Gu family years ago, once again shook the social media world. After the breakup, she insinuated that her ex-husband was infertile. Was she really not afraid for her life? Who was Gu Jingyan? A ruthless man who could sue any media outlet into bankruptcy for spreading rumors. Would he really allow his ex-wife, who left with nothing, to say such things about him? 20 minutes later, everyone was once again stunned. A newly registered account commented under Xiao Ruoxing's post, "Take me off your blacklist." Chapter 1, Rear-End Collision. Number 23, Ms. Xiao Ruoxing, have your family members been contacted? The nurse urged her for the umpteenth time. Xiao Ruoxing looked down at her phone, and Gu Jingyan's phone was still unanswered. A series of rear-end collisions occurred on the elevated bridge of Zhengcheng North 3rd Ring Road, and a bus overturned and fell into the river. Dozens of injured people were sent to the hospital for treatment, and their family members arrived at the hospital one after another. Only her family members had not been contacted for a long time. The scene of the accident is still tragic, but the fear is more chilling than the scene itself. She suddenly wonders if she dies in this accident today, will there even be someone to collect her body? Ms. Xiao? Xiao Ruoxing comes back to her senses. The blood stains on her body make her face look transparent and pale. Her voice is a little hoarse, but she is still dignified despite her predicament. Sorry, he might be busy. Can I sign for him? I'm sorry, but without a relative's signature, we recommend that you be kept under observation. Concussions can be serious, and we are responsible for your life. Xiao Ruoxing pursed her lips, and then she tried again. She took her phone out of the ward, and two nurses passed by on a cart with equipment. She leaned slightly to let them pass, and heard one of them say, "Do you know who is in bed 16? Who? Yao Kurson. The big star. She's the lead actress in that drama that was so popular a while ago, Mystery Lover. Oh my god. Is she badly hurt? She has a little scratch on her arm, but it will heal even if she comes a little late. But she is a big star, and she makes a living with her face, so naturally she is more delicate than ordinary people like us. If I were as good looking as her, I would take out insurance on my whole body. Oh yeah, I also saw her boyfriend. He was the one who was photographed with her at the villa in the middle of the lake a while ago." Xiao Ruoxing stopped in her tracks. He was tall and handsome, and judging by his attire, he must be quite wealthy. Most importantly, he was good to Yao Kurson. He rushed over as soon as the accident happened, took the VIP route through the hospital, and accompanied her the whole time. You tell me, how is it that some people are just born winners? The two voices drifted further and further apart, and Xiao Ruoxing gripped her phone tighter and tighter, her knuckles turning white. Outside Ward 16, Gu Jingyan was talking to Yao Kurson's agent. It was hard to hear anything from a distance, but for some reason, Xiao Ruoxing felt that he was interrogating Yao Kurson about the car accident. She took out her phone and dialed Gu Jingyan's number. Gu Jingyan paused, looked at the phone, and his originally furrowed brows furrowed even more tightly. He picked up the phone, and an impatient voice came from the other end. What's the matter? Where are you? Xiao Ruoxing's voice was hoarse, and his tone was frail. Gu Jingyan, however, did not notice, and said coldly, the company. Is Gu's company still involved in hospitals? Gu Jingyan's body stopped for a moment, and his face sank. Are you following me? Xiao Ruoxing wanted to laugh, but his eyes were a little red, and the annoyance in his eyes made her heart tighten. President Gu thinks too highly of me. She paused for a moment and then added, I saw it on the news, there's someone who looks a lot like you, I was just asking. Gu Jingyan gave it 2 words, boring, and then hung up the phone, turning and entering the ward. Xiao Ruoxing laughed to herself, it was pretty boring, she had clearly seen everything, but she had to make a phone call and humiliate herself. Xiao Ruoxing was finally picked up by Tang Xiaoxiao. If she didn't have any relatives to contact, she actually didn't want to trouble her friends. No one wanted to show their decaying lives to others, and ridicule or sympathy would only embarrass her. Where is Gu Jingyan? Tang Xiaoxiao asked. At the company, I guess. That's what he said. Tang Xiaoxiao cursed under her breath while holding the steering wheel. What a dog of a man, not even coming when his wife had a car accident. Is he making so much money to buy himself a coffin? Xiao Ruoxing teased, it could be for me too. Tang Xiaoxiao glared at her, you're still in the mood to joke around. There's a dead person in the car behind you. Yes, she lowered her eyes, and sighed inaudibly, almost died. Tang Xiaoxiao had urgent business, so she dropped her off and left in a hurry. Xiao Ruoxing arrived home, greeted the nanny, and went upstairs. After taking a shower, she came out to find that the traffic accident on the North 3rd Ring Road had already become a hot search topic, except that most of the entries were about Yao Kersen. In addition to the state media's concern about the severity of the accident, the entertainment media's focus was on Yao Kersen's mysterious boyfriend. The media dared not reveal the identity of Gu Jingyan, but only vaguely mentioned that this person was very wealthy. Yao Kersen's fans were busy helping the protagonist deny the relationship while swiping through the comment sections of major media outlets to express concern about Yao Kersen's injuries. Xiao Ruoxing felt a little amused. The nurse said that Yao Kersen only had a minor bruise, so were these people making too big a deal out of it? But soon, her face turned pale, and her heart followed suit. Yao Kersen posted a pregnancy test in her circle of friends. 6 weeks pregnant, and 6 weeks ago was the day he was photographed at the villa in the middle of the lake. The timing matched. Xiao Ruoxing stared at the screen in a daze, her heart crumpled into a ball. 3 years of marriage, and it was a blank sheet of paper. Before Gu Jingyan married her, he was already with Yao Kersen. Old Lady Gu didn't approve of Yao Kersen's background and forced the two to break up. Gu Jingyan was disheartened and, among the many socialites, chose her, who had the worst family background, to rebel against the family. The Chao family wanted the Gu family's protection, and Gu Jingyan wanted her status. The marriage was a perfect match, each getting what they wanted. No one knows that she wants Gu Jingyan himself. In relationships, whoever moves first loses first. Yao Kersen's presence is like a thorn in her marriage. She tries hard to ignore it, letting it grow in her flesh, always thinking that if she endures it, it will pass. However, the thorn takes root and sprouts in her flesh, tearing her marriage apart and leaving it festering. Her persistence has become the biggest joke. Gu Jingyan returned home at almost 10 o'clock in the evening. It was quiet downstairs, with only the nanny present. Where was she? The nanny took the coat and whispered. Madam went straight to her room as soon as she returned, and never came out. She didn't even eat dinner. Gu Jingyan frowned. I'll reheat the congee and take it to Madam's room. No need, Gu Jingyan said in a detached tone. She'll come down if she's hungry. The nanny didn't ask any more questions. Gu Jingyan took a shower and stayed in the study for a while. At 11 o'clock, he looked at his watch. In the past, at this time, Xiao Ruoxing would have brought in the milk, even if they were arguing. But today, more than 10 minutes had passed since 11 o'clock, and there was no movement at all at the study door. Unable to bear to read the documents, he stayed for a few more minutes, but then finally got up and went back to the bedroom. When she opened the door, the room was dark, with no lights left on. She could vaguely see the person lying on the bed. Xiao Ruoxing opened her eyes as soon as the door opened. She didn't move, feeling the seat next to her collapse as Gu Jingyan lay down. She rolled over and reached into his pajamas. Feeling the muscles under her palms suddenly tighten, her hand became more unrestrained. Gu Jingyan's breathing became heavy. As she continued to explore, he grabbed her hand, rolled over, and pinned her down. What are you doing? End of chapter. Many books are no longer easy to find. Treasure what you can. Chapter 2, Dare to Dream. The hot air sprayed into her ears, carrying a scorching body temperature that made Xiao Ruoxing's ears burn, but her lips were very pale because of the pain caused by the bruises on her abdomen. Fortunately, the lights were off, so he couldn't see. She tilted her head back and kissed his Adam's apple. Gu Jingyan's breathing became erratic, and his eyes darkened. He lowered his head and bit her neck. The next second, she said in a flat tone, I'm ovulating today, it's time to hand in my homework. Gu Jingyan's body froze. The lust in his eyes instantly dissipated, and his face sank. His voice was full of anger. Is that all you can think about? Xiao Ruoxing stared at the ceiling, the heat from the tips of her ears gradually fading. Your mother has been pushing me, and this is not something I can do alone. Otherwise, you can donate sperm and I can do in vitro fertilization. Gu Jingyan sneered coldly. In the end, was she the one pushing, or were you afraid that you wouldn't be able to keep your position as Mrs. Gu and wanted to have a bargaining chip? Her heart was seized with a sharp pain, but Xiao Ruoxing's expression did not change the slightest. She just smiled and said, yes, I'm afraid you won't want me, so I want to have some kind of tie to you. Gu Jingyan buttoned up his shirt and looked at her with disgust. Don't waste your efforts on this, I'm not going to have children. Xiao Ruoxing's smile gradually froze. As he was about to leave, she called out to him, Gu Jingyan, do you really not want children, or do you not want to have children with me? Gu Jingyan paused for a moment, and coldly asked, what's the difference? Xiao Ruoxing clenched his hands. If there was no difference, what was the point of getting married? Divorce. Do whatever you want. With those words, Gu Jingyan slammed the door and stormed out. Xiao Ruoxing grabbed a pillow and smashed it against the door, his eyes wet. The next day, Gu Jingyan came back from his morning run and sat down at the dining table to check his email. Half a day had passed since breakfast, and he hadn't moved a muscle. The nanny asked, Sir, would you like it reheated? Gu Jingyan looked at the time, frowned, and told her to come down and eat. A moment later, the nanny hurriedly ran back down the stairs. Sir, madam is gone, and she left this. What? He asked, while taking the paper. The words divorce agreement were extremely glaring. He looked through it with a stern face, his expression darkening a little. When he saw the line about the house and car, and that they would each get half, he laughed out loud, daring her to think of that. But when he saw the reason for the divorce, he couldn't help but laugh. That line only had one sentence: due to the man's inability to procreate, normal marital life cannot be led, and the couple's relationship has broken down. With a dark face, he took out his phone and dialed Xiao Ruoxing's number. Hello. The woman's cold voice came from the other end of the line, sounding a bit hateful. He gritted his teeth and asked, what do you mean? Literally, Xiao Ruoxing's voice was indifferent. After you sign it, notify me, and we'll go tear up the certificate. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other in marriage or in death. Gu Jingyan's forehead veins were throbbing. I'm asking you, what do you mean by the reason for divorce? Xiao Ruoxing was silent for a while, and then said, do you think it's normal to have sex once every 3 months? Gu Jingyan, I've actually wanted to tell you something for a long time. Go see an andrologist sometime. Your mother gives me so much Chinese medicine every day, but no matter how much I drink, it's useless. It's you who can't do it. Xiao Ruoxing. Xiao Ruoxing hung up the phone as soon as she finished speaking, not giving him a chance to vent. Gu Jingyan's face was extremely ugly, and the nanny was so scared that she didn't dare to breathe. Her wife had always been gentle and sensible, so why did she want a divorce without saying a word? Besides, what did she say that made her husband so angry? After Xiao Ruoxing finished speaking, she felt completely relieved. It suddenly dawned on her that she had felt so oppressed in the Gu family for the past 3 years. However, this feeling of relief only lasted until that evening, when the hotel manager knocked on her door and tactfully informed her that she could no longer stay in the suite. The reason was that she had used Gu's customized room card to check in, and now that her card had been locked, she no longer had the right to continue enjoying the luxury suite. Xiao Ruoxing. Of course, the main reason is that the room card can no longer be used. You can also renew it yourself, we welcome it. May I ask, madam, do you need to extend your stay? The manager kindly reminded her that in business, there was no reason to push money out the door. Xiao Ruoxing pursed her lips. She had every reason to believe that this was Gu Jingyan's deliberate revenge. He hung up the phone in the morning, and then locked her card in the evening. How could she have been so blind as to fall for such a thing? Renew it, she said indifferently. How long do you need to renew it for? Let's start with 1 month. Okay, that's 1,166,000 yuan in total. If you haven't stayed for 30 days, we will charge a 30% cancellation fee for the days you haven't stayed. The remaining balance will be refunded to your account when you check out. Now, please go downstairs to pay the room fee. Thank you for your cooperation. Xiao Ruoxing. She played with her hair, and her red lips formed a pretty curve. Excuse me, could you please ask the first issue again? The manager was momentarily dazzled by this smile. When Xiao Ruoxing didn't smile, she looked cold and clear, but when she smiled, it was not an exaggeration to say that she was charming. A peerless beauty, nothing more. The manager came back to his senses and thought for a few seconds before tentatively asking, may I ask, madam, if you would like to extend your stay? Xiao Ruoxing's smile slightly faded. Thank you, no, check out. Manager. Actually, you could switch to a cheaper suite. You can afford to pay a few $100,000 a month, but when you think about it, forget it. Gu Jingyan locked her room card, and most likely her credit card as well. The property was divided equally just to anger him. She didn't contribute a penny to the car or the house before the wedding, so there was no way she could get her share. As for the property after the wedding, she didn't know how much Gu Jingyan had, and no matter how much it was definitely impossible to split it equally. If he appreciates her hard work over the past 3 years, it would be nice to split the tens of millions with her. If not, it is not impossible for him to let her go empty-handed. She always has to plan for the future. After all, it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. The end of this chapter. Many books are already difficult to find, so cherish what you read. Chapter 3, Old Love. Tang Xiaoxiao was awakened from her sleep by a knock on the door. She opened the door to find Xiao Ruoxing standing there, one hand holding the handle of her suitcase. She curled her lips up in a smile and asked in a clear voice, "Can I stay the night?" Tang Xiaoxiao handed her a bottle of cold Coke. As soon as Xiao Ruoxing took it, she suddenly slapped her head and said, "Look at my brain. You don't drink carbonated drinks, do you? I'll get you some milk." "No need." Xiao Ruoxing pulled open the can and took a sip. It's not like there's anything she can't drink. She didn't drink before because she was trying to get pregnant, and she avoided alcohol, tobacco, and stimulating things. Now that she's getting a divorce, who cares about that stuff? She'll naturally do whatever makes her happy. Trying to get pregnant? Let that incompetent man Gu Jingyan try it on his own. Are you really getting a divorce from Gu Jingyan? Tang Xiaoxiao asked, sitting on the other side of the sofa, not quite sure. Well, Xiao Ruoxing paused for a moment and then said, he is back with Yao Kersen. Tang Xiaoxiao immediately cursed out, is she shameless? She caused a scene when they got married, and now she's popping up again after 3 years? Are there no more men in the world? Does she have to cling to a married man? And that dog of a man, Gu Jingyan, even a dog knows to pick fresh shit to eat, and he's addicted to eating a pile of old shit? Xiao Ruoxing. Who exactly is being insulted? Tang Xiaoxiao coughed, making an analogy, and not caring about the details. You're quitting just because they're together? Why should you help this pair of dog lovers? You just go against them. She's not setting herself up as an innocent woman, so you tear off her mask and let everyone see. What kind of bullshit innocent woman is she? She's just a mistress. And then what? Let everyone know that my marriage is rotting and I'm a pathetic person who can't even control my husband? Xiao Ruoxing sighed. This marriage has already failed. I don't want to leave, but it's still so embarrassing, and I don't even have the last bit of dignity. Wouldn't that be too easy for them? Seeing Tang Xiaoxiao's indignant expression, she smiled reassuringly. It's actually not too bad. In the past few years of marriage, Gu Jingyan hasn't treated me badly. These jewelry and bags, before, I would never have had the chance to touch them. Thinking that I won't be able to wear them in the future, I'm a little reluctant to let them go. Tang Xiaoxiao didn't think so. Xiao Ruoxing was admitted to the acting department of the film school at Tsinghua University with the top score in both cultural subjects and acting. She was beautiful, had acting talent, and was the top student in her major every year. Back then, she was a real hit. All her instructors felt that her future was limitless. If she hadn't gotten married right after graduation, and because of the Gu family, she hadn't pursued an acting career, she would have become famous long ago. What's the point of jewelry and bags? So what are you going to do next? Take a few days off first, arrange your living arrangements, and let's talk about the dubbing for function. Tang Xiaoxiao said, have you ever thought about moving from behind the scenes to the front? Xiao Ruoxing was stunned for a moment. I haven't been in front of the camera in 3 years, I don't know if I'm still okay. Just because you haven't been in front of the camera doesn't mean you've lost your professionalism. You've accumulated almost 10 million followers just doing voiceovers. Voice acting also requires emotional involvement, right? Some actors can't even get the basics right, but they're still super popular. You've got the looks and the acting skills, so what are you afraid of? Even if you don't become super famous, you can easily support yourself. That's true. Even if she doesn't make it as an actress, with her current fame in the voice acting industry, she can support herself without problems. What's more, she really likes acting. Sacrificing her interests for the sake of her marriage was the stupidest decision she had ever made. Fortunately, it was not too late. The two of them chatted for most of the night, and Tang Xiaoxiao yawned repeatedly, and was eventually driven into the bedroom by Xiao Ruoxing. She lay on the sofa, thinking that she would be unable to sleep for a while, but she fell asleep quickly. However, she did not sleep for long, as her phone woke her up with a loud ringtone. She answered it dazedly, hello? The voice of the maid trembled on the other end of the line, Mrs. Chow, where did you put the blue shirt for Mr. Chow? Xiao Ruoxing was not quite clear-headed, and subconsciously said, the second one from the left in the east side of the closet on the second floor. There was a moment of silence, and then the maid spoke again. I've looked everywhere, but I can't find it. That's impossible, I ironed it and put it in myself. You can ask Gu Jingyan if he moved it. The maid whispered. Sir said he didn't move it. Madam, why don't you come back and look for it? At this point, Xiao Ruoxing had fully come to her senses. She was certain that Gu Jingyan was standing right in front of the maid. She remembered exactly which drawer all of his clothes were kept in, so how could she not find it? If she couldn't find it, she would search carefully. There were only a few closets in the Gu household, so she would search each one. If she still couldn't find it, she would just wear something else. She hung up the phone directly after she finished speaking. She glanced at the time, 6 a.m. Gu Jingyan is really sick. He asked the nanny to call in the morning just to ask about a worn-out shirt. Is he sick? Gu family. The nanny turned her head with trepidation. First, the husband and wife hung up. Gu Jingyan glanced at her. He's not deaf when he speaks so loudly. Sir, do you still wear this blue one? Gu Jingyan's face was tense. After a few seconds, he coldly asked her which tie to wear with this shirt. Nanny. Wear the beige one with the pattern. She remembered after looking at it a few times. Sir wears it every day, how could he not know? After all, the nanny is doing this job, and she dares not ask too many questions about the host's words, so she had to call Xiao Ruoxing again. This time, it rang for a long time before Xiao Ruoxing answered. Madam, I found the shirt, but which tie should I wear with it? You usually choose these things for me, but I'm not very good at it, and I'm afraid that if I get it wrong, you'll be angry. Xiao Ruoxing rubbed his temples, and the beige one with the cloud pattern was in the fourth drawer from the left, third compartment. There was another moment of fiddling, and then the maid whispered again, I can't find it. Xiao Ruoxing. Put Gu Jingyan on the phone. End of chapter. Many books are already difficult to find, so let's cherish them while we can. Chapter 4, Disdain. Ah, sir? Sir, no, he hasn't yet woken up. Then go to the bedroom and wake him up. Xiao Ruoxing was really a little annoyed. After a long silence, a low male voice came from the other side. Yes? This question was asked so naturally, and the voice even had the hoarseness of someone who had just woken up. For a moment, Xiao Ruoxing thought that she was being petty. She pursed her lips, took a deep breath, and said, in a few days, I'll send you a list of what clothes to put where. I hope you won't call me about these trivial matters again. Trivial? Gu Jingyan sneered. Xiao Ruoxing, aren't these trivial matters what you like doing the most? You even want to know what underwear I wear. Isn't that what you pursue in life? Xiao Ruoxing's breathing caught, her fingers clenching tightly, and her heart aching densely. He has long known how he sees her, but it is different to hear it with your own ears. No matter how hard your heart is, when it is being treated so badly, it is impossible to remain indifferent. There was silence on the phone, no one spoke. After a long time, Xiao Ruoxing said in a hoarse voice, It is quite unambitious, so I will never mind again. The conversation returned to the topic of divorce, and Gu Jingyan's just extinguished anger rose again. Have you had enough? Xiao Ruoxing laughed softly, feeling a little ironic. Do I have the right to make trouble? Don't regret it. With these words, Gu Jingyan hung up. Xiao Ruoxing pulled the corners of her mouth. Her self-righteous thoughtfulness and devotion were nothing but a sneering joke in his eyes. Perhaps when she was carefully preparing clothes for him to wear on various occasions, he was standing behind her, looking at her with disgust in his eyes. What kind of woman can only spend her time thinking about meals, clothes, and housing? Even she herself felt belittled. First, sir, are you still going to wear this? The maid asked carefully. In the past, she had not seen the two of them argue, but this time it seemed particularly serious. She had never seen her husband so angry before, and even his words were so mean. Gu Jingyan glared at the closet and saw that more than half of Xiao Ruoxing's clothes were in it. She's not even taking her things when she's getting a divorce. Is this how you get a divorce? Gu Jingyan pulled the corner of his mouth up in a cold smile and said indifferently, just like she said. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone rang. He took the phone and walked away while answering it. Manager Gu, there's been a situation with Miss Yao. The accident happened more than 24 hours ago, and the salvage operation in the Mian River is still ongoing. The whole country is paying attention to this incident, praying that there are still survivors, while online, Yao Kerson's fans are having a fierce argument with netizens. The cause was that someone posted a video of the scene of the accident. Yao Kerson got out of the car unharmed, and was surrounded by people as she got onto the ambulance stretcher, while there were still many people covered in blood at the scene who did not receive effective assistance. This contrast was really too obvious, and some netizens questioned, why were the lightly injured rescued before the seriously injured? Was there any abuse of celebrity privileges? Yao Kursan's fans were not happy, and directly labeled these doubters as black fans. They complained and asked their mothers, flooding the internet with their comments to the point where passers-by were disgusted, and as a result provoked a fierce counterattack from passers-by and netizens. Analyzing the situation in detail, they dug into the behind-the-scenes of the traffic accident, the shenanigans of Yao Kursan's team, their use of the accident to hype up their romance, their connivance of their fans swarming the official Weibo morning thread, their abuse of privileges at the rescue site, and even someone digging up information about her suspected past as someone else's mistress before she became famous. The intensity of the debate was such that it made the headlines. Tang Xiaoxiao sneered and told Xiaoruoxing, she likes hype, right? This time, I'll give her a blast, and she'll be in for a world of trouble. Xiaoruoxing stared at the screen and muttered, why do I feel that the account that broke the news looks familiar? Tang Xiaoxiao paused and said, the profile picture is used by many people, so it's not surprising if it looks familiar. Xiaoruoxing looked up and said, I'll go to Lingyu to audition first, and then pick up the car later. I'm going to a location today, it's not on the way. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at the time and said, it's almost time, I'll go first, I'll contact you after work. After Tang Xiaoxiao left, Xiaoruoxing tidied up a bit before going out. Lingyu is a game company that has been gaining momentum in recent years. Function is a mobile game they expect to go online this summer. The voice acting for the other characters has long been completed, only the voice acting for Su Daji has been delayed. The director wanted a voice that could switch between innocent and not too sweet, seductive but not too seductive, but the actors he tried were all lacking a bit. So he casually posted a tweet, Daji is hard to find. As a result, he got a lot of comments from netizens, and the top 5 most commented on were all recommendations for Risu Fanxing. The director then searched for this person's work and contacted her. When Xiaoruoxing appeared in the lobby, the receptionist was in the group of Hey Mo Fanxing, dissing Rigu Fanxing with the majority of Hey Fan. She didn't know much about Rigu Fanxing, but she was a fan of Yao Kursan's dramas. After the hit of Mystery Lover, the actress's lines and acting skills had been searched for several times. In the eyes of passers-by, the drama relied solely on the dubbing to save Yao Kursan's acting skills, but in the eyes of Yao Kursan's fans, it was clear that Rigu Fanxing was using Yao Kursan's popularity. Someone in the group just posted a real photo of a suspected Ribu Fanxing. The receptionist was in the middle of joining in the group mockery of her black and ugly appearance when a clear female voice suddenly came from behind her. Hello, how do I get to the sound studio? 7. The receptionist looked up, and the next second she froze, and blurted out, the artist is applying for the job next door. Lingyu's next door was Qingshan Media, and the owner of Qingshan Media was Gu Jingyan's childhood friend Shen Qingchuan. Yao Kursan was an artist at Qingshan Media. Xiaoruoxing's appearance is too outstanding. Even when she is wearing an elegant white shirt, her features are so gorgeous that they cannot be ignored. Everyone seems to become a background board when she stands there, and the receptionist subconsciously thinks that she has come to apply for an artist. Xiaoruoxing smiles and explains, I'm here for the audition. Excuse me, where is the audition studio? 7th floor. Wait. It seems that there is only one auditioning actor today. Thank you. The receptionist stayed frozen for several minutes after the person had disappeared, before she picked up her phone and typed out a message, I just saw the stars at dusk. Really? Is she as ugly and fat as she looks in the photo? The receptionist typed out the sentence with difficulty. No. She's too pretty, Yao Kursan is not as pretty as her. End of chapter. Many books are hard to find these days, so cherish what you can. Chapter 5, kicked out of the group chat. She had just sent it, and the next second she was kicked out of the group chat. What are you spacing out for? The table in front of her was tapped twice. A good-looking man with his elbows on the bar raised his chin, smirking, as if to say, is this how you spend your pay? This person is Shen Qingchuan, the boss next door, and also Lingyu's boss. The receptionist knows Shen Qingchuan's temper very well and is not afraid of him at all. The boss himself is not seen all day long. Hey, you sharp-tongued guy. Shen Qingchuan was about to flirt with the young girl at the reception when an untimely light cough came from behind him. He paused and instantly put away his teasing face, and said seriously, where is Guowei? Ask him to come down for a moment. Director Gui is auditioning another actor. Audition? Shen Qingchuan was taken aback. Is this the end of the day? The receptionist nodded. A flash of surprise crossed Qin Xingchuan's eyes. Turning around, he saw Gu Jingyan with a stern face. Instantly, he suppressed the joy in his heart and said sternly, "Call him. I want to ask him something." The call was connected after a short while. Qin Xingchuan put the phone on speakerphone and said, "Laogua, how was the voice test? If it doesn't work out, I have an actor here with a pretty good voice." "No, I already tried it, and the contract has been signed." "The contract hasn't even been drafted yet." Guo Wei obviously heard his hint. Qin Xingchuan let his heart sink back into his stomach and pretended to be surprised. "You didn't even consult me about such an important matter as signing someone." The other party hung up the phone directly. Qin Xingchuan cursed, saying, "This Guo Wei, he's getting more and more arrogant." After saying this, he turned his head helplessly and said to Gu Jingyan, "You heard it too, the contract has already been signed. Wait until the next update, and if there's a suitable role, I'll arrange it for her again." Fengshen is Ling Yu's current release, and his most satisfying work. He doesn't want Yao Kersen to ruin this perfection. Gu Jingyan's gaze lightly swept over his face. "I'll pay her double the penalty fee and ask her to give up the role. I'll give you 3 points on the Beihai Town project." Qin Xingchuan put away his previous playful expression, stared at him for a few seconds, and asked, "Are you serious?" Gu Jingyan didn't say anything, his eyes said it all. "Time and time again, I've given her resources, and I'm beginning to wonder if what's been said online is true. Gu Jingyan only cares about the result, yes or no? I'll think about it." Gu Jingyan wanted to say something else, but the elevator door opened, and their gazes met. The familiar face made him pause. Xiao Ruoxing's movements only hesitated for half a second, and she avoided his gaze, stepping out of the elevator. She politely nodded to Qin Xingchuan and walked straight towards the door. Qin Xingchuan hesitated and said, "Didn't your wife see you?" Gu Jingyan, with a gloomy face, ignored Qin Xingchuan and chased after him in quick strides. When he came out, Xiao Ruoxing was standing on the roadside waiting for the bus. She had a gentle low ponytail, a slender back, and was looking at her phone with her head slightly bowed, not noticing the person who had walked up to her. "Why are you here?" The voice of the question was tinged with an unfeeling indifference. Meeting him so early in the morning made Xiao Ruoxing's mood instantly unpleasant, and her tone was also awkward. "If you can be here, why can't I be here?" Gu Jingyan snorted lightly. "Haven't you had enough of playing the stalker?" Xiao Ruoxing's brows twitched. Who gave him the confidence? Seeing that she didn't say anything, Gu Jingyan became even more certain of his guess, and his mood inexplicably improved a little. However, his tone remained cold. "If he wanted to know my schedule, he could have just called me directly, there was no need to go to so much trouble." Xiao Ruoxing endured for a long time, but he couldn't hold back anymore. "Gu Jingyan, hasn't anyone ever told you that you have a thick skin? Who followed you? Did I follow you when I got out of the elevator? Did I say a word to you? Who actually followed you up here?" Qin Xingchuan, who was eavesdropping in the shadows, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Gu Jingyan shot him a glare with a dark face, and the other person instantly hid. He asked with a stern face, "So why are you here?" Xiao Ruoxing gave him a cool glance and said something even meaner than he had, "What's it to you?" Gu Jingyan's eyelid twitched violently. If he continued, he was afraid they would argue again, so he suppressed his anger and said stiffly, "Jingyang is back, and Mom wants us to go over for dinner tomorrow." "Oh." Xiao Ruoxing said nonchalantly, "What's it to you? We're getting divorced soon, so I don't need to go along with your family's act of husband and wife in harmony and mother-in-law and daughter-in-law getting along, do I?" "Acting?" Gu Jingyan's barely suppressed anger was instantly roused. He sneered, "You're quite the actress. What do you want this time? Clothes? Bags? Jewelry? Or are you asking for a project for your family? With all the drama of the divorce and the running away, how much is Xiao Xuxing's appetite this time? There has to be a limit to greed, right?" Xiao Ruoxing's heart trembled, and she slowly clenched her lightly trembling fingers. The diamond bracelet on her wrist was a gift from Gu Jingyan on her birthday in the first year of their marriage. No, to be precise, she had demanded it from him. On Valentine's Day, their wedding anniversary, her birthday, she had asked him for gifts in a coquettish manner every time, hoping that he would remember these special days. What she saw as sweet memories were, in his eyes, evidence of her insatiable greed time and time again. Xiao Ruoxing's face turned pale, and her lowered eyelids concealed her emotions. When Gu Jingyan tried to probe, her eyes lifted, and at that moment, there was only broken ice. She lowered her head and took off the bracelet, saying lightly, after the divorce, you won't have to be bothered by these anymore. Whether you cooperate with the Chow family or sever ties is none of my business. As the words fell, the bracelet also slipped into Gu Jingyan's suit pocket. The online car service pulled up, and Xiao Ruoxing took a few steps before stopping, turning to look at him and suddenly smiling, as if to say to himself, why would I expect anything from you? Then he turned and got into the car. Gu Jingyan stared fixedly in the direction the car left, his eyes like they were about to burst into flames. Xiao Ruoxing is divorcing you? Shin Xingchuan's gossipy voice came from behind. Gu Jingyan gave him a cold stare. Haven't you ever seen a couple arguing before? Watch your mouth. Shin Xingchuan. End of chapter. Many books are hard to find anymore, so cherish what you can. Chapter 6. Save the money for your own treatment. Gu Jingyan lost his mood to negotiate after meeting Xiao Ruoxing and left after not staying long. Shin Xingchuan had just returned to the lobby when he saw Guo Wei coming down the stairs. He looked around and asked, where's Rihu Fancheng? Why didn't she come down with you? She's been gone for a while. Didn't you see her downstairs? Shin Xingchuan? He looked at the receptionist, who whispered, she just got off the elevator, she's really pretty, she nodded at you. Shin Xingchuan. Xiao Ruoxing is Ribu Fancheng? The world seems a bit magical. Gu Jingyan's wife, a vase, a nouveau riche who flaunts her wealth and shows off her love from time to time in her circle of friends, is actually the top CV in the dubbing industry. So now Gu Jingyan is paying to take his wife's job and give it to Yao Kersen? This plot, it's so emotional. Guo Wei saw the look on his face and frowned. Who are you scheming against with your narrowed eyes? Shin Xingchuan gave a crooked smile and said 2 words, secret. You incompetent son of a bitch, Gu Jingyan. Who cares about the crap you give me? Keep your money and use it to treat yourself. I don't want it. The more she thought about that dog of a man, the angrier Xiao Ruoxing became. She was swiping her phone when she suddenly saw the slogan for the fertility clinic on the app page. She paused slightly, then made a reservation. As soon as she finished entering the information, her phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, her eyebrows furrowing up unconsciously, and slowly pressed answer. Hello, Dad. Where are you? Not sure what Xiao Shuxing wanted, Xiao Ruoxing lied and said, I'm taking a private tutoring class. Is there something wrong? Nothing much. Come over after class with Jingyan. A friend gave me some white truffles. Your mother-in-law likes them, so you two come over and take them away. She had lived for 26 years, and he dared say that Xiao Shuxing couldn't even tell what she liked, but could accurately tell what her mother-in-law liked. It sounded really ironic. Okay. Seeing that she had agreed, Xiao Shuxing let out a sigh of relief, asked her a few perfunctory questions, and then hung up. Xiao Ruoxing picked up her Porsche Cayenne at the 4S store. This car was the dowry the Chow family gave her when she got married. It cost a little over 1 million yuan, and the new bumper makes it impossible to tell how badly it was previously damaged. After her divorce, the only thing she can probably get is this car. Thinking about this, Xiao Ruoxing can't help but feel remorseful. That day, she might as well have driven Gu Jingyan's Bugatti. Even if she didn't stab his lung tube, she would have stabbed his pocketbook. In order to make her lies seem more believable, she deliberately called her teacher and added a private tutoring session at the last minute. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon when she finally drove to the Chow residence. When she arrived, she tidied herself up a little and rang the doorbell. Chow Xiao, the adopted daughter of the Chow family, opened the door. She called out joyfully, Sister, why did you only come now? She looked behind her and asked, Where's your husband? He had a meeting and couldn't come. Xiao Xiao's expression visibly fell, and she complained, Why didn't you say so in advance? Xiao Ruoxing glanced at her well-groomed appearance and asked in return, You're wearing makeup tonight, do you have a date? Xiao Xiao froze, avoiding her gaze and mumbling, No, just practicing my skills. Xiao Ruoxing had already entered the door first, and Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth and followed. Thinking that Gu Jingyan would definitely come, Xiao Shuxing arranged for someone to make a table of dishes, but in the end, only Xiao Ruoxing arrived, and Xiao Shuxing's face didn't look very good. He stared at Xiao Ruoxing, sizing her up. Xiao Ruoxing's face was impervious to scrutiny, and even an old pro like Xiao Shuxing couldn't tell whether she was telling the truth or not. After a long while, he said, Let's eat first. Xiao Ruoxing let out a sigh of relief. Before she got her hands on the divorce papers, she couldn't let Xiao Shuxing know, or things would most likely go wrong. In the huge Chow family dining room, only the three of them were eating at the table. Xiao Ruoxing had not been close to Xiao Xuxing when she was young, and after her mother He Yuru became a vegetable in a car accident, their relationship became even more strained. It was not until she married Gu Jingyan that the strain eased a little, but only on the surface. With Gu Jingyan away, they were more like blood relatives who were strangers to each other. On the contrary, the adopted Xiao Xiao had a closer relationship with him than a biological daughter would. Compared to her awkwardness, Xiao Xiao is sweet-talking and lively. From time to time at the dinner table, she tells jokes to make Xiao Xuxing happy. Although those jokes seem extremely boring to her, Xiao Xuxing will laugh along. That kind of intimacy that makes her feel like she is the only one in the room makes her lose her appetite. Dad, I recently changed jobs, and the clients I usually deal with are quite powerful. I want to get a better car to make my work easier. Xiao Xuxing was amused, and Xiao Xiao began to make her demands. Sure, what kind of car do you want to buy? It doesn't have to be new, as long as it's a slightly higher grade, an old one is fine too. As she spoke, her eyes fell on Xiao Ruoxing, who was eating her food in silence without any intention of joining in the conversation. Xiao Xiao could only directly name her, "Sister, can I drive your little Cayenne for a while?" Xiao Ruoxing didn't say anything. Xiao Xiao continued, "Sister, you don't usually drive much, and even if you need to, you don't lack the opportunity to drive since your brother-in-law has so many cars. Just let me drive it for a while. You can't be so stingy, can you, sister? That's because you don't really know me." Xiao Ruoxing looked up at her and said, "I've never been generous. Cars are like husbands. Can you just lend your husband out?" Xiao Xiao was momentarily taken aback, and her face turned red and blue. Xiao Xuxing frowned. "What kind of things are you saying? We're all family, what's wrong with lending Yo-Yo the car for a while?" End of chapter. Many books are no longer easy to find, so cherish what you can. Chapter 7, The End is in Sight. Dad, you also run a company. Which intern in your company just started driving a $1 million luxury car to work? Gu Jingyan took on a multi-billion-dollar project last time, and she also drove a Mercedes-Benz worth over 600,000 yuan to meet with clients. How come she needs a $1 million car to start with? Xiao Xuxing was a little annoyed. Every company is different. You have been pampered and taken care of by the Gu family all your life, so what do you know? Taken care of by the Gu family? Xiao Ruoxing tugged the corner of his mouth. That's not what you said when you persuaded me to give up my job. Besides, I'm not the only one who's been taken care of by my family. With a slap on the table, Xiao Xuxing angrily said, "I just lent you a car, why are you bringing up the past?" Xiao Xiao quickly tried to calm Xiao Xuxing down. "Dad, you have high blood pressure, don't get angry. It's all my fault, I shouldn't have brought this up. If my sister doesn't want to lend it, just don't be angry with her." The more she tried to persuade him, the more he looked down on his own daughter. "Look at Yo-Yo, she's younger than you but wiser." The meal ended on a sour note. As they were leaving, Xiao Xiao put 2 boxes of white truffles in her car and said through the window, "Sister, it's not because of work that brother-in-law didn't come today." Xiao Ruoxing glanced at her and said, "What are you trying to say?" Xiao Xiao smiled, "There's more than one owner of a car, and the same goes for men." After saying that, she pressed the window down for her and turned to leave. Apartment. Tang Xiaoxiao weighed the 2 gift boxes and said, "These must weigh 5 or 6 caddies. Your father really spares no effort in trying to please the Gu family. Didn't you tell him that your mother-in-law never even looks at the gifts he gives every time? Do you think he'll stop giving gifts if you tell him that?" All 5 or 6 TV stations were showing Ao Kursan's drama. Not finding anything she wanted to watch, Xiao Ruoxing simply turned off the TV. He would only think that the gift he picked wasn't satisfactory and would give her something better next time. "So what are you going to do with this?" Xiao Ruoxing didn't know herself. Xiao Xuxing didn't trust her, and every time he gave her something, he had to ask Gu Jingyan sideways if he had received it. Why not give it to Gu Jingyan and have him give it to his mother? Thinking about the confrontation they had during the daytime, she felt a little remorseful. She should have been a little more tolerant at the time. What if this guy Gu Jingyan holds a grudge and doesn't help her cover up? You can't be too extreme in doing things. After thinking about it, she still had the nerve to dial Gu Jingyan's phone number. The phone rang for a short while and then connected. Just as she was about to speak, the line was disconnected. At first, she thought it was a mistake and dialed again. But just as before, the call was disconnected as soon as it was connected. After 5 or 6 times, Xiao Ruoxing finally realized that Gu Jingyan was doing it on purpose. What a dog of a man! So vindictive. Naturally, Xiao Ruoxing would not give up so easily. Compared to dealing with Zhong Milan, she would rather work on Gu Jingyan. So she sent a text message to Gu Jingyan, "Mr. Gu, are you there?" 2 minutes later, Gu Jingyan coldly replied with 2 words, "Not here." Xiao Ruoxing ignored those 2 words and continued to send, "My father gave me 2 boxes of white truffles, I will send them to your company tomorrow, you help me give them to your mother." Gu Jingyan quickly replied to her, still with 2 words, "No help." Xiao Ruoxing negotiated with patience, offering a 4:6 split of the property, 60% for you and 40% for me. Gu Jingyan replied again with 2 words, "He he." Xiao Ruoxing gritted her teeth and made the biggest concession she could, saying, "How about 30 to 70? You get 70% and I get 30%? I can't give any more." This time, Gu Jingyan didn't reply for half a day. Just as Xiao Ruoxing was torn between 20 to 80 and 30 to 70, the phone rang. It was Gu Jingyan calling. She picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Gu Jingyan's clear and gentle voice slowly drifted into her ears. "Come with me tomorrow to welcome Jingyang home." No. Not a single sound had fallen, and Gu Jingyan's voice came again, "I'll help you." The rest of the half sound was swallowed by Xiao Ruoxing, and he said a good word without any prospects. After that, there was silence on both sides. This was the first time they had spoken so calmly to each other since she moved out that day, and suddenly she felt a little uncomfortable. Gu Jingyan is actually a pretty good marriage partner. He is handsome, capable at work, and apart from being cold and sometimes mean, he doesn't have any bad habits. Although their family backgrounds are very different, he has never failed to show the proper respect to the Qiao family, and he has never treated her harshly in terms of food, clothing, or housing, apart from not loving her. Compared to those rich kids from the same background, who are involved in daily sex and scandal, Gu Jingyan only has an ambiguous ex-girlfriend, so why does it have to come to the point of divorce? She opened her mouth to say something, but before she could, a familiar female voice came over the phone. "Yan, whose phone is this?" Xiao Ruoxing was taken aback, and suddenly laughed at herself. She said lightly, "See you tomorrow," and hung up. Why did she have to choose between the bad and the worse? An ambiguous ex-girlfriend was enough to destroy a marriage that was already at the end of the road. End of chapter. Many books are no longer easy to find, so cherish what you can. Chapter 8, as usual, no progress. Gu Jingyan frowned as he hung up the phone abruptly. The female voice next to him called out to him again, "Yan?" Gu Jingyan looked at her lightly with raised eyebrows, put away his phone, and asked in a cold tone, "What is it?" Yao Kersen handed her an exquisitely packaged box, and said in a low voice, a little shyly, "I've got nothing to do at home these few days, so I made some snacks and want to give them to you to try." Gu Jingyan didn't move, looking up at her. "Is that all?" Yao Kersen's heart sank, and she clutched the box tightly, whispering, "No. I also want to ask about work." Gu Jingyan said indifferently, "Don't worry about things online anymore, and leave Weibo to your agent. In a few days, Ling Yu will have someone come talk to you about signing a contract, and cooperate with the publicity at that time." Yao Kersen's heart leapt with joy. She had applied several times with Xin Xingchuan for the dubbing of The Legend of Fengshen, but had been rejected in a few words, which made her angry for a long time. It wasn't that she particularly liked the game dubbing, but she just didn't want Ribu Fan Xing to be better than her. A while ago, when Mystery Lover was popular, she was scolded on the hot search a few times because of the dubbing, saying that her acting skills were supported solely by the dubbing, and if you didn't listen to the voice, you would think she was acting in a puppet show again. The hot search pushed Rigua Fan Xing to the sky, and she worked hard to film the scene, but Rigua Fan Xing took all the good reputation. Whoever this is, who is convinced in their hearts? In order to prove that her original voice lines are not bad, she used a trumpet to release a video of her original voice lines during the filming process, and also bought a hot search of Yao Kersen's line skills. She thought that she would impress these people, but she didn't expect to be mocked. Those so-called audience members and film critics criticized her lines and acting skills as worthless, once again praising Ribo Fanqing to the heavens. She was so angry she could just about stand it. Just as she was worried about not being able to find a chance to vent her anger, she happened to hear Shen Qingchuan and Guo Wei talking about the dubbing of The Legend of Fengshen, and learned that they intended to invite Ribo Fanqing to dub it. She didn't care about the dubbing for a video game, but she naturally wanted to do her best to get it so she could upset Risu Fanqing. She was overjoyed, but on the surface she asked hesitantly, "Has Mr. Shen agreed? He doesn't seem to like me very much. If Mr. Shen doesn't want to, there's no need to force it." Don't let me cause any unpleasantness between you. Gu Jingyan glanced at her, a meaningful glance that seemed to look her through, sending goosebumps down Yao Kerson's back. Gu Jingyan merely reminded her out loud, "Your agent is here." Yao Kerson snapped back to reality. Outside the car window, her agent was waving at them. She frowned, thinking of asking Gu Jingyan to drive her home. However, Gu Jingyan's assistant Lin Shu had already opened the car door and made a gesture to invite her in. Since he had gone to the trouble of fetching her, she couldn't be rude and stay behind. She said goodbye to Gu Jingyan and got out of the car, not forgetting to glare at Lin Shu before leaving. "Where are you going, Mr. Gu?" Gu Jingyan squinted and said tiredly, "Home." He hadn't been sleeping well these days, or rather, he hadn't been sleeping well since Xiao Ruoxing moved out of the house. The mere thought of that woman made him upset again. He took the glass, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip, then frowned. "White water." Lin Shu explained that the tea bags his wife had given him had run out and no new ones had been replenished. "I'll call my wife later." Gu Jingyan paused, and said indifferently, "No need. Go find that woman, she'll probably say something to make him angry again." After saying this, he took another sip, and after drinking plain water for more than 20 years, he didn't know why it had suddenly become hard to drink. Was plain water always this hard to drink? When they arrived at the Royal Garden Villa, Lin Shu took out a beautifully packaged gift box from the car and handed it to Gu Jingyan as he got out. "President Gu, the bag you ordered 2 months ago has arrived. The bag costs over 3 million yuan, and it is a set of house keys. His values have been refreshed again and again over the past few years of work. Your wife will love it when she sees it." Gu Jingyan's brows eased slightly, but he said coldly that she would like the bag she wanted. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. He hadn't heard his wife say that she wanted the bag, but once in the car, she flipped through a magazine and said that the bag looked good. That evening, President Gu told him to order it. It was not in stock in China, so he had to go through connections abroad to order it, and it took 2 months to arrive. "Let's put it in the car first." Gu Jingyan fastened the buckle and said, "Pick me up at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." The next morning, just after 9 o'clock, Xiao Ruoxing had just finished packing when she got a call from Gu Jingyan. "Go downstairs." Xiao Ruoxing was puzzled, and Gu Jingyan thoughtfully added, "I'll wait for you downstairs." Xiao Ruoxing frowned. "Do you know where I live?" Gu Jingyan was too lazy to respond to this nonsense and hung up the phone directly. Every time they had a fight, she either stayed at a hotel or sought out her grumpy best friend. He had just suspended her room card, so the only place she could go was to Tang Xiaoxiao's place. Sure enough, when Xiao Ruoxing came out of the residential area, Gu Jingyan's Mercedes-Benz was parked on the roadside. She paused for a moment, and just as she was about to go around to the passenger seat, Lin Shu got out of the car and opened the back seat door for her. Gu Jingyan sat on the other side of the back seat, looking down at her phone. She didn't really want to sit with Gu Jingyan, and turned her head to ask Lin Shu to open the passenger door for her, but before she could say anything, Lin Shu urged, "Get in the car, ma'am, you're not allowed to park here, the traffic police are coming." Xiao Ruoxing had no choice but to get in the car first. The car started quickly, and neither of them said a word. The atmosphere in the car was eerily quiet. Lin Shu had been by Gu Jingyan's side for so many years, and he was good at reading people's expressions. It was already strange to have come all the way around to pick up his wife, and with the current atmosphere in the car, it was even stranger. The two of them must have had a fight. He looked at Gu Jingyan and then at Xiao Ruoxing, cleared his throat lightly to ease the atmosphere in the car, and then took the initiative to start a conversation. "Dear, do you remember that sachet of incense you gave me for the Dragon Boat Festival last year? I gave it to my mother, and she really liked it. She kept it by her pillow every night and said that it improved her sleep. The other day when I went home, she asked me for a new one, saying that the previous one had lost its fragrance and wasn't as effective as the first. Where did you buy that sachet of incense? I want to buy her another one." Xiao Ruoxing smiled on hearing this and said gently, "I mixed the spices myself and had them processed by a craftsman I found online." Lin Shu was surprised. "You mixed them yourself? You know how to mix fragrances?" Gu Jingyan paused in his movements and looked at Xiao Ruoxing with inquisitive eyes. Xiao Ruoxing shook her head, not understanding, but just a little interested. Usually she just plays around with it herself. The sachet that Auntie uses has very common spices. I'll send you the ingredient amounts via WeChat later, and you can go to a spice shop and mix your own. That would really be a bother for you, ma'am. No bother at all. Xiao Ruoxing said as she opened WeChat and entered the ratio of spices used to make sachets. She had very fair skin, long fingers, and her usually plain nails were painted a pale pink. Her makeup seemed to be different from before, too. Although the overall change was not great, it gave one an inexplicable sense of enchantment. It was too strong a beauty. Gu Jingyan's gaze fell on her chest. She was wearing a very slim-fitting dress today, with a very low neckline, and at a glance, her curves were clearly defined. He frowned and said sternly, "Don't you have any other clothes? Wearing something like this?" Xiao Ruoxing rolled her eyes inside out. She was lucky to be here, and he was still complaining? She said perfunctorily, "I bought this new outfit. Don't you think it looks pretty?" Gu Jingyan snorted, and the words he spoke made Xiao Ruoxing want to smash her phone in his face. Your taste really hasn't improved as expected. End of chapter. Many books are already difficult to find, so cherish what you can. Chapter 9, It Doesn't Matter Who You Marry. Xiao Ruoxing's forehead twitched. If she weren't in someone else's debt, she would have kicked the bastard off the car by now. Why did a perfectly fine person have a mouth? Just pretend he's barking like a dog. Xiao Ruoxing comforted herself, ignored the annoying thing next to her, and sent the edited text to Lin Shu, telling him, "You can go to the store called Ningxiang on Guowo Road. They have a full range of spices and can give you the ingredients all at once." "Okay, thank you, Mrs." Gu Jingyan was a bit bored after not getting a response from Xiao Ruoxing and didn't speak again after that. After about another 20-odd minutes, they arrived at the restaurant they had agreed on. When Xiao Ruoxing was about to get out of the car, Gu Jingyan suddenly grabbed her wrist. She subconsciously tried to pull it back. "Don't move." Gu Jingyan was very strong, and she couldn't pull it back at all. She was about to ask him why, when suddenly her ring finger felt cold, and a diamond ring was placed on it. She was stunned for a moment. This was their wedding ring when they got married. When they moved out of the royal garden villa, she had also kept this wedding ring. This was the first time he had worn the wedding ring on her finger. On the day of their wedding, Yao Kersen showed up, and before the ceremony was over, Gu Jingyan left the venue, and she put the wedding ring on her own. She was just afraid that her mother would ask questions if she saw it, so she didn't want to think about it too much. Gu Jingyan let go of her hand, and his arrogant voice interrupted Xiao Ruoxing's thoughts. She pursed her lips, withdrew her hand, and said indifferently, "President Gu is worrying too much. I know my own limitations." After saying that, she pushed open the car door and got out of the car first. Gu Jingyan frowned and followed with a stern face. Gu Jingyan has a younger sister named Gu Jingyang, who just graduated from university this year. She went on a graduation trip with her classmates 2 months ago and only returned yesterday. As the youngest child in the family, and because her father passed away not long after her birth, she was doted on by the older members of the family, which fostered her arrogant and domineering personality. When she first married into the family, Xiao Ruoxing really wanted to get along with her younger sister-in-law, doing whatever she could to please her and hoping to improve their relationship. But Gu Jingyang didn't buy it, and she treated her one way in front of the elders and another way when they were alone. Over the years, instead of easing the relationship, it has become more and more tense. Gu Jingyan loves Gu Jingyang, so the person destined to be wronged can only be her. Now that I think about it, even if there were no Yao Kersen, she and Gu Jingyan would not grow old together. From their origins to their families to their worldviews, none of them are suitable. Gu Jingyang is talking to Zhong Milan, who looks 5 or 6 parts like her daughter, but Zhong Milan has the charm of years of experience, and a noble temperament that shines through her very bones. When they pushed the door open, Gu Jingyang was talking to Zhong Milan. The two of them looked 5 or 6 parts alike, but Zhong Milan had the charm of years of experience and a noble temperament that shone through her very bones. Gu Jingyang, on the other hand, was much more immature. Gu Jingyang glanced at Xiao Ruoxing and immediately changed her expression. When she met Gu Jingyan's eyes, she instantly put on a sweet smile and pouted, "Brother, I'm starving, and Mom wouldn't serve the food until you got here." Gu Jingyan looked at her, wiped the oil from his lips, and spoke with more conviction. "Gu Jingyang, you're so annoying. I was thinking about you when I went out, and I even brought you a present." The siblings exchanged a few words before Zhong Milan interrupted, "Okay, stop it, just sit down." After saying this, she glanced at Xiao Ruoxing and said, "Ruoxing, go to the door and tell the waiter to serve the food." In fact, in these kinds of situations, if she just calls out to the waiter, he will hear her, but she insists on getting up because she is used to ordering her around. In the past, when they had dinner at the old mansion, she always sat at the edge of the table because it was convenient for her to get up and fetch things for everyone. Xiao Ruoxing was used to this and turned to go out, but her wrist was grabbed by Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan didn't look at her and said to Gu Jingyang, Jingyang, you go and talk to her, and ask the waiter to bring a bottle of red wine. Gu Jingyang immediately pulled a long face, unhappy. Didn't your sister-in-law say she was going? Gu Jingyan said indifferently, she didn't know what kind of wine Mum liked. In the end, Xiao Ruoxing refused to buy his argument and broke free of his grip, saying, I know, is it a noble rot wine, Mum? Zhong Milan nodded. Xiao Ruoxing turned and walked out the door, not needing to look to know what an ugly face Gu Jingyan was making behind her back. When she finished giving her instructions and was about to come in, she heard Gu Jingyan's voice coming from inside through the door. Brother, don't underestimate your wife. Not to mention Mom's preferences, she also knows Grandma's preferences perfectly well. She's trying to climb up the social ladder with her head down. I really don't know why Grandma agreed to let you marry her in the first place. She's not as good as that Yao Kurson. Xiao Ruoxing froze when he pushed open the door, and then heard Gu Jingyan say, it doesn't matter who you marry. The end of this chapter. Many books are already difficult to find, so cherish what you can. Chapter 10, she couldn't even lay an egg. She clenched her hands, suddenly losing the courage to push open the door. She turned and went to the bathroom. Marry whoever you want. It turns out that she wasn't chosen because she was special, but just because it wasn't that person, so it could have been anyone. She stayed outside for more than 10 minutes, gathering her emotions before returning. She pushed open the door, and the dishes were already on the table. Gu Jingyan looked up at her for a moment, without saying anything. Zhong Milan asked her to sit down, wondering why she had been gone for so long. Xiao Ruoxing whispered, sorry, Mom, I just had a bit of stomach trouble. Zhong Milan paused, seeing that her face was pale and the lipstick on her lips had faded a little. She asked, why did you have stomach trouble? Did you go to the hospital to check it out? No, it's probably an old problem. It's fine, Mom. Zhong Milan said, go to the hospital to check it out anyway, don't let it be a problem because you're pregnant and get confused. Just now, she was surprised that Zhong Milan was concerned about her health. It turned out that she was just afraid that she would become pregnant without knowing it, and she would not be able to preserve the family bloodline. Xiao Ruoxing tugged the corner of her mouth and said, I know, Mom. Zhong Milan didn't speak to her again. From time to time, the family would strike up a conversation, and Xiao Ruoxing felt like an outsider who had infiltrated this family dinner, finding it boring. There was an extra piece of pork rib in her bowl, so she turned her head to look at Gu Jingyan, who didn't even look at her, and said indifferently, help yourself to whatever you want. No, she wasn't an outsider. She was an extra in this family banquet, just taking what she needed from Gu Jingyan. Thinking about this, she rebelled instead. You want to act? Fine, I'll act with you. So she took a piece of the spicy chicken and put it near Gu Jingyan's lips. Honey, try this. Gu Jingyan's body tensed for a moment, and he looked at her strangely. Xiao Ruoxing curved her eyes and gave him a tender look. Gu Jingyan doesn't like spicy food, so she deliberately put some on the chicken to see how he would react. If he refused and messed up the scene, then it wouldn't be her fault. She was secretly pleased with herself when Gu Jingyan suddenly leaned over, opened his mouth and bit into the piece of meat, his lips brushing her chopsticks in an ambiguous manner before he rolled the meat into his mouth. Under Xiao Ruoxing's shocked gaze, he commented, not bad. Xiao Ruoxing. Dog man. I'll kill you with spicy food. Zhong Milan glanced at the two of them and lowered her eyes thoughtfully. After half a round of wine, Gu Jingyan's phone rang. When he went out to answer the phone, Zhong Milan finally put down her chopsticks and asked Xiao Ruoxing, Ruoxing, how long have you had an upset stomach? Have you been vomiting? She can't still think she's pregnant, can she? Xiao Ruoxing could only explain, Mom, I'm not pregnant, my period just finished last week. Zhong Milan didn't seem to believe him and asked again, have you been taking the medicine I gave you regularly? The mention of those pills suddenly made Xiao Ruoxing feel a little queasy. Zhong Milan was so obsessed with the idea that she was pregnant that she didn't know why the other person felt that the issue of not being able to conceive a child must be her fault. Over the years, she had tried every conceivable method of seeking medical advice and medicine to give her what she called conception soup. Gu Jingyan was so cold and aloof that she could count the times she had touched her in a year on the fingers of one hand. She was not a stick insect that could reproduce parthenogenetically. With Gu Jingyan not cooperating, where was she going to conceive? If she drank it, knowing that Zhong Milan wouldn't believe her, she added, Auntie Zhang saw me drink it. Gu Jingyang snorted, Mom, what did I say? No matter how good your medicine is, she's like a piece of saline land, no matter how much fertilizer you apply, it's useless. Zhong Milan gave her a look and said in a neutral tone, don't butt in. Gu Jingyang pursed her lips and rolled her eyes. Zhong Milan asked again, "Are you and Jingyan using contraception?" Xiao Ruoxing. "You're asking so directly, without any subtlety?" She took a deep breath and honestly said, "No. It's true that she isn't." Gu Jingyan calculates her ovulation period clearly, and avoids the ovulation day every time, so even if they don't use contraception, it's impossible for her to get pregnant. Zhong Milan sighed, "I was being too hasty." Xiao Ruoxing was about to let out a sigh of relief when she saw Zhong Milan ask Gu Jingyang to carry up and open a small box on the floor. Inside was a neatly arranged row of canned black coffee-colored liquids. Zhong Milan unscrewed a bottle and pushed it in front of her. Instantly, a strange smell mixed with Chinese medicine hit her face. The fear of being dominated by the baby-making soup came flooding back, and Xiao Ruoxing felt her stomach churn. She wanted to vomit. "A friend of mine introduced me to a specialist in Hong Kong. Her daughter was as infertile as you, but after half a year of treatment with this doctor, she got pregnant with twins. Jingyang happened to be in Hong Kong this time, so I asked her to go there for me. I told her your situation, and the doctor adjusted the prescription a bit. This is a newly formulated medicine, which is more effective than before. I had someone prepare it for you. Take it every day on time. When you finish it, I'll have someone send a new one over." Xiao Ruoxing. "Mom, I don't think this medicine is doing much good. I've been taking it for over a year, and during my previous physical, the doctor said I was in pretty good health." She really wanted to say, "Why don't you give this medicine to your son to drink? The issue is with him." Gu Jingyang sneered, "If you're in such good health, how come you can't get pregnant? With my brother's physical fitness, someone else would have had 2 kids by now. I really don't know why he married you, you're just a burden to him, and you can't even get pregnant." Xiao Ruoxing's face fell, and she gave her a cold look. Gu Jingyang looked defiant, knowing that she wouldn't dare argue back. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ruoxing suddenly said, "It's better to not be able to get pregnant than to get pregnant but have an abortion." Gu Jingyang's face changed. "What are you talking about?" "Nothing," Xiao Ruoxing shrugged, and she had just been to the hospital for a checkup and saw many young girls having abortions, so she felt moved to say that. Gu Jingyang stared at her, his eyes full of fear and surprise, mixed with a hint of doubt. End of chapter. Many books are no longer easy to find, so cherish what you can. Chapter 11. Are you a dog? Zhong Milan was even more obsessed with the idea that Xiao Ruoxing was pregnant, and she didn't notice her daughter's unusual behavior. She frowned and said, "She in blood deficiency, cold body, and weak uterus, how can these be detected in a physical examination? If you don't cure these problems, it will be difficult to keep the baby even if you get pregnant." Xiao Ruoxing shut up. Zhong Milan thought she had heard her out and said, "The second wife has been getting close to the mayor's daughter recently. If this marriage goes through, the second wife will get pregnant before you, and then Gu Jingyan will be in a very difficult situation in the company in the future. After all, the old lady attaches great importance to the eldest son and grandson. What the hell does she care? She's getting a divorce, so why should she care if Gu Jingyan has a hard time? Besides, she doesn't feel that Gu Jingyan is in a hurry. He doesn't want a child at all." "Oh, that's right, he doesn't want a child with her. Your mother has been in a coma for so many years with no sign of waking up, and your father is still under 50, so young that he might remarry in the future. But the child is your own, and will be your support in the future. Ruoxing, people have to plan for themselves." Xiao Ruoxing of course was not naive enough to think that Zhong Milan was thinking about her own interests. Everyone in the Gu family had their own agenda, and she was just a pawn in the midst of it all. "I understand, Mom." She nodded her head in agreement, just as she had done before, her eyes downcast, a look of weakness and meekness. Zhong Milan didn't say anything more, just urging her to drink her medicine first. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Xiao Ruoxing could only grit her teeth and take it, gulping it down in one go while holding her breath. This scene was a total waste of time. The divorce settlement should be 40/60ths at the very least. She finished the medicine and in a moment, Gu Jingyan came in. Zhong Milan had achieved her goal, so there was no point in continuing the meal. She got up and said, "I have an afternoon mahjong session with Mrs. Li, and it's almost time. You guys continue eating." Gu Jingyan quickly got up and said, "I've made plans to go shopping with friends. Mom, you can walk me out." The two escorted them to the door, and before leaving, Zhong Milan did not forget to remind Xiao Ruoxing, "Ruoxing, remember to take your things with you, remember what I said." Xiao Ruoxing nodded. After seeing them off, Gu Jingyan turned to her and asked, "What did Mom tell you?" Nothing. The pill was rolling around in her stomach, and Xiao Ruoxing could no longer hold back the nausea in her stomach. As soon as she finished speaking, she started dry heaving with a white face. Gu Jingyan frowned, grabbed her wrist, and dragged her to the bathroom. In the bathroom, she vomited most of the medicine she had swallowed. She felt better after vomiting, and when she got up to wash her hands, she saw Gu Jingyan in the mirror. He was standing behind her, staring at her with a thoughtful expression. At the thought that she looked so disheveled because of him, Xiao Ruoxing was infuriated. She curled her lips in mockery. President Gu, do you have a habit of watching other people go to the bathroom? Gu Jingyan looked up at her and said indifferently, not particularly, but if you want, I can cooperate. After all, it's not the first time. Xiao Ruoxing. She inevitably thought of last year's Qixi festival. She was drunk and in the middle of the night, she insisted on Gu Jingyan taking her to the bathroom, and in the end, she even let him help her pull up her pants. She had never done anything embarrassing in her life, but Gu Jingyan had remembered it. What kind of dog is he anyway? Seeing that she hadn't moved for a long time, Gu Jingyan added with a composed expression, do you want me to help you take it off? Xiao Ruoxing glanced at him and said, Mr. Gu, it seems we are not in a relationship where we can say intimate things to each other. Gu Jingyan tugged at the corner of his lips and suddenly leaned in towards her. Xiao Ruoxing subconsciously backed away, but there was nowhere to go, and her lower back directly hit the sink. She was trapped between the sink and Gu Jingyan, surrounded by his smell, overbearing and brutal. What are you doing? She pressed against his chest to stop him from leaning in further. Gu Jingyan's eyes lingered on her lips for a second, before finally meeting her eyes, his voice low and magnetic. It seems like you started it, didn't you? It was all flirtatious nicknames and feeding her food, wasn't that your way of seducing me? Xiao Ruoxing? Damn it! Who gave him the confidence? Gu, I think you've misunderstood. Xiao Ruoxing's eyes widened, and her lips were dry and soft. Gu Jingyan kissed her. This was the first time Gu Jingyan had taken the initiative to kiss her. In the past, she had always taken the initiative in every kiss, and Gu Jingyan would only cooperate when she was aroused to the point of impatience. It seemed that he had never had the desire to take the initiative to kiss her and possess her, but he would do so with Yao Kersen. Even when he was feverish and not in his right mind, he would unconsciously call out Kersen's name. Thinking about this, all of his touches suddenly became unbearable. She suddenly bit down fiercely, and even though Gu Jingyan dodged in time, he still got his lip bitten. There was a rusty taste in his mouth, and Gu Jingyan frowned and let her go. Are you a dog? Xiao Ruoxing gritted her teeth. If she were a dog, she would bite him to death first. Gu Jingyan wanted to say something else, but his phone rang again. He picked it up and frowned. He turned to Xiao Ruoxing and said, go wait in the car for me. Then he took the phone and went out. Xiao Ruoxing saw the note on his caller ID'd baby. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with a tissue expressionlessly. She looked pitiful and miserable in the mirror, her face pale. Xiao Ruoxing had wanted to be a little more stubborn and take a taxi by herself, but as soon as she came out, she was freezing. When she arrived, it was still sunny, but now she couldn't find the sun anymore, and the wind was blowing hard. Xiao Ruoxing was wearing thin clothes, and her hands and feet were already cold after walking such a short distance. The restaurant that Zhong Milan chose was in a newly developed area, and it was not easy to hail a taxi here. So after only 3 seconds of hesitation, she got into the car of her own accord. Gu Jingyan got into the car about 10 minutes later. I don't know if it was a side effect of the medicine Zhong Milan gave her, but after she threw up, she didn't feel very energetic. Not long after the car started, she dozed off and closed her eyes. Just as she was about to fall asleep, suddenly a heavy object was thrown into her arms, which immediately woke her up. She angrily wanted to ask Gu Jingyan if he was sick, but then she saw the box in her arms and reached out to open it. Inside was an Hermes crocodile skin bag, platinum model. If she remembered correctly, the official price was 2.1 million, but the goods were very rare, and it might be worth more than 3 million in her hands. What is Gu Jingyan doing? Xiao Ruoxing looked at him inexplicably. What does he mean? Gu Jingyan glanced at her impatiently. It was a gift from a client. I can't use it. Lin Shu? The end of this chapter. Many books are already hard to find, so cherish what you can. Chapter 12, Will You Ever Stop? Mr. Gu, can we be more honest? Gu Jingyan talks about billions of dollars in business, and it's not surprising that his partners would send him expensive luxury items. Last year someone gave him a pair of cat's eye ear pendants, which were also not cheap. When Gu Jingyan threw them at her, she was quite happy, so much so that she lost them when she went to a party later. She was so upset that she couldn't eat for several days, and Gu Jingyan mocked her for being unpromising. What he didn't know was that she cared so much only because he had given it to her. Now that she thought about it, to Gu Jingyan, it was just a useless thing that someone had given him, and he had casually thrown it to her without any thought or care. Xiao Ruoxing covered the box and shoved the things at him, saying, "Let's divide it when we settle the property during the divorce, so I don't have to get it back." Lin Shu. Gu Jingyan's face instantly sank, and Xiao Ruoxing. "Are you done? Who do you think you are to mention divorce to me? Who do you think you are to settle property with me? Everything you have, from food to clothing, have I not given you? Can you adapt to life without this kind of comfortable life after the divorce? You even have issues with survival." Xiao Ruoxing's fingers trembled. Every time she thought she had become immune to Gu Jingyan's words, he would stab her in the heart again, making her aware of how worthless she was in his eyes. Seeing that she hadn't spoken for a long time, Gu Jingyan's tone also subsided a little, and he said coldly, "If you admit your fault, I'll pretend that nothing happened before, and you can still be Mrs. Gu. I'll give you whatever you want." Mr. Gu was so generous. Before Gu Jingyan could finish speaking, Xiao Ruoxing interrupted with a derisive laugh. "Do I have to cry and be grateful to you?" Gu Jingyan frowned. "I'm giving you a chance, so don't be so moody. I thank President Gu for his generosity in giving me this opportunity, but I'm not worthy of it. You'd better save it for someone who needs it." Gu Jingyan's anger was aroused. "Xiao Ruoxing, I have indulged you time and time again. Just stop when you've had enough, don't push your luck. I'm exactly the kind of person who will take advantage of every opportunity. Gu Jingyan, why don't we make a bet?" Xiao Ruoxing looked him straight in the eyes, with an unprecedented calmness in her gaze. "Let's see if I can survive after we divorce." "Fine," Gu Jingyan laughed in anger. "I'll see how you drown in the quagmire without me." "Lin Shu, stop the car." Lin Shu's hands trembled as he quickly pulled over to the side of the road. "Get out of the car." Gu Jingyan's voice was cold and ruthless. Xiao Ruoxing glanced at the wind-scorched, lifeless and uninhabited road, and her heart sank. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Lin Shu whispered, "President Gu, it's not easy to hail a cab in this area. Let's wait until we get to the city." Gu Jingyan sneered. "Isn't she trying to show me that she can't live without me? I'll give her that chance. If she can't even walk this short distance, she's not worthy of talking about ability." Xiao Ruoxing's pride took an unprecedented blow. Nothing is more humiliating than someone you like looking down on you. She didn't say another word, unbuckled her seatbelt, opened the car door, and before getting out, looked back at Gu Jingyan and asked, "When do we do the paperwork?" Gu Jingyan stared at her with eyes that seemed to be about to burst into flames. After a few seconds, he said coldly, 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. "See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, then." Xiao Ruoxing got out of the car after saying that, walked along the green belt, and headed into the distance. Without looking back or begging him, she took every step with an unwavering determination. Gu Jingyan's face was tight with anger, and his fingers tightened a little. "Start the car." Lin Shu tried to persuade him, "Mr. Gu, this area is still under construction, the roads are not well monitored, and it is not safe for your wife to go alone." Gu Jingyan interrupted him, his voice cold, "Start the car. Don't make me repeat myself." Lin Shu had to shut up. Xiao Ruoxing walked for 100 meters, and heard the sound of the car's engine starting behind her, followed by a thud as something hit the ground, and then Gu Jingyan's car passed by, quickly disappearing from view. She turned her head and saw that the bag that Gu Jingyan had just stuffed into her car had been thrown onto the road, and the bag had fallen out and bounced out a long way. She paused, then continued walking, but after less than 10 meters, she gritted her teeth and turned back. A bag worth 3 million yuan, just thrown away. Is Gu Jingyan out of his mind? She picked up the bag and looked inside and out. Fortunately, apart from being a little dusty, there was no damage. Is it appropriate to just pick it up and take it back? But this was thrown away by Gu Jingyan, so it should be okay, right? The customers gave it to him, so it's considered their marital property, right? Then she should get half of it, and it makes sense for her to take it away. At worst, she can sell it and give Gu Jingyan half of the money. Thinking about this, I suddenly felt that my actions were reasonable and well-founded, so I took it away with a clear conscience. Many books are difficult to find nowadays, so cherish what you have. Chapter 13. Do you think she is alive? Xiao Ruoxing turned off the hairdryer, combed her semi-dry hair, and teased, "You shouldn't have studied screenwriting back then, acting is more suitable for you." Tang Xiaoxiao carefully touched the bag, gritted her teeth, and said, "I'll sleep with it tonight, I want to dream of being a rich woman." "You are welcome, but take some nice photos of it for me before you go to sleep." Tang Xiaoxiao turned her head and asked, "Why take photos? To post on WeChat moments? Are you trying to make those rich wives mad?" "No," Xiao Ruoxing sat down and said, "I want to sell it." "Ha? I'm going through the paperwork with Gu Jingyan tomorrow, and I want to buy a house after the divorce, preferably one that's close to Nanshan Hospital, nicely decorated, and ready to move in, so it's convenient for taking care of my mom. I've looked at the houses in the area before, and the ones that meet my requirements, the prices were quite high, and with the little money I have, I basically won't have anything left after buying a house. Plus, I was informed by the function site today that I failed the audition, so after the divorce, I will be very short of money. This package is not as practical as cash for me." Failed the audition? Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't believe it. At the beginning, they had already finalized it, except that the contract wasn't ready, and they asked you to come back in a few days to sign the contract. What is this now? I also asked why they suddenly said it didn't fit, and the response I got was that one of their bosses didn't like my voice, probably because it was too mature. Bullshit. Some asshole must have pulled some strings. Otherwise, why would they suddenly change their mind about something that was agreed upon? Do you know who they signed the contract with? I'll make that guy pay. Forget it, the contract wasn't signed in the first place, and there was no recording of the verbal agreement, so I'll just chalk it up to bad luck. Tang Xiaoxiao was still indignant, cursing the backdoor man in Gu Jingyan. You're just too soft-hearted. If it were me, I would find evidence of his infidelity. Even if I can't make him leave with nothing, I'll make him pay dearly. Just divide it however you like. Xiao Ruoxing hung her head, not caring anymore. Gu Jingyan's words today, and the way he left her on the road, had made her realize the reality completely. She now just wanted to get a divorce quickly and end the relationship once and for all. Tang Xiaoxiao didn't know how to comfort her either, so in the end she gave her a hug. I have plenty of handsome and rich guy resources in my hands, sister, I'll definitely pick the best one for you, and I'll be mad at that son of a bitch Gu Jingyan. Xiao Ruoxing couldn't help but laugh and cry. Let's just make money first. After I make money, I'll pick the one I like, and I won't let anyone choose for me again. The next morning, Xiao Ruoxing got up very late. She didn't know if it was because she had gotten caught in the rain the day before, but her head felt a little dizzy when she woke up in the morning. She looked at herself in the mirror for a long time before she remembered that today was the day of her divorce, so she started to get dressed up. When she and Gu Jingyan got married, it was in a great hurry. She remembered that it was the week before her graduation defense, and she stayed up all night revising her thesis. She finally went to bed at dawn, but she only got 2 hours of sleep before she was awakened by Gu Jingyan's phone call. Before that day, Gu Jingyan had only met her 3 times, and his phone call came as a complete surprise, so much so that she wasn't even a little bit prepared for it. Amid the half-asleep roommates grumbling, she ran to wash her hands to answer the phone. Are you free? In fact, Gu Jingyan's voice was very cold, but at that time, she was probably infatuated, so she thought that voice was so beautiful, and whispered back, yes. Then I'll pick you up. Her heart was beating fast, and she stuttered, go? Where? Gu Jingyan seemed to be driving, and she heard the sound of the engine. Then she heard him say, get the certificate. She was actually in a daze all day, obediently wearing a white shirt as he had asked, afraid that he would change his mind if he had to wait. She didn't even bother putting on makeup, and followed him to get the certificate. The certificate was collected casually, the photos were taken casually, and Gu Jingyan didn't even smile on the marriage certificate. Only she was happy like a fool. It started casually, and it couldn't end casually. She pursed her lips in the mirror, and the bright red lipstick made her look bright and charming. Leaving decently would also be a way to put an end to this love that had come to nothing. At 2:30 p.m., on her way to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Xiao Ruoxing suddenly received a phone call from Nanshan Hospital. Her mother had suffered cardiac arrest. Xiao Ruoxing's heart sank, and she immediately turned around and drove to Nanshan Hospital. When she arrived, her mother was still being resuscitated in the emergency room. The medical staff handed her a death certificate, and she signed her name with trembling hands. Over the years, she has signed countless death certificates. After each signature, she feels like a drowning person, unable to catch her breath, not knowing which one will be the last one she signs. After signing, she is dazed and half asleep, and it takes her a while to remember to call Xiao Xuxing. Dad, my mom's not doing well, come to the hospital. Her tone is calm, but her voice is shaking. Xiao Xuxing is a bit noisy, and I'm in the middle of a very important meeting and can't leave for the time being. Xiao Ruoxing clenched her hands. The doctor said that there was a high chance that she would not survive, and that this might be the last time they saw each other. The doctor had been saying that for 6 years, and you never gave up hope. Do you think she is still alive? Xiao Ruoxing's eyes were red. So what do you mean? Xiao Ruoxing said perfunctorily, and then hung up the phone without waiting for Xiao Ruoxing to respond. She squatted on the ground, suddenly feeling disheartened. She looked away from the operating room and tears fell without warning. The phone in her hand rang. It was Gu Jingyan calling. She suddenly felt like she had grabbed a straw to save her life, and holding the phone, she pressed the answer button. Gu Jingyan, my mother, might not make it. Xiao Ruoxing, do you think it's funny to play with me? Aren't you going through the divorce process? Where are you? End of chapter. Many books are already difficult to find, so cherish them while you can. Chapter 14, What the hell do you want? Xiao Ruoxing wanted to say something, but all the words got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say a word. Right, how could Gu Jingyan be her support? Xiao Ruoxing? Gu Jingyan raised his voice. The strange silence on the other end made him inexplicably disturbed. For several seconds, Xiao Ruoxing's voice came through, I have something to do today, can we do this another time? Gu Jingyan sneered, another time? Xiao Ruoxing, do you think I'm as idle as you? You're the one who keeps saying you want a divorce, and you're the one who disappears at critical times. What do you really want? Xiao Ruoxing's face turned pale, and her voice was hoarse as she said, I really have something to do today, I can't get away, so you see when you're free, you set the time, I'll definitely be there on time. I don't have time to mess around with you. With these cold words, Gu Jingyan hung up the phone. Xiao Ruoxing clutched the phone for a long time before she laughed at herself. Every time, when she needed Gu Jingyan the most, he was never there. After her hopes had been dashed for so long, she suddenly stopped expecting anything. She sat alone in the silent waiting room for a long hour, until the nurse came to inform her that she was being transferred to another ward. Did she suddenly come to her senses? Hiyuru was rescued with a narrow escape, but the doctor told Xiao Ruoxing that her mother's body functions in various parts of her body had begun to show obvious signs of decline, which was not a good sign, so she should prepare herself mentally. Xiao Ruoxing thanked him, sent the doctor away, and asked the nurse to help her fill a basin with hot water. When she saw her getting the towel, the nurse quickly said, Miss Xiao, let me do it. It's fine, I'll do it myself. Go rest, sis, I'll call you if I need you. Seeing her say so, the caregiver also went out. Xiao Ruoxing wrung out the towel and sat by the bed to wipe Hiyuru's body. It had been 6 years since the accident, and Hiyuru had been in this state in the hospital bed for 6 years. Almost all of her muscles had atrophied, and her body in the hospital bed was as withered as a dried-up plant. She could only maintain her life with nutrient solutions every day, and even so, her body continued to weaken day after day. Maybe one day she will open her eyes and she will never see her again. People are really strange. When she was a child, Hiyuru was actually not very nice to her. She was a strict mother who was very strict with herself. Her child was more like a work of art that she had carefully crafted, and motherly love was only a byproduct of her fulfilling her expectations. But children's dependence on their mothers seems to be innate. Even the scant and demanding maternal love is something she cannot give up. Even if Hiyuru had just lain there for the rest of her life, she would not have been so afraid to walk in the world. Fortunately, she was still alive. She carefully wiped her upper body again, and she could only turn over and ask the nurse for help. After all this, she was also sweating profusely. The bathroom in Hiyuru's ward only supplies hot water after 8 p.m. The nurse said there was a public bathroom downstairs, which was reserved for companions, and she could go there to wash up. She also lent her a set of clothes. Xiao Ruoxing thanked her and took the toiletries to the public bathroom the nurse had mentioned. It was dinner time at the hospital, so there were basically no people in the bathroom. After taking a shower, she felt much fresher and her headache had eased. It had turned gray outside and it was already 7:30. The temperature was high during the day, and the evening breeze was still warm. Instead of hurrying back, Xiao Ruoxing went to the second-floor balcony to catch some breeze. In addition to private messages on Weibo, her phone only had a WeChat message from Tang Xiaoxiao asking where she was and why she wasn't back yet. Xiao Ruoxing replied to her, at my mom's. Tang Xiaoxiao quickly replied, "How's auntie?" Same old story. Same old story was good news. Maybe someday a miracle would happen and auntie would wake up. Hearing her words of comfort, Xiao Ruoxing felt better. She replied, "I'll take your words for good luck. You go to bed first, I'll probably be back a little later." "Okay, call me if anything happens." Xiao Ruoxing sent her a love you emoji. Click. The surroundings lit up for a moment, and Xiao Ruoxing turned her head sharply. A few meters away from her, a well-looking man was holding a mobile phone, with the camera facing her and his eyes fixed on her. When he saw her turn her head, the man seemed to flinch for a moment and smiled sheepishly. Xiao Ruoxing pursed her lips, got up, walked over to the man, snatched his phone away from him, and said coldly, "Did anyone tell you that taking pictures of strangers without their permission is a violation of portrait rights? What's the password?" The man was taken aback, and seemed to find it a little funny, but he still reported a string of numbers, 0712. After Xiao Ruoxing unlocked the screen, she found that there was only one photo on it, a night view of the building below, and there was no photo of her. From the moment the flash went off to the moment she rushed over to grab the phone, it was only a matter of seconds. The only explanation was that the other person hadn't been taking a picture of her. Xiao Ruoxing. A scene from a large-scale social death. How was she going to make amends? Just as she was pondering how to salvage her just now aggressive image, the other person spoke up, saying, "I'm sorry, I just thought the view downstairs was beautiful and it gave you the wrong idea." Xiao Ruoxing hurriedly went down the stairs, "And it was I who should say sorry, I was too sensitive, I'm so sorry." She handed the phone to the other person, "And you took some nice photos, are you a photographer?" The man laughed and said, "No, it's just a hobby." "I can see that you're sensitive to flash photography, has something happened before?" Xiao Ruoxing is not someone who can strike up a conversation with strangers, but the man's voice was gentle and pleasant, and for some reason it made people feel close to him, and she couldn't help but say a few more words. "It wasn't really a big deal, but I was once photographed by a street photography team, and they posted the photos online without processing them, which caused me a lot of trouble, so I'm more sensitive to this kind of thing." No wonder. Mo Mingxian smiled, "You're photogenic, I can probably understand the photographer's lack of desire to process the photos, of course, it's illegal. Being praised makes people feel good, not to mention such a high IQ compliment," and Xiao Ruoxing's mood improved a lot. She was about to speak when the nurse called. She didn't know what was said, but Xiao Ruoxing's eyes lit up a little. She hung up the phone and quickly said to the man, "Thank you." She grabbed her clothes and ran out like the wind. Mo Mingxian was stunned in place, and then he laughed again. When he returned to the ward, Shen Qingchuan was asking the nurse to be gentle. When he saw Mo Mingxian enter, he said, "I thought you'd left me here and run away. When you left, I broke my leg, and now you're back, I've got glass in my hand. Do you think you're jinxed?" Mo Mingxian patted his shoulder and said, "You've got a really good injury on your hand today." Shen Qingchuan. End of chapter. Many books are hard to find anymore, so cherish what you can. Chapter 15. No wonder your wife is divorcing you. Is there something wrong with you? Mo Mingxuan's smile never disappeared since he came in. Shen Qingchuan has known him for so many years, and this person has always been a steady and composed look since he was young. This is the first time he has seen such a silly look on him, and it feels strange and creepy. Mo Mingxian leaned against the table next to him and said with a crooked smile that he just ran into a girl on the rooftop. "Ha! She thought I was taking pictures of her, snatched my phone, and scolded me." Shen Qingchuan narrowed his eyes. "Why do I feel like you're quite happy about it? Are you interested in her?" Mo Mingxian just smiled. Shen Qingchuan couldn't help but become curious. He, Gu Jingyan, and Mo Mingxian were childhood friends. The Shen family was slightly weaker, while the Mo and Gu families were almost equal in Jiangcheng. Like Gu Jingyan, Mo Mingxian was an only child and had been raised as the successor from a young age. However, a few years ago, Mo Mingxian fell ill and spent more than 2 years recovering. After that, his parents seemed to have let go and stopped pushing him so hard, allowing him to do whatever he wanted and be happy. Over the years, he has studied music, painting, skiing, and racing. He is interested in so many things, but he avoids women like the plague. His private life is as clean as a piece of white paper, which made Shen Qingchuan doubt for a while whether the boy had an issue with his sexual orientation. So now that he heard that he was interested in a woman, where could he suppress his curiosity? "Do you think that woman is good-looking?" Mo Mingxian recalled the way he had just seen Xiao Ruoxing. Her long hair was half dry, draped over her shoulders, and she looked into the distance with her eyes slightly raised. Even in the dim light, it was clear that her skin was as white as snow and her eyebrows and eyes were like pictures. She was someone who made people feel amazing even when she was just wearing makeup. Of course, he felt that the way she snatched the phone from him was even more vivid. Very pretty. What's her name? Didn't she want a WeChat ID? He didn't have time to ask, and Mo Mingxian felt a little regretful. She seemed to have family members hospitalized here, and she hurriedly left after answering a phone call. Shen Xingchuan was speechless, as if he had been talking for nothing. Not long after he finished talking, his phone rang. As soon as he answered, he heard Gu Jingyan's cold voice, "Are you dead?" Shen Xingchuan was used to this. Dead? Come collect my corpse quickly. Cut the crap, hurry up and get out. When they came out of Nanshan Hospital, Gu Jingyan's car was waiting across the street, the engine still running. When they got in, they realized that Gu Jingyan had driven himself. Where's Lin Shu? He's off work. Shen Xingchuan found this strange. If you're his assistant, you're not supposed to have time off, aren't you supposed to be on call 24/7? Gu Jingyan was too tired to deal with this mouthy guy, glanced at his bandaged hand, and asked Mo Mingxian, "Are you okay?" Mo Mingxian smiled and said, "I'm fine, thanks to Qingchuan blocking the blow for me, otherwise I think I would have been in trouble too." They were also a bit unlucky. When they left the hotel, the glass door shattered as soon as they pushed it open. Fortunately, they were able to dodge in time and only cut Shen Xingchuan's hand. Gu Jingyan started the car, thinking that he was trying to pull you in to protect you from harm, but the prediction failed. Shen Xingchuan's mouth twitched. With a mind as dark as yours, it's no wonder your wife is divorcing you. Divorce? How? Mo Mingxian was a little curious. When Gu Jingyan got married, he didn't come back in time for the ceremony because he was being treated for an illness. Over the years, he has been abroad most of the time, and he has never met Gu Jingyan's wife once. However, he has heard Shen Xingchuan and others describe her as a good-looking but rather dull woman. At the time, those immoral guys were still betting in the group that Gu Jingyan would get a divorce in less than 3 months. As a result, 3 months turned into 3 years. He had thought that the two had stabilized their relationship, but he never expected to hear that they were getting a divorce as soon as he returned. And from what Shen Xingchuan said, it seemed that Gu Jingyan's wife had initiated the divorce, which made him even more curious. Speaking of which, Shen Xingchuan's wound didn't even hurt anymore. He said with interest, "I'll tell you, just the other day, the two of us ran into his wife at the company. He thought someone was following her, but she didn't even pay him any mind, and she gave him a scolding before walking away." He still had the nerve to say something like the couple was just arguing. Gu Jingyan's face turned black, and he snapped, "Shut your damn mouth." Shen Xingchuan let out a sound of disgust, and even after being dumped, he still can't let people talk about it. Gu Jingyan's forehead vein pulsed. Mo Mingxian patted Shen Xingchuan on the leg, and the latter, seeing that it was a good opportunity to stop, changed the subject in due course. "By the way, Jingyan has a stake in Nanshan Hospital, so he can ask someone to look into the girl's information." What girl did Gu Jingyan ask about? Shen Xingchuan added fuel to the fire and said a bit about what had happened at the hospital just now. Gu Jingyan's reaction was the same as Shen Xingchuan's. He was very surprised but didn't refuse, asking in detail what she looked like. Shen Xingchuan teased, "Anyway, from what he described, I'm afraid she's not a fairy." Mo Mingxian also laughed. She was quite ethereal, just a bit impatient, and quite cute. Gu Jingyan pondered for a moment and said, "Are there any other distinguishing features? I'll give you a call later and ask around for you." Mo Mingxian shook his head and said, "No need. I don't think she'll be happy if she knows I've been checking up on her, given her temper. Just let it be. If there's a connection, we might meet again." Shen Xingchuan raised an eyebrow. "You met her once and already know her temper?" She's the type of person who would dare to snatch someone's phone if she suspects they're being secretly filmed. With a personality like that, she probably hates being investigated in private. Gu Jingyan agreed, and said that we should just let nature take its course. Trying to be too deliberate might backfire. Shen Xingchuan shouted, "You two have a wife who is getting a divorce and a single mother, and here you are discussing the minds of women. Don't you think it's funny? I'm such an experienced lover, and you're not even thinking of consulting me?" Gu Jingyan simply didn't bother looking at him this time. Mo Mingxian glanced at him and saw that the other person had an expression that said, "Ask me quickly." He hesitated for a moment and said, "Honestly, if you could read women, would you have been broken up with more than 10 times? You don't need that kind of failure experience." Shen Xingchuan. Xiao Ruoxing ran back to the ward panting. The doctor was examining He Yuru. She let out a breath, stood still, and watched intently, afraid that she would miss a single moment. While examining, the doctor asked the nurse, "Are you sure you just saw the patient's eye move?" The nurse hurriedly nodded, saying that just now when the nurse came to change the medicine, I saw her eye move and wrote it down. The nurse also saw it, so you can ask her. The nurse said that it seemed to move, but it was too short a time, and I'm not sure if I saw it wrong. Xiao Ruoxing was anxious, so after the doctor finished his examination, he hurriedly asked, "Dr. Zhao, is my mother going to wake up?" Dr. Zhao shook his head, not yet sure. Just one eye movement does not mean much, and he needs to continue observing. If the patient shows more frequent eye movements, or can clearly be observed shaking their head a little, that may be a sign of waking up. End of chapter. Many books are already hard to find, so cherish what you can. Chapter 16, it's obvious that she doesn't want to see her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruoxing's hopes, which had just risen, immediately fell back. She asked softly, "So it's just a coincidence?" The doctor reassured her, "It's not necessarily a coincidence. Eye movement is a good sign, but it's just too early to draw a conclusion. After all, she's been in a coma for too long. We can observe her for a while longer, and let us know if anything happens." Xiao Ruoxing nodded and said, "Thank you." After the doctor left, Xiao Ruoxing sat by the bed and watched her for a long time. Before leaving, she slipped the caregiver a red envelope, but the latter refused to accept it, saying that she should take it. "Sister, I don't usually come here, so I rely on you to take care of her here. If you don't take it, I won't be able to let it go. In the future, if there is anything going on with my mother, you must notify me in a timely manner." Of course, that's my job. With that said, the caregiver couldn't refuse anymore. When she arrived at the apartment in the evening, Tang Xiaoxiao was still awake, holding Shui-kun in her arms. The TV was on next to them, showing a variety show called The Voice of Film and Television. "You're back." Xiao Ruoxing nodded, sat down, and sank into the soft sofa. Her nerves, which had been on edge all day, eased slightly. "Why do you look like that? How's Auntie?" "She's fine for now." Xiao Ruoxing sighed. The marriage didn't end. What did I expect? Tang Xiaoxiao popped a cherry into her mouth and said, "If you can't get a divorce, just make another appointment some other time." Xiao Ruoxing wasn't as optimistic as she was. From the tone of Gu Jingyan's phone call that afternoon, she guessed that he probably thought she had deliberately stood him up, and even thought that this was another one of her games of playing hard to get. She sent Gu Jingyan a message asking if he was free tomorrow. Gu Jingyan ignored her, probably pretending not to see it even though he had seen it. She was still thinking about how to ask Gu Jingyan out when Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly said, "Oh, by the way, those 2 boxes of white truffles you have in the fridge, when are you going to give them to me? I'm afraid they'll go bad." Xiao Ruoxing slapped himself on the forehead. "How could I have forgotten that? I was just thinking of an excuse, and here it comes." Gu Jingyan promised her herself, he won't renege on his promise and avoid seeing her, right? "Oh, come on. The Voice of Film and Television is going to invite Yao Kersen?" Tang Xiaoxiao looked at the news in the group with disgust. The production team must be crazy. She dared to step on the hype of a major traffic accident. Doesn't the internet have a memory? The Voice of Film and Television is a very popular variety show in recent years. Because of its huge traffic, it is also a place where these film crews like to gather for publicity. It's really enough to turn one's stomach to see someone you don't like on a show you like. Tang Xiaoxiao was not convinced and said, "It must be fake. Let me see who broke the news." At this point, Xiao Ruoxing, who had never been interested in variety shows, suddenly spoke up, saying, "It's probably true." Tang Xiaoxiao turned her head and asked, "How do you know?" Xiao Ruoxing looked at her and said, "A few days ago, the show's official Weibo account sent me a private message in the background, asking if I wanted to participate." Tang Xiaoxiao. "They invited you to participate?" Xiao Ruoxing nodded, "But I haven't responded yet." Tang Xiaoxiao. "Why don't you reply and just say yes? What's there to hesitate about?" Xiao Ruoxing pursed her lips. Tang Xiaoxiao was taken aback. "Are you afraid of being on the same stage as Yao Kersen?" Xiao Ruoxing said, "It's not that I'm afraid, I just feel a bit disgusted and want to avoid contact with her." It's normal to feel disgusted. Who wouldn't feel disgusted when they see a mistress? But think about it, if you go, she's the one who'll be crushed. Doesn't she brag about her beauty every day? This time, let the audience see what real beauty really looks like. When the show airs, she'll be so mad she'll die. Just thinking about it makes me feel so good. This show is so popular, maybe one of the directors will take a liking to you and give you the lead role, and you'll become an instant star. Xiao Ruoxing couldn't help but laugh and cry. Everything you say seems so simple. That's because I have confidence in you. I'm counting on you to live in the countryside with me. Hurry up and say yes. Xiao Ruoxing sighed. I'll think about it. The recording isn't until next month, so it's still early. Early the next morning, Xiao Ruoxing took her things and went to Jiangsheng Group to find someone. She had been married to Gu Jingyan for more than 3 years, but she had never been inside this building once. She never imagined that her first visit would be for the purpose of getting a divorce. Xiao Ruoxing straightened her clothes, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. Jiangsheng Group is a leading enterprise in Jiangcheng. The building is located in the most prosperous area of Jiangcheng. Its technological appearance has become a famous landmark in Jiangcheng. The interior of the building is even more magnificent, with a ceiling so bright that it can make a shadow. She suppressed her curiosity and walked straight to the reception desk. Hello, may I ask how to get to the general manager's office? The receptionist was a young, fair-skinned guy with a pleasant voice. Do you have an appointment? Xiao Ruoxing shook her head. I'm sorry, the general manager will not see you without an appointment. Xiao Ruoxing said, just give him a call and say Xiao Ruoxing is looking for him. The young man at the reception desk, seeing that she was well dressed, had good manners, and was very pretty, wasn't sure whether she was telling the truth, so he called to confirm. After a few seconds, the line was disconnected, and the young man politely told her, sorry, Mr. Gu says he doesn't know anyone called Xiao Ruoxing. Xiao Ruoxing's mouth twitched. Isn't this a clear indication that he doesn't want to see her? I'm his wife, so you call him again and tell him. The receptionist looked at her like she was crazy, as if to say, you're his wife and you can't reach him? Xiao Ruoxing opened her phone and pulled out a photo of her in Gu Jingyan, and said confidently, do you believe me now? The receptionist smiled apologetically and said, there are so many people who come here looking for Mr. Gu with a photo of the two of them that yours is considered the best. Xiao Ruoxing. I'm real. The receptionist kept his smile in check. Xiao Ruoxing took a deep breath, dialed Lin Shu's number on her phone, but there was no answer. These two, they've made a plan, haven't they? She looked up at the receptionist, who still looked like an ironclad pillar of integrity. Fine, Gu Jingyan, you forced my hand. She put on a smile that was instantly bright and charming. Okay, then I'll come back when I have another appointment. Can you take some pictures for me? I want to remember this as a souvenir. The young man couldn't refuse. After all, Jiangsheng's corporate motto is to satisfy every customer's needs. Xiao Ruoxing took off her jacket after finding a good spot. Meeting room. The marketing department manager was reporting on his work, and the phone next to Gu Jingyan vibrated twice. He glanced at it, and Xiao Ruoxing sent him a few pictures. He took a sip from his water glass, clicked open the picture, and the next second, a mouthful of water choked in his throat, the water in the glass spilled all over his hands, and he coughed awkwardly against his lips. The end of this chapter. Many books are already difficult to find, so cherish what you read. Chapter 17. Are you just going to stand there? Everyone looked over, and Gu Jingyan coughed for a long time before he finally stopped, his face ashen. No one dared to breathe, thinking that the boss was displeased with the previous statement. Gu Jingyan frowned, turned his head, whispered a few words to Lin Shu, then turned back and said lightly, continue. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, while Lin Shu left the meeting room silently. Downstairs, in the waiting room. Xiao Ruoxing sat on the sofa, bored, flipping through the magazines on the table. Behind her, there was a rush of footsteps, followed by the sound of Lin Shu's voice, Madam, why didn't you call before coming over? The receptionist who led the way was shocked. This is really President Gu's wife. Then why did President Gu say he didn't know her? No, none of that matters. The issue is that he just took those kind of photos of Mrs. Gu. The young man's face fell, and he instantly felt that his career in a Fortune 500 company was completely over. How could a married couple play around like this? Xiao Ruoxing put down the magazine and said, I called, but assistant Lin seemed too busy to hear it. Lin Shu of course knew that Xiao Ruoxing had contacted him, but since Gu had ordered him not to return, he could only pretend to be deaf and dumb. Pretending not to hear the mockery in Xiao Ruoxing's words, Lin Shu went along with the conversation, saying, I'm really sorry. I just had a meeting and left my phone in the office. It's also my fault for not explaining clearly when I left. The operator at the secretary's office is new and inevitably makes mistakes. I'm sorry, madam. This was a well-worded apology, and if she hadn't just heard Gu Jingyan say he didn't know her, she would have believed it. A nest of snakes and rats. When the two got off the elevator, Lin Shu asked his wife if she had come to the company for anything. Xiao Ruoxing mentioned the bag in her hand, saying that she had something to give to Gu Jingyan to give to his mother. Lin Shu said, "Is that all?" There was nothing else to give, but there was still a wedding to invite Gu Jingyan to. Since it had to be said in front of him, she said, "There's one more thing I want to discuss with President Gu." Lin Shu said, however, that President Gu had not yet had breakfast. Xiao Ruoxing? What does this have to do with the matter? Seeing the confusion in her eyes, Lin Shu added, "If President Gu doesn't eat breakfast, he'll be in a bad mood in the morning, and it'll be easy to have a falling out if we talk about things at this time." Xiao Ruoxing. I've heard of getting angry after waking up, but I've never heard of getting angry for not eating breakfast. What kind of problem is this? Does your company cafeteria not provide meals? President Gu has rather picky tastes and never eats in the cafeteria. Xiao Ruoxing believed this. Gu Jingyan's mouth is notoriously picky. He dislikes all kinds of spices, and won't eat anything with too much of them. If there is even the slightest bit of skin in the fried eggplant, he won't touch it. The vegetables must be cooked to the exact right doneness. Too rare or too well done is not good enough. He won't eat leftovers, and if he does, he gets diarrhea. He clearly doesn't like cilantro, but insists that it be added to the soup noodles, and then he picks out the cilantro bits one by one. Sometimes she couldn't help but complain, but fortunately Gu Jingyan would be reincarnated. If he were born into an ordinary family, he would probably be beaten to death before growing up. Thinking about this, Xiao Ruoxing said, "There are quite a few high-end restaurants downstairs. Why don't you go buy him a meal?" Lin Shu laughed. President Gu doesn't like those. He likes home-cooked food, like the bento he brought before. He quite liked it. This hint is already obvious enough. Bullshit, you can't talk about things without eating, just trying to get her in one way or another. She made Gu Jingyan a lunchbox more than a year ago. When she first married into the Gu family, she was full of Gu Jingyan. At that time, she hadn't started doing voiceovers yet, and all her time revolved around Gu Jingyan. Probably because she had watched too many brain-dead dramas, she believed that if she wanted to capture a man's heart, she had to capture his stomach first. So she practiced her cooking skills, hoping to attract Gu Jingyan's attention. Unfortunately, she really wasn't talented in the kitchen, and after a month of learning, the dishes she made were barely edible. Even so, she went to make a lunchbox for Gu Jingyan with great enthusiasm. She still remembers when she took out her most satisfying creation and let Gu Jingyan taste it. He only commented with 2 words, "It's not tasty." She was not discouraged and made another lunchbox the next day, stuffing it into Gu Jingyan's hands while he was at work, and cheekily promising that it would be delicious this time. Gu Jingyan didn't even bother to respond to her. She was worried, so when Gu Jingyan came home in the evening, she couldn't wait to ask him if it was better than yesterday's. This time, Gu Jingyan replied with 2 words, "It's still not good, so don't make it anymore." Despite his words, the lunchbox was empty, which made her secretly happy, so she worked even harder. And every time Gu Jingyan came home, he always brought an empty lunchbox. She naively thought that their marriage was a perfect match and that he had feelings for her, until she saw him throw all the bento boxes in the trash. It turned out that it was all her wishful thinking, and he didn't expose her because he wanted to save face for both of them. After that, she never cooked again, and Gu Jingyan never asked. Maybe that was just as well, because it was tiring to pretend to eat every day. She came to discuss a divorce, but he told Lin Shu to bring up the subject, humiliating her. She made excuses to avoid it, saying, "You're making this difficult for me. Come back when I'm done." He had already finished work, and where was she supposed to find him? Unexpectedly, Lin Shu had a countermeasure. He said hurriedly, "The company cafeteria has a private kitchen with all the ingredients and everything you need." Xiao Ruoxing. It was all planned out, waiting for her to take the bait. And now the situation is such that she has no choice but to take the bait, otherwise Gu Jingyan, that dog of a man, will avoid her again and the divorce will drag on forever. A few minutes later, Lin Shu took her to the private kitchen. It was much bigger than she had imagined, very clean and tidy, with all the ingredients she could possibly need. Xiao Ruoxing was anxious about the divorce and had no heart to cook, nor did she know what to cook. After staring at the ingredients for a long time, she suddenly had an idea. In 20 minutes, she had prepared a meat dish and a vegetable dish that looked quite appetizing. She took off her apron and turned to Lin Shu and said, "Assistant Lin, lead the way." Gu Jingyan's office was on the 12th floor. Lin Shu knocked on the door and whispered, "Mr. Gu, your wife has brought you lunch."
Xiao Ruoxing. Isn't this what he told her to do?
A cold voice came from inside, telling her to come in. Lin Shu let her in, placed the things on the desk, and then backed out, thoughtfully helping them close the door behind them. Xiao Ruoxing stood awkwardly, clutching her hands. Gu Jingyan's office was very large, decorated in a very minimalist style, with a full wall of floor-to-ceiling windows, which let in an extraordinary amount of light. The sunlight poured through the blinds and cast a dark, interwoven shadow on his face. Whether it was the sword-shaped eyebrows and phoenix eyes, the firm jawline or the cold lips, this face that grew on her aesthetically, no matter how many times she looked at it, she could hardly suppress the fluttering in her heart.
Are you just going to stand there? End of chapter.
Many books are already hard to find, so cherish what you can.
Chapter 18, You're overestimating your charm.
The cold voice instantly broke the fluttering sensation.
Sure enough, dog men don't deserve long mouths.
Xiao Ruoxing walked over reluctantly and whispered, "That's white truffle, you promised me before." Upon hearing this, Gu Jingyan's gaze shifted from the documents to her face. Plain and pretty, with lowered eyebrows and a submissive expression, she looked no different from before, but Gu Jingyan knew that it was all an act. Underneath this skin was no longer the obedient rabbit from before, but a wild cat that would lash out at the slightest provocation.
He leaned back in his chair, narrowing his golden eyes and looking lazy as he raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh? What did I promise?"
Xiao Ruoxing was taken aback, as if she couldn't believe that Gu Jingyan would renege on his promise. She gritted her teeth and said, "You said before that you wanted me to accompany you to welcome your sister back, and you would give this to her on my behalf."
"It seems like you did say that."
Gu Jingyan seemed to remember, and Xiao Ruoxing was about to let out a sigh of relief when she heard the guy say, "But after I thought about it, we're getting divorced, so there's no reason for me to accept such a valuable gift from the Qiao family."
Xiao Ruoxing. It's not that expensive.
Xiao Ruoxing tried to persuade him, and said that since we were breaking up peacefully, the two families could still be friends in the future, and it wouldn't be a problem to exchange gifts between friends, would it?
Gu Jingyan snorted.
We're breaking up peacefully?
It's not because the man was unable to consummate the marriage and you were dissatisfied and wanted a divorce?
Xiao Ruoxing. This joke won't work, will it? A dog man's sensitive pride is just angry that he can't do it, and he's still calculating. She was about to try to defend herself when Gu Jingyan added, "This morning, a male reproductive hospital called me and said they wanted to give me a phone consultation. They asked me what kind of functional disorder I had. As a person who experienced this, how come you didn't describe it clearly to the doctor?"
Xiao Ruoxing.
She had long since forgotten that she had called the men's hospital to make an appointment for Gu Jingyan out of anger. Why did it have to be today? How could she argue so plausibly? Xiao Ruoxing laughed dryly twice.
"Mr. Gu, can we talk about something else first?"
Gu Jingyan got up, walked around the desk, leaned against it, raised his eyelids, and looked at her with a half smile.
"Decreased desire?"
Xiao Ruoxing. Gu Jingyan raised the corner of his lips, but the smile didn't reach his eyes.
Was it still not long enough?
What was it about her that made my wife so unhappy that she had to call an expert for me?
Xiao Ruoxing, Gu, we're getting a divorce anyway, there's no point in dwelling on this, is there?
It's very necessary. Gu Jingyan glanced at her. If I don't figure this out, how can I agree with your reason for divorce? She felt that Gu Jingyan was deliberately playing with her, and he was simply holding a grudge over the previous divorce agreement.
Xiao Ruoxing took a deep breath and gave in.
If President Gu doesn't agree with that reason, let's just choose another one: personality incompatibility, absence of spousal affection, or spousal affection has broken down.
You pick one.
Gu Jingyan raised his eyes.
Broken affection? You're still sending me lunchboxes?
Xiao Ruoxing, this reason is even less convincing.
Xiao Ruoxing?
President Gu, that Bento is. Oh, and there are also private photos. Gu Jingyan clicked on his phone and waved it in front of her eyes. It was the photo she had just taken downstairs at the front desk of the Jiangxing group. She knew that if she didn't give him some dirt, Gu Jingyan wouldn't let her go upstairs. So she took off her jacket and sent him a close-up of herself wearing a form-fitting white one-shoulder dress that hugged her hips, asking if he could post it on WeChat Moments. In reality, she was threatening Gu Jingyan. If he didn't let her in, she would post the photo on WeChat Moments, which would damage the image of Jiangxing Group and be a loss of face for him. Unexpectedly, the trick she played became sending him a private photo in Gu Jingyan's mouth.
President Gu, that's not a private photo.
Gu Jingyan automatically filtered her words and looked at the photo to comment.
It really wasn't, the P's were a bit too much. I remember you only had an A, right? Xiao Ruoxing's face turned black. She's a C, okay. Who do you look down on? She gritted her teeth and said, President Gu, can we talk about some serious topics? Like when are we going to get a divorce? Gu Jingyan glanced at her and said, Xiao Ruoxing, I gave you the chance, but you didn't come. I had something to do that day. What was it? Xiao Ruoxing pursed her lips. She didn't want to tell Gu Jingyan that it was because her mother was dying. When he couldn't be her support, she didn't want to show him her vulnerability either. Maybe even if she did say it, in his eyes it would just be an excuse for her to put off getting a divorce. She was silent for a few seconds, and then spoke again. We can make another appointment, you choose the time, I'm fine with it. Gu Jingyan stared at her for a few seconds, and said lightly, I need to remind you that after the divorce, everything you have as Mrs. Gu will cease to exist. Brand-name jewelry and clothes from the new collections each season, limited edition Hermes bags, and the holiday gift box from your favorite horse club annual membership. Even so, are you still planning to get a divorce? Every time Gu Jingyan mentioned one, Xiao Ruoxing's heart ached a little more. She really didn't want to part with them. But if she thought about it, it would be terrible to spend decades in the same grave with Gu Jingyan just for these things. She said with a heavy heart, let's get a divorce. It's better to have a short pain than a long one, and you can earn all these things back in the future. Gu Jingyan's eyes darkened. When are we going to go through the formalities? She was even a little impatient. Gu Jingyan looked at her and said, I'll let you know when I'm free. When are you free? Gu Jingyan sat back in his office chair, not even bothering to look at her, and said in a cold tone, I'll let you know when I'm free. Xiao Ruoxing. What kind of answer is that? If he's always busy, will the divorce just drag on forever? So when will it be? Gu Jingyan raised his eyes, already looking a little impatient. What's your hurry? Are you afraid I won't divorce you? Xiao Ruoxing, you're overestimating your own charm. Xiao Ruoxing. She didn't say anything, did she? Dog man, what are you angry about? After Gu Jingyan said that, he completely ignored her and opened the lunchbox, eating on his own. There was a dish of fried intestines and a dish of stir-fried vegetables, with a heart-shaped sugar-filled fried egg sitting on top. That was the only kind of egg mold in the kitchen. Gu Jingyan paused for a moment, and his face looked a little better. Xiao Ruoxing also noticed this. Could it be that, as Lin Shu had said, he would be more talkative after eating breakfast? Mr. Gu? How does it taste? Gu Jingyan took a slice of fat intestine in his mouth and gave her a sideways glance. It's too sweet, is the sugar free? The end of this chapter. Many books are already hard to find, so cherish what you can. Chapter 19, she exuded a sense of inferiority. Xiao Ruoxing. There's so much sugar, why don't you plaster your mouth with it? Forget it. She endured it because she was asking for something. Xiao Ruoxing smiled apologetically, her attitude was excellent, it had been too long since she had done it, her hands were rusty, I'll pay attention next time. Gu Jingyan's face did indeed look a little better. Xiao Ruoxing took the opportunity to say, President Gu, this divorce is just like getting married, you have to pick a date. You see, the reason we two failed to make it to the end of our marriage was because the time we picked to get married was inauspicious. So we must pick the right time for the divorce, so that after we divorce, we will not be bound by the shackles of our previous marriage and can both find a good home. I looked it up, and the 21st, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, and 31st of this month are all considered lucky days. What do you think about choosing one of these days? Gu Jingyan sneered. Except for weekends, all the other days are considered lucky? Her petty schemes were nothing in front of Gu Jingyan. Xiao Ruoxing shamelessly said, there are more lucky days this month. Gu Jingyan ignored her. Not getting an answer, Xiao Ruoxing was not willing to give up and continued to press, General Manager Gu, which day do you think is suitable? Gu Jingyan was finally annoyed by her muttering in his ear, and with a dark face he said, if you say another word, you can deliver the things yourself. Xiao Ruoxing. Her gentle words finally ran out, and she said anxiously, Gu Jingyan, these are two different things. I've done everything I promised you, so why are you going back on your word? Seeing her reveal her true nature as a wildcat, Gu Jingyan's brows eased a little instead. He tapped the lunchbox next to him with his chopsticks and said, Xiao Ruoxing, you want a divorce, you want to hide it from Xiao Shuxing, and you want to maintain a relationship with the Gu family in front of him. Xiao Ruoxing was speechless by his retort. She really didn't plan to let Xiao Shuxing know about her divorce so soon. Even before Hiyuro's accident, there were already issues in Xiao Shuxing and Hiyuro's marriage, and not long after Hiyuro's accident, he had the idea of getting a divorce. However, at that time, some of the employees in important positions in the company's management had all been trained by Hiyuro, and Hiyuro also held nearly half of the company's shares. If they got divorced at that time, he was afraid that the company would be divided. Under the persuasion of the lawyer, he gave up the idea. 3 years after Hiyuro's accident, Xiao Shuxing gradually took all the shares into his own hands, and the management team was also reshuffled, replaced by his own people. He once again entertained the idea of divorce, but that year, by a strange twist of fate, she was chosen by Gu Jingyan. Xiao Shuxing was shocked when the Gu family came to the door to propose marriage. The Gu family was the leading family in Jiangcheng, and if he could marry into this family, who wouldn't give him a few favors in the business world? Naturally, he agreed to the marriage without hesitation. In order to make Xiao Ruoxing marry into the Gu family willingly and to help him in business, Xiao Shuxing promised he would not divorce Hiyuro within 10 years. After 10 years, if Hiyuro still had not regained consciousness, the marriage would be dissolved, and he would also cash in Hiyuru's shares to ensure that she would have all the expenses of the hospital for the rest of her life. Now, her marriage to Gu Jingyan, which lasted only 3 years, is coming to an end. If Xiao Shuxing finds out, he is capable of doing something like cutting Hiyuro off from medication. The little money she has now is simply not enough to keep Hiyuro alive. What she had planned, getting a divorce to buy a house and take care of Hiyuro, was all based on the premise that she would get a share of the property and have a stable income. But now the dubbing job for function that she was almost certain of has been snatched away from her. What's more, she hadn't expected to divorce Gu Jingyan before, and she had turned down a lot of work that came her way, leaving an impression on those clients that she was difficult to work with. As a result, the big production teams that had wanted to work with her in the past 6 months had dwindled, and she wouldn't be able to earn much money for a while. At a time like this, she can't let Xiao Shuxing know about her divorce, and Gu Jingyan obviously won't help her act in this play after the divorce. Xiao Ruoxing was a little annoyed for a moment. Could the best outcome be not to get divorced? Then what was the point of her previous rant in front of Gu Jingyan? Was it a joke for him to act? Does she still want to save face? Besides, Gu Jingyan has already branded her as a green turtle. If she doesn't divorce him, she might as well just wait for a lively child to come running over one day and call him dad. She is the joke of the entire city. This marriage must be dissolved. Thinking about this, she put on a different face. Mr. Gu, you see, for Jiang Shang, your divorce is also a big deal, right? Without any warning, just saying you're getting a divorce, it's not good for the company, the stock, and everything else, is it? Gu Jingyan looked at her and said, "What are you trying to say?" "What I mean is, to avoid these effects, how about we announce our divorce 1 year after we get divorced?" Gu Jingyan stared at her with a stern face and didn't say anything. Xiao Ruoxing's heart was pounding, and she whispered, "If you think that's too long, how about 8 months?" Gu Jingyan's eyes were already cold. 6 months is too short, but it's fine. Gu Jingyan gritted his teeth and said, "Xiao Ruoxing, if you say another word, I'll throw you off this building." Xiao Ruoxing shut up. It was quiet for a while, but then Xiao Ruoxing asked in a low voice, "Can we get divorced this month?" A few minutes later, Xiao Ruoxing was escorted out of Gu Jingyan's office by security. She cursed all the way, thinking that Gu Jingyan was clearly just stalling for time and teasing her. As soon as the elevator door opened, she ran head-on into Gu Jingyang, who was getting into the elevator. "Why are you here?" Gu Jingyang's face fell when he saw her, obviously not happy to see her. "Who told you to come in?" Of course, Xiao Ruoxing didn't like her much either. She said indifferently, "My husband works here, so why can't I come?" Gu Jingyang sneered, "Do you really consider yourself a Gu family member? Do you think marrying my brother will make you half as good as me? What kind of person are you?" Xiao Ruoxing pulled the corners of her mouth. "I really don't know what kind of person I am. Why don't you take a piss and look at me?" Gu Jingyang was taken aback. She probably didn't expect that the always weak and useless Xiao Ruoxing would say such vulgar things. But soon her face darkened. "What, after pretending for so many years, you finally can't pretend anymore?" Just as expected, a petty family from the market, you exude a sense of inferiority from head to toe. Xiao Ruoxing's expression turned cold. "Gu Jingyang, I'm warning you not to provoke me." Gu Jingyang ignored her threat. "So what if I provoke you? Will you tell my brother? Do you think he will side with you?" Xiao Ruoxing stared at her coldly.
At least if he knows about the wedding night, he will definitely side with me.
Gu Jingyan's face changed.
Xiao Ruoxing continued, and there's also your own mess. You'd better watch your mouth, or one day when you provoke me, I'll tell it all.
Grandma values the Gu family's reputation so much, what do you think she'll do to punish you?
End of chapter. Many books are already hard to find, so cherish what you can.
Chapter 20, He Doesn't Like You. 12th floor, Gu Jingyan's office. Lin Shu knocked on the door and entered, and Gu Jingyan was standing by the window looking down at the street. When he saw Lin Shu enter, he turned his head and said indifferently, "Has he left?" Lin Shu nodded. "Did you say anything?" Lin Shu hesitated, not knowing what to say. Gu Jingyan glanced at him and said, "Why are you getting more and more motherly?" "What did she say?"
Lin Shu swallowed and whispered, "My wife asked me to say sorry on her behalf. She said she forgot to wash the fat intestines when she was cooking them."
Gu Jingyan froze in her movements.
Of course the fat intestines had been washed. Xiao Ruoxing had deliberately said that to disgust Gu Jingyan, who had gone back on his word.
Just thinking about Gu Jingyan's wonderful expression at the moment made her feel in high spirits.
The guy was probably wishing he could pour disinfectant down his throat and clean his intestines. Her schadenfreude didn't last long, and she soon found herself in a bad mood. The online car service she had hailed had been involved in a fender bender halfway there. After the last rear-end collision on the overpass, she had developed a slight psychological phobia of driving, and had been taking taxis for all her recent trips.
Who would have thought that she could have an accident while taking a taxi?
In fact, the collision wasn't particularly serious, and once the accident report was issued, she could just go through the insurance. However, the other party's attitude was particularly bad, and they started fighting as soon as they got out of the car. The online car-hailing driver was not willing to back down either, and he fought back directly.
As a result, what was originally a matter for the traffic police escalated directly to the police station.
As a witness, Xiao Ruoxing was also taken to the police station for questioning. Xiao Ruoxing truthfully explained what he had seen, proving that the driver of the sedan had started the fight and that the online car-hailing driver had fought back in self-defense after being repeatedly attacked. After completing the written statement and signing it, Xiao Ruoxing left the police station. Tang Xiaoxiao was off today, so she called her and asked her to come back early, saying that there was something important to tell her.
Xiao Ruoxing hung up the phone and ordered a taxi.
It was rush hour, and there were 60 or 70 people ahead of her in line, so she didn't know when she would get a ride. She looked down to see if there was any bus that went directly to the neighborhood, when someone grabbed her hair from behind and her purse hit her in the face.
She heard a woman yell angrily, "You bitch! What did you say in front of the police?"
Her hair was in pain from being pulled, so Xiao Ruoxing raised her elbow and tried to slam it back, but then she saw that the other person was pregnant, so she quickly withdrew her strength. She grabbed the other woman's wrist and said sternly, "Let go." The other woman was not at all intimidated by her threat and pulled her scalp back hard.
"You're in cahoots with the online car-hailing driver, aren't you?
You deliberately perjured yourself in front of the police, causing my husband to be detained. He was recently promoted to section chief, and now it's all over.
You bitch! How could you be so vicious?"
Xiao Ruoxing was at a loss for words in the face of such unreasonable accusations. She was afraid to push the other woman hard as she was pregnant, so she could only grit her teeth and say, "You were in the car yourself.
Couldn't you see what your husband was doing? If you really cared about him, you should have stopped him at the time.
With his road rage, you should be glad that today it was only a fender bender, otherwise it would have been the two of your lives."
"Shut up!"
The other party was obviously angered by Xiao Ruoxing's words, raised his hand with the bag in it, and was about to smash it over her head. Xiao Ruoxing closed her eyes, thinking to herself that today was really bad luck, meeting such a lunatic. But the expected pain did not come, and a familiar male voice rang out over her head.
"It's illegal for a pregnant woman to hit someone, isn't it? Let go. Who are you? Mind your own business."
Mo Mingxian smiled, a citizen who came to the rescue. Then he applied some strength, and the other person felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and subconsciously let go of Xiao Ruoxing's hand.
He stopped Xiao Ruoxing's shoulder, gently brought her behind him, and asked in a low voice, "Are you okay?"
Xiao Ruoxing then recognized the man she met on the rooftop of Nanshan Hospital that day. She shook her head.
The woman glared at her, cursing, "Bitch! You even got helpers. You think I'm scared of you? Don't you dare touch me."
Xiao Ruoxing tried to say something, but was stopped by Mo Mingxian. He took out his phone and spoke very gently, but what he said sent shivers down her spine.
The evidence of your assault is all on my phone.
Of course, you're pregnant, so even if I took it to the police, they would only give you a criminal punishment at most.
So you have nothing to fear. But what if I put this on the internet? Do you think the netizens will let you off just because you're pregnant?
Your child will be cursed before it's even born because of you.
Do you think it can live a safe life?
The pregnant woman's face changed, and she was obviously afraid. Mo Mingxian took out a business card and handed it to her, forgetting to introduce himself.
I'm a journalist, and I still have some influence.
The pregnant woman didn't dare to take it, and with a stiff face, she said, "You're lucky," and cursed as she walked away, supporting her belly. Mo Mingxian turned around, and the kind of intimidating aura that he had just had instantly dissipated, and his eyes also revealed a bit of warmth.
You're hurt. He pointed to Xiao Ruoxing's neck.
Xiao Ruoxing took out his phone and looked at it. His neck had been scratched, and it was still bleeding.
I have medicine in the car, let me help you treat it.
After all, he had helped himself, and Xiao Ruoxing didn't want to refuse the other person's kindness.
He whispered, "Thank you." Mo Mingxian smiled and said, "It's no trouble."
Once in the car, Mo Mingxian took out the medicine box and disinfected it for her. Xiao Ruoxing avoided it naturally and whispered, "I'll do it myself."
Mo Mingxian naturally gave her the things, and after Xiao Ruoxing had finished treating the wound, she asked, "You're a journalist, aren't you?"
Mo Mingxian was taken aback, then laughed, shook his head, and said, "No, that business card was slipped to me by someone else. I didn't even manage to get any footage, I was just trying to scare her, otherwise she'd never have stopped."
He didn't really look like a journalist, either. What kind of journalist goes out and drives a Bentley? She laughed a little and said, "It worked pretty well, I almost believed it."
Mo Mingxian was stunned for a moment, and laughed softly.
"I'll take it as a compliment." Just then, his phone rang. Mo Mingxian said sorry and answered the phone. "Mingxian, where have you been?" Gu Jingyan was rinsing his mouth when Gu Jingyang barged in. "Brother! What is Xiao Ruoxing doing at the company?" Gu Jingyan frowned. "Don't you know how to knock when you enter an office? Where are your manners?" "Your office door wasn't closed properly," Gu Jingyan muttered, and when he saw Gu Jingyan's bad mood, he said in surprise, "Brother, are you not feeling well?" It's better not to mention it, but as soon as he mentioned it, Gu Jingyan's stomach started churning again. He looked at Gu Jingyang impatiently and asked, "What is it?"
Gu Jingyang shrugged her shoulders and said, "Brother Mingxian doesn't answer my calls."
"Brother, can I borrow your phone?" "Get out."
"Brother, please help me. If I were with Mingxian, you wouldn't have to worry about the power of the second wife when the Gu and Mo families become in-laws."
Gu Jingyan mercilessly burst her fantasy, "Mo Mingxian doesn't look down on you." End of chapter. Many books are no longer easy to find, so cherish what you can. Chapter 21, I have a female companion. Gu Jingyang gritted her teeth, "How do you know he doesn't look down on me? His parents like me a lot. You just don't want to help me." Gu Jingyan nodded, "Then go find him yourself."
Gu Jingyang was momentarily stumped.
If she could find him, would she be here begging Gu Jingyan?
After Mo Mingxian returned to China, he would either intentionally or unintentionally disappear whenever she knew where he was and rushed over, and his phone was always out of reach, as if he was deliberately avoiding her.
Brother, please help me, don't you want to see your younger sister settle down?"
Gu Jingyan glanced at her, "Mingxian is 7 years older than you two are not suitable for each other.
Xiao Ruoxing was the same age as me when she married you, so why didn't you mind her being younger? Why are you men so double-standard?"
The mention of Xiao Ruoxing reminded him of the damn woman's good deed. He was originally just annoyed by Gu Jingyang's nagging, but now his stomach was also aching.
He might as well throw the phone at Gu Jingyang and get it over with.
Gu Jingyang happily accepted the phone and immediately called Mo Mingxian. The phone was answered quickly, and there was Mo Mingxian's gentle voice on the other end, saying, "Hello.
Mingxian, where have you been? Why didn't you answer my calls or return my messages?" Mo Mingxian had a headache.
This guy Gu Jingyan had completely ignored what he had said before, and had even lent his phone to this girl.
"I've been really busy these past few days, so I guess I missed it." "What's up?" "It's nothing. It's just that, for the charity gala this weekend, can you take me?" "I don't have an invitation." Mo Mingxian politely declined, saying, "You can ask your brother to take you.
He also has an invitation. My brother would never take me.
He already has someone else he's going with." Gu Jingyan gave her a disdainful look. Mo Mingxian naturally didn't believe this excuse. Gu Jingyan's position was such that bringing an extra person to a charity gala was nothing more than a formality. He knew what Gu Jingyang was thinking, and he also knew that if this matter was not clarified, Gu Jingyang would continue to hold this thought. After a few seconds of silence, he said lightly, "I'm sorry, I already have a date, so I really can't agree to this." Gu Jingyang was stunned for a moment, and then said sharply, "No way. Are you trying to trick me on purpose? You just returned to China, and your aunt hasn't even had time to set you up with anyone yet, so where did you get a date from? Don't try to fool me." Mo Mingxian was a little helpless. "Believe it or not, you'll know the day you wait. I have something to do here, so I'll hang up first." After saying this, he didn't wait for a response from Gu Jingyang and hung up the phone on his own. He turned his head and asked Xiao Ruoxing, "Where are you going?" "I'll give you a ride." Xiao Ruoxing hurriedly refused, "No need, I've already taken a taxi and will be there in a while. It's rush hour, so it's not that easy to get a taxi. I just need to take care of some business in the city, so it's not a big deal to give you a ride." At this point, it would be rude to refuse. "Then I'll trouble you, Lizhu Garden." On the way, Mo Mingxian would occasionally strike up a conversation with her, but he had a good sense of propriety. For example, he would not be overly concerned about what exactly happened to her at the police station, nor would he ask what she was at the hospital for last time. Instead, he would carefully notice the unique mobile phone pendant that Xiao Ruoxing had and ask where she bought it. After learning that she had made it herself, his eyes revealed surprise and he lavished praise on her. This sense of social propriety makes people feel very comfortable. She fantasized for a moment that if it was Gu Jingyan staying with her at this moment, he would probably give it a disdainful glance and comment that it was ugly. If she ever heard Gu Jingyan praise her, it would probably be the first time the sun had risen in the west. Gu Jingyan doesn't love her, so he never appreciates her. Is this the place? Mo Mingxian slowed down a bit. Xiao Ruoxing came back to her senses, looked outside, nodded, and said, "Just let me off in front." When the car stopped, Xiao Ruoxing said, "Wait for me for a moment." Mo Mingxian didn't understand, and just wanted to pursue, but Xiao Ruoxing got off the car and walked across the street. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared as several cars passed by. It was about 10 minutes before Mo Mingxian saw her again. She was different from before, carrying 2 cups of coffee in her hands. She stood on the other side of the zebra crossing, looking left and right, waiting for the passing. Traffic. Mo Mingxian's eyes stopped on that face and he could no longer take them away. It wasn't until the car window was knocked on that he came back to his senses. He lowered the window and Xiao Ruoxing handed him a cup of coffee. Mo Mingxian took the coffee, his heart stirred, and he whispered, "My name is Mo Mingxian, what's yours?" Xiao Ruoxing paused for a moment, smiled, and said, "My name is Tang Xing." This side Gu Jingyang was already on the verge of insanity after learning that Mo Mingxian had a female companion. Brother Mingxian said he has a female companion. Who is his female companion? Gu Jingyan felt uncomfortable in his stomach and really didn't feel like dealing with her. He snapped, "How would I know? Aren't you his best friend? How come you don't know? Who is his date?" Gu Jingyan pulled the phone away from her and said coldly, "Gu Jingyang, if you keep acting crazy here, get out." Gu Jingyang shut up. She only dared to flirt and throw a temper tantrum when Gu Jingyan was in a good mood. Deep down, she still feared her brother. Moreover, her brother's temper was so bad today, it couldn't be that Xiao Ruoxing had said something to him, could it? Thinking about this, Gu Jingyang felt a little uneasy and tentatively asked, "Brother, what did Xiao Ruoxing just come to the company for?" Gu Jingyan glanced at her and said, "What did you call her?" Gu Jingyang said unwillingly, "I said, what did your wife just come to the company for? What does it have to do with you? Go and get Lin Shu to come in." Gu Jingyang dared to be angry but could not say anything, so he had to go out with a dark face and call Lin Shu. She originally wanted to follow him in, but was driven out by Gu Jingyan. She felt very strange. What was there that she could not hear? Lin Shu went in and came out shortly afterwards, carrying 2 boxes in her hands. She had just seen them in Gu Jingyan's office, but she didn't know what they were, as they were so mysterious. Lin Shu didn't notice her, and left the company, driving off. Gu Jingyang followed her out of curiosity, and ended up following her to her own home. She saw with her own eyes Lin Shu hand the 2 boxes to the nanny at home, give her a few instructions, and then drive off. After Lin Shu left, she ran home, took the things from the nanny, and opened them. She frowned when she saw them. Why did my brother bring this to the house?
The nanny explained that these were supplements that Mr. Chiao had sent to Madam. So this is what Xiao Ruoxing was doing at the company. This family of crooked people. She threw the things on the ground and stomped on them hard. The end of this chapter. Many books are no longer easy to find, so cherish what you can. Chapter 22, Does he not want a divorce? When the nanny realized what had happened, it was too late for her to stop it. Looking at the broken things on the ground, the nanny was shocked. Little master, how could you step on this thing? Gu Jingyang snorted, what's so good about the junk the Chow family gave? My mother wouldn't want it anyway. You can't just step on it, how am I going to give it to Madam? Mr. Gu specifically told me to hand it to Madam personally. If he finds out it's been destroyed like this, how am I going to explain it to him? If my brother asks, just tell him you gave it to my mother. How would he know if you gave it to her or not? But Gu Jingyang glared at her and said, no buts. I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. Hurry up and throw this junk out, it annoys me when I see it. The maid dared not say anything more and could only shut up and clean up. As soon as Xiao Ruoxing returned, Tang Xiaoxiao noticed the band-aid on her neck and, after some questioning, learned about the bad thing that had happened to her today. That crazy woman, she's not afraid of retribution on her unborn child. Tang Xiaoxiao was first filled with righteous indignation, but then she asked, that handsome guy in the Bentley who helped you, you just bought him a cup of coffee? What else? Tang Xiaoxiao slapped her thigh, you should invite him up for dinner. Coffee is too insincere. I've only seen him twice, inviting him to dinner is too abrupt, isn't it? No, it's not rude. It's the modern age. People even sit together for dinner on the first meeting. You two meet twice a day, isn't that fate? How old is this handsome guy in the Bentley? Xiao Ruoxing felt that this guy was hiding something, so she narrowed her eyes and asked, what are you trying to say? I'm not trying to say anything. I just think he's a nice guy, someone I can keep at the fish pond. Xiao Ruoxing threw the pillow at her face, keep at the fish pond, my ass. I'm married. What are you thinking? Tang Xiaoxiao hugged the pillow, are you getting a divorce? What's wrong with looking for something in advance? Right, didn't you go to talk to Gu Jingyan about getting a divorce today? When can you get the paperwork done? When she mentioned this, Xiao Ruoxing's face fell. Forget it, Gu Jingyan kicked me out of the company. What happened? Tell me more. Xiao Ruoxing then told Tang Xiaoxiao in detail about her visit to Jiangsheng today. Of course, she automatically omitted the part about setting up an appointment for Gu Jingyan at the men's clinic. After listening, Tang Xiaoxiao was a little puzzled. Why do I feel that Gu Jingyan gets a little impatient whenever you mention divorce? Xiao Ruoxing shrugged, he has never been impatient about my affairs. Really? If he was really impatient, wouldn't he just get a divorce and be done with it? Why do I feel like he doesn't really want a divorce? Xiao Ruoxing paused for a moment, then shook his head. You don't understand Gu Jingyan. It's not that he doesn't want a divorce, he just doesn't like the idea of getting a divorce. I'm the one who brought it up. A canary that he has raised with a lot of money is screaming for freedom from his control, and that is what he cannot tolerate. Didn't you say on the phone that there was something important you wanted to tell me? What is it? It's about your bag. You told me to put it online, and already quite a few people have inquired about it. Xiao Ruoxing was surprised. Quite a few people. Has the per capita consumption level in our country reached such a high level? What? They're all just a bunch of onlookers. After all, no one has actually hung anything on the bag before, but there are a few small internet celebrities in the circles who want to rent your bag for photoshoots. Xiao Ruoxing waved his hand, saying that it was only for sale, not for rent. I told them, and after screening, I finally found one person who was sincere about buying it. For 3 days in a row, they messaged me in private in the background, asking for many detailed photos, and finally asking if they could inspect the goods in person and negotiate the price. Do you know anything about her? Tang Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and said, it doesn't feel like it's from your wife's circle. The place she asked to inspect the goods is a second-hand luxury goods store. This store is a second or third tier store, a place where small stars who attend events without brand sponsorship like to gather. Of course, there are also quite a few fake celebrities who love this place. Xiao Ruoxing nodded, then I'll go take a look first tomorrow. Finally, the most important thing of the day, Tang Xiaoxiao hooked her up, and the new drama Linglong biography directed by Li Yan is looking for actors. Although the lead role has already been cast, as you know, director Li Yan's dramas are basically all female ensemble dramas. Even if it's a supporting role, as long as you can act, you can still become popular. They are auditioning at the Hilton Hotel this Friday, and I have already used my connections to slip your information in.
Xiao Ruoxing was shocked. I don't have a single work. How did you manage to get your information in there? I've been in this industry for so many years, okay, I still have some connections. For the agent column, I've temporarily written my name, and you can change it later if you sign with a company. Tang Xiaoxiao paused for a moment. Do you want to go? Of course. You fought for me to get this far, how could I not go?
Tang Xiaoxiao cleared her throat, but there are two things I need to make clear to you. First, the role being recruited is a female supporting character, and the acting parts may not be too many, and second, the heroine of this play is Yao Kursen.
Xiao Ruoxing.
Tang Xiaoxiao carefully observed her expression. If you don't feel comfortable, we won't try it. There are still quite a lot of cast members being recruited every year, and I'll find you another one.
Xiao Ruoxing only remained silent for 2 seconds before making a decision. I want to try it. Are you sure?
In the play, being dominated by the real-life love rival is not easy for anyone, and there is no need to force yourself.
Xiao Ruoxing smiled. If I can't even stand this, I might as well go back to being Gu Jingyan's golden bird. The road after leaving the Gu family will be 1,000 times more difficult.
The next day, at the agreed time with the buyer, Xiao Ruoxing took her bag to the second-hand luxury goods store. After listening to her explanation of the purpose of her visit, the owner of the store took her to an upstairs private room. Incense was burning in the room, and it smelled like pinewood mixed with a little sage, faint and tranquil.
Xiao Ruoxing was very interested in the scent, and turned to ask, "Boss, what kind of incense do you use here?"
The boss said, "This incense was given to me by a friend. He made it himself, and I can't really say what it smells like."
"Do you like it?"
"It smells pretty good." Just then, the bronze bell downstairs rang twice, and the boss said, "Excuse me," and went out. In a moment, the door to the private room was pushed open, and a woman wearing sunglasses and wrapped up tightly walked in. The perfume on her overpowered the tranquility of the room.
"Are you the one who sells bags?"
End of chapter. Many books are already hard to find, so cherish what you can.
Chapter 23, What Will Become of You?
The high-pitched voice, with a hint of surprise, was so familiar that it instantly aroused her physical disgust. Xiao Ruoxing looked up and gave her a faint glance. "Miss Yao, long time no see." The boss, who had arrived shortly afterwards, was surprised and said, "You two know each other?" Yao Kursen gathered her coat together, gave a smile, and slowly walked over and sat opposite Xiao Ruoxing. "More than just knowing each other, we are very familiar." The boss didn't immediately pick up on the mystery, and laughed. "So you two know each other?
Do you want to discuss this in private?"
Yao Kursen glanced at the boss, and smiled. "We're just familiar with each other, not that we're close friends." With these words, she immediately clarified the relationship between the two, and the boss became embarrassed. Xiao Ruoxing, on the other hand, didn't show any emotion, and pushed the suitcase over to the boss, saying, "According to the store's rules, let's inspect the goods first." Seeing that Yao Kursen didn't object, the boss took the bag and began inspecting it in front of them. The small tea table in the private room was very narrow, and the distance between Xiao Ruoxing and Yao Kursen was only about 1 meter, but the tense atmosphere between the two made the boss feel a little oppressed a few meters away.
"Xiao Ruoxing, you've got some nerve, selling goose things. Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" "I'm just disposing of some unwanted things, why should I feel ashamed?" "According to your logic, then people who are eager to get their hands on other people's unwanted things should be so ashamed that they would commit suicide?" Xiao Ruoxing laughed a little. "I can see that Miss Yao is still alive and well, isn't she?" Yao Kursen's face turned dark. Since the boss was there, she was afraid that if she said anything, it would be overheard by outsiders, so she could only swallow her anger. After about 20 minutes, the boss finished the inspection, confirmed that the item was genuine, and then asked Xiao Ruoxing for her intended price. 5 million. As soon as the words came out, Yao Kursen jumped up before the boss could assess the price. 5 million? Xiao Ruoxing, you must be crazy for money, right? You sold the bag for 2 million and now you want 5 million for it? Do you take me for a fool? Xiao Ruoxing's expression was indifferent. If you can buy it for 2 million, why buy it secondhand? Miss Yao, you know that this bag can only be purchased by members, right?
Only top-level members with annual spending of over 20 million are eligible to purchase it.
I have to charge you a membership fee for a brand new bag, right? Membership fee? Xiao Ruoxing, did you buy this bag with your own money? You spent Yan's money recklessly, and now you want to get rid of it and impose a membership fee to get some money back. No wonder Yan said you are penny pinching and insatiable. Xiao Ruoxing suddenly clenched her hand and her eyes grew cold. Miss Yao, the Yan you mentioned is my legal husband. It is reasonable and legal for me to spend his money. There is no need for you to point your finger here. If you want this bag, the price is 5 million, no negotiation. If you can't afford it, don't waste each other's time, I'm very busy. Who are you calling unable to afford it? Yao Kursin was furious. I was only questioning the reasonableness of your price. The bag is only valued at 3 million, and you want 5 million, which is basically disturbing the market order. Xiao Ruoxing smiled. Miss Yao seems to have misunderstood. This is a transaction of personal, private goods, and has nothing to do with market rules. If the transaction goes through, I only need to pay value-added tax, which is neither illegal nor against the rules. In addition, the valuation is for the buyer's reference, and the item belongs to me. As for how to set the price, it is my freedom. If you think it is unreasonable, you can refuse to trade. Yao Kursin's face turned green with anger. Seeing her composed and unruffled appearance, her anger rose even more. But then she thought about it, and suddenly sneered. Xiao Ruoxing, you only deliberately increased the price and refused to sell me because you saw that I was the buyer, didn't you? Xiao Ruoxing didn't say anything, and looked at her with indifferent eyes. Yao Kursin was even more certain of her guess. She raised the corners of her lips, and said, if it's not yours, what's the point of clinging to it? She thought that this sentence was enough to anger Xiao Ruoxing. From the little contact they had, Xiao Ruoxing was not someone who could stay calm. Whenever she and Gu Jingyan acted close to each other, Xiao Ruoxing's eyes couldn't hide her jealousy. She thought that this time would be the same as before. But she didn't expect that Xiao Ruoxing would just casually glance at her. If Miss Yao insists on thinking that way, then so be it. What? Buy it? Yao Kursin couldn't smile anymore. Buy it, she felt. Like she was losing out, and not buying it. Xiao Ruoxing's expression was just too hateful, as if she was mocking her. Xiao Ruoxing seemed to have already read her mind, and put the bag back into the box. Just as the lid was about to close, Yao Kursin called out to her, I'll buy it. Xiao Ruoxing paused, looked up, and paid in full. Yao Kursin gritted her teeth and said, don't worry, you won't lose a single penny. 5 million is no small sum. Yao Kursin went out to make a phone call, and Xiao Ruoxing waited in the booth for more than half an hour before she came in. However, when she came in, her face did not look very good. In the presence of the boss, the two struck a deal, and Yao Kursin transferred 5 million to Xiao Ruoxing's account on the spot. When Yao Kursin signed, her wrist was pulled out of her clothes, and Xiao Ruoxing's gaze was attracted by a familiar diamond bracelet on her wrist. The style and workmanship were very similar to the one she had given Gu Jingyan before. Yao Kursin realized she was staring at her wrist after she signed the contract. She lifted her wrist and gave a smile. This bracelet was a gift from Yin the year I debuted. Xiao Ruoxing, are all the jewelry he gives you made of diamonds? Do you know why? Xiao Ruoxing's body froze, and her fingers slowly curled up. Her expression already showed that Yao Kursin's guess was completely correct, but she didn't want to hear the reason behind it, and she even had the urge to escape. Yao Kursin, however, did not give her that opportunity, and mockingly said, because all of his knowledge of jewelry comes from me, and my favorite thing is diamonds. Her fingernails dug into her palms, and every word Yao Kursin said was a sneer at her ecstasy at receiving a gift. The romance she thought she felt was nothing more than a shadow cast by another woman on him. Xiao Ruoxing, Yan doesn't love you at all. If it wasn't for his grandmother opposing our relationship back then, do you think you would have had a chance to marry him? But things are different now. Mrs. Gu is getting old, she can't control things anymore. Sooner or later, the Gu family will be Yan's, and you tell me, what will happen to you then? Yao Kursin raised the corners of her lips. If I were you, I would leave on my own initiative, at least go with some dignity. It would be so humiliating to be driven away. When you debuted, Gu Jingyan and I were already married, right? What? Xiao Ruoxing said something inexplicably, and Yao Kursin didn't react for a moment. Then wouldn't every penny he spent on you be our joint marital property? In that case, I have the legal right to claim it back. End of chapter. Many books are already hard to find, so cherish what you can. Chapter 24, My last name is not Wang. Yao Kursin. She was telling her all this, and all she could think about was how to get her property back? Yao Kursin couldn't believe it. Xiao Ruoxing, are you having issues with your brain? I told Yan that he doesn't love you, and now I'm pregnant with his child. You're desperately trying to take Gu's place. Don't you feel a little shameless? Xiao Ruoxing laughed lightly. Miss Yao, you are a big star. When you say these things to me, have you considered what would happen if I posted these words online? You know 3 is 3, and you even forced the original wife to divorce. Your image, which you have worked so hard to cultivate over the years, will be destroyed in an instant, and you may have to pay a huge penalty for this. Do you think it's worth it? Yao Kursen was not intimidated by her words, but instead gave a self-satisfied smile. Xiao Ruoxing, I have been in the industry for so many years, and I have experienced all kinds of news, both true and false. Take the rear-end collision incident last time as an example. It caused a huge uproar, but in the end, it was just a minor incident that was quickly resolved. Why do you think I have been able to turn every crisis into an opportunity? Apart from Yan, who else could have done this? Although it was a loss of a month's worth of exposure, I got the dubbing job for Function. Xiao Ruoxing's smile gradually turned cold. What dubbing are you talking about? Function, a crappy game. Yao Kursen gave her a cold stare. Why am I telling you this? Xiao Ruoxing, if you know what's good for you, you just go away. When my belly gets big, you'll be the one getting swept out of the door. Even if old Lady Gu doesn't want to, can she keep the Gu family bloodline in the family? Xiao Ruoxing felt his hands shaking, and his back was tingling with cold. No wonder he was at Lingyu the day of the audition. No wonder the signed contract with Lingyu suddenly changed. It turned out that he snatched the contract from her and used it to please another woman. Gu Jingyan, do you have even the slightest respect for me? Seeing her ugly face, Yao Kursen thought that the pregnancy had finally hit Xiao Ruoxing's sore spot, and she gave her another strong dose. To tell you the truth, Zhong Mailan knew about my pregnancy a long time ago. She promised me that if I gave birth to a boy, she would definitely let Yin marry me. Who in the entire Gu family will still side with you then? Xiao Ruoxing's eyes were red and her face pale as paper. She stared at Yao Kursen and coldly said one word, "Get out." Yao Kursen had achieved her goal and didn't linger. She gave her a few sarcastic remarks and then left with her bag. Royal Garden Villa, 10:30 p.m. March in Jiangchang, spring rain continues. The rain started at around 2 p.m. and there is no sign of it stopping. The window in the study was half open, and the sound of rain outside the house was incessant. Gu Jingyan likes to work or read in a quiet environment, as it is more productive, but recently it has been strange. The environment is too quiet, and he finds it harder to concentrate. When Xiao Ruoxing was around, he repeatedly forbade her from coming to the study while he was working, but she never listened. Either she came to bring fruit or milk for a midnight snack. And every time she delivered something, she either made an excuse to clean up or give him a back massage, and she just wouldn't leave. Sometimes he couldn't get rid of her, so he just let her be and warned her not to make a sound. She promised to be good, but after a while, she started to sigh and complain. When you couldn't stand it anymore and asked her what she was whining about, she would arch her eyebrows and praise him for writing such nice handwriting and being able to understand so many messy data. She praised him so much that you felt like you could write beautiful handwriting and could understand the documents, and it was actually such a proud thing. I used to think she was so noisy, but now that she's gone, I'm not used to it. The sound coming from the window is of no help at all, and that's not what he wants to hear. Knock, knock. The knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Gu Jingyan came back to his senses and said indifferently, "Come in." The nanny came in with a cup of tea. "Sir, the hawthorn and red date tea is ready." "I've brought you a bowl." Gu Jingyan took off his glasses, pressed his eyes hard, and said tiredly, "Thank you, just leave it there." The maid put the tea down and left. Gu Jingyan lifted the bowl and took a sip, his brows furrowing. It didn't taste the same as before, it was a little sour and made him feel sick. He didn't drink anymore, put the bowl aside, and was about to get his book when his phone rang. He looked at the screen, it was an unfamiliar number, so he didn't answer. After the ringtone stopped, it rang again, so he slowly pressed answer. "Hello, this is Mr. Wang, your wife got drunk at our bar, can you come pick her up?" "You have the wrong number." Gu Jingyan said indifferently and hung up. But after a while, the other party called again. Gu Jingyan frowned and answered the phone again. There was no mistake, she had reported the correct number. "Mr. Wang, is your wife home?" "How can you be sure she isn't?" Gu Jingyan said impatiently, "My surname is not Wang." After saying this, he hung up again. The other party did not call back this time,
But a few minutes later, a photo was received via text message. The photo was taken in a dimly lit place, but it was still clear that the unconscious woman lying on the bar was Xiao Ruoxing. Gu Jingyan's eyes darkened, and he immediately called back, "Where is the store? Where's my wine?" Xiao Ruoxing narrowed her eyes, shook the empty glass, and said with a tongue-tied tongue, "Who drank my wine?" The bartender handed her a glass of water and coaxed, "Here's your wine." Xiao Ruoxing laughed twice, took a big sip from the glass, and then the next second, she spat it all out. She frowned, looking unhappy. "You trick me with water? Are you afraid I won't pay for the wine? Let me tell you, my husband is rich. He could buy every bar in the city for me, and he could afford to pay for your wine. Pour me some wine." The bartender had never seen such a drunk before. You could tell she was drunk, but she could still tell the difference between water and wine. You couldn't tell she was drunk because she kept talking and couldn't even say where she lived. She could brag about anything. One minute she says her husband is a billionaire, and they have a car that can fill an underground parking lot. She drives either a Cadillac or a Rolls-Royce, and when she goes to Europe, she flies there in a private jet. The next minute she's crying and saying she wants a divorce, because she won't be able to enjoy all those things anymore, and she's asking him how she can get more money. The bartender is very envious, because after all, he hasn't had the dream of marrying a rich woman for many years. There was a loud noise at the door, and a lead gray sports car came to a halt on the curb outside the bar, splashing water. Someone next to him screamed, "Holy shit, a Bugatti!" The bartender was startled, and the next second he saw the car door open, and a man holding an umbrella got out and walked straight towards the door. The end of this chapter. Many books are already hard to find, so cherish what you can. Chapter 25, You look so expensive, you must be expensive. The man pushed open the door and walked in, dressed in a suit and tie. His solemn face made him stand out from the other guests in the bar. This kind of attire seems more appropriate for an upscale place where celebrities gather, rather than a small bistro where all kinds of people mingle. Of course, who can tell what rich people are thinking? Maybe they just want to experience the down-to-earth atmosphere of a bistro? The bartender put on a standard professional smile and said, "Welcome." Chloe Xing was dissatisfied and tapped on the glass, saying, "What welcome? You haven't poured me any wine yet. Hurry up." The bartender was also at his wits' end with this drunk, and could only coax her patiently, "Miss, we're almost closing and we're out of wine." The alcoholic was obviously not to be fooled. Seeing the owner of the Bugatti approach, the bartender had a brainwave and said, "There really is no more wine. The owner has already bought all the wine. Why don't you come back tomorrow?" Jojo Xing frowned, turned unsteadily, and vaguely saw a well-dressed figure swaying in front of her. She leaned against the table and stood unsteadily. She grabbed the other person by the collar and poked him in the chin, asking, "Did you buy all the wine?" Her cheeks were red, her clothes were disheveled, her hair was a mess, and she smelled of alcohol. She looked nothing like her usual self. Gu Jingyan frowned and pushed down her hand, which was poking him in the chin. "Say something. Did you buy all the alcohol?" The bartender tried to dodge her question, but she took it seriously, grabbing Gu Jingyan and looking as if she was about to argue with him. "I got here before you, so what gives you the right to buy all the alcohol? First come, first served, don't you know?" The bartender's heart sank, fearing that Gu Jingyan was about to lose his temper. He quickly explained, "Sir, this young lady is drunk, so just ignore her." "You're the one who's drunk." Xiao Ruoxing glared at him, turning her head. "The money-grubbing guy, is it because he gave so much that he sold the wine to her?" Seeing that she had torn Gu Jingyan's clothes out of shape, the bartender was really afraid that she would offend the person, and compromised, saying, "Sister, can you let go first? How about I give you a bottle for free?" Xiao Ruoxing held up her index finger and waved it in front of him, saying, "No way." The bartender's heart sank, and then he heard Xiao Ruoxing say with a smile, "No. I can't drink for free, I'll pay you." She said this, released Gu Jingyan, and staggered back to her seat to rummage through her bag. She ended up opening her leather jacket, looking left and right, but couldn't find any money. She frowned and muttered, "Where's my money? Sister, I'll give it to you for free, no money." "No way." Xiao Ruoxing was extremely stubborn, she wanted to pay. She suddenly felt around in her bag and took out a diamond ring, pinching it in her hand and grinning twice. She didn't have any money, so she'd take this as payment. The diamond on the ring was no bigger than a pigeon's egg, and when the light hit it, it dazzled the eye with its many colors. Just as she was about to shove the ring at the bartender, Gu Jingyan snatched it away from her. Xiao Ruoxing frowned, "Why did you grab my ring?"
Gu Jingyan suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth, saying, "You traded your wedding ring for alcohol? What's wrong? What's it got to do with you?" Gu Jingyan's face was extremely ugly.
The bartender was stunned for a moment.
How did this person know that this was a wedding ring?
Looking at Gu Jingyan's face again, his heart suddenly skipped a beat.
Could it be that this is the rich husband that this drunkard was talking about?
Xiao Ruoxing stared at his face and suddenly leaned over. "Handsome, how much is it for a night with you?"
Bartender. Gu Jingyan's expression was cold, his eyes as cold as ice, without any warmth. "What do you think?"
His voice was low and dangerous, and Xiao Ruoxing's mind was a jumble, so she didn't hear it at all.
She picked up Gu Jingyan's chin, and her thumb ran down his lips and across his Adam's apple.
She laughed drunkenly, pressed her lips against his, and whispered, "You look so expensive, so you must be expensive." The warm breath, tinged with alcohol, carried a hint of strange ambiguity. Her slender white hand gently stroked his chest, her narrowed eyes sparkling with a seductive light.
"I'll give you 3,000, will you sleep with me?" Gu Jingyan's face was grim and terrifying.
He coldly raised the corners of his lips, and the deep pupils of his eyes reflected an appalling color.
3,000? Isn't that a bit low?
Xiao Ruoxing raised her pretty eyebrows.
With the current market price, 3,000 is not low, is it? The current market price? Gu Jingyan sneered, "You know quite a bit."
She hesitated for a while, made up her mind, and said, "Okay.
Since you are so expensive, I'll add another 500, 3,500, and that's it."
At this moment, Gu Jingyan wished he could press her head into the fish tank next to her and wake her up.
If he didn't come tonight, would she just pick any guy and go spend the night with him? Thinking about this, Gu Jingyan's face turned even uglier. Xiao Ruoxing was completely unaware of the danger approaching.
She pulled out a bank card from her purse, opened the collar of Gu Jingyan's shirt, and dropped the card in. She touched his chest like a tomboy and said with a smile, "Don't try to renege on the bill." Gu Jingyan took a deep breath, grabbed her by the nape of the neck, and dragged her out. The bartender snapped back to reality and hurriedly called out to him, "Mr. Wang, your wife hasn't paid for the drinks yet." Gu Jingyan stopped in his tracks, glanced at the culprit in his hands, hooked her over to his side, took the leather armor from his bosom with one hand, and threw it at the bartender. The golden card had no password. Gu Jingyan's expression was really a bit impatient, and the bartender didn't dare to be annoying, so he hurriedly settled the bill, put the card away, and returned his hands to Gu Jingyan. "Mr. Wang, take care, and welcome back next time."
Gu Jingyan glanced at him and said, "Who told you my surname is Wang?"
The bartender was taken aback, and a scene slowly emerged in his mind. Xiao Ruoxing got drunk in their bar. Because he was good-looking, there were always male customers coming over to chat with him. Worried that something might happen to the customer, he wanted to contact the other person's family to come pick him up. However, Xiao Ruoxing's phone ran out of battery and shut down, so he had no choice but to ask her. Unfortunately, Xiao Ruoxing was too drunk, and after asking for a long time, he finally got a number out of her.
He asked Xiao Ruoxing, "Is this the family's phone number?" Xiao Ruoxing nodded, "It's my husband's phone." "What's your husband's surname?" "My husband, my husband's surname is Wang, his name is Wang Badian." The bartender.
He swallowed, his face serious. "The young lady said it herself."
Gu Jingyan sized him up for 2 seconds, and dragged the drunk Xiao Ruoxing away.
Just as the bartender was about to go up and help open the door, he bent down again, picked up Xiao Ruoxing, opened the door, took the umbrella and disappeared into the rain.
After finally getting the person into the car, Gu Jingyan was drenched in rain.
When he got around to the driver's seat and got in the car, he saw Xiao Ruoxing leaning against the glass with her eyes closed, as if she were asleep. He leaned over, put his arm across her chest, pulled out the seatbelt, and just as he was about to fasten it, he felt a hand on his neck. He looked up and saw Xiao Ruoxing with half-closed eyes, a smile on her face, and she whispered, "Where are we going to sleep?" The end of this chapter. Many books are already hard to find, so cherish what you can.
Chapter 26. How does it feel?
She has big eyes with long outer corners. When she is sober, they always give off a somewhat cold impression, but when she smiles, they are bright and charming. And when they are narrowed like this after a few drinks, they are the most seductive. It's a kind of seduction she is not aware of. Gu Jingyan's Adam's apple slides a little, and he stares at her with downcast eyes, his voice low and dangerous.
"Where do you want to sleep?"
Xiao Ruoxing tilted his head, thought hard, and finally arched his eyebrows. "Let's go to your place."
Gu Jingyan looked up, "Are you sure?" Xiao Ruoxing felt the figure in front of him sway a little, frowned, shook his head, held Gu Jingyan's face, and said drunkenly, "You're paying 3,500 yuan for the night, and if you get a room at the hotel, it'll cost too much. Let's go to your place, save some money, and maybe I'll even get a divorce." Gu Jingyan's forehead twitched fiercely. Did he have to praise her for being so thrifty? With a stern face, he said darkly, "If you go to my place, aren't you afraid that your husband will find out?" Xiao Ruoxing shook her head. "I don't have a husband, I'm a widow." Gu Jingyan. He gritted his teeth and said, "Do widows need to get divorced?" Xiao Ruoxing frowned. Obviously, she had already been confused by her own incoherent words. Gu Jingyan's issue was like adding fuel to the fire, and she was even more confused. "I'm so annoyed. Why are you talking so much? I don't want to sleep with you anymore, just give me my money back." She said this and then waved her claws around, feeling him up. Gu Jingyan pressed her hands down and fastened the seatbelt on her, expressionless as he said, "It's late." After saying that, he started the car and sped away. "You have to let me out," Xiao Ruoxing whispered in resistance. Even when drunk, she did not make the dangerous move of grabbing the steering wheel, but just stared, like an abandoned stray cat. She only dared to flirt, but not to make a move. Gu Jingyan ignored her. "Are you going to kidnap me?" The woman next to him had already started fantasizing. "I don't have any money, so let me go." Gu Jingyan glanced at the drunk man next to him and said expressionlessly, "Didn't you seem quite wealthy when you just offered 3,500 for a night with me? You don't seem to be short of money." Xiao Ruoxing said pitifully, "I really don't have any money, I was just pretending." "Oh." Gu Jingyan was silent for a moment, and just when Xiao Ruoxing thought he had convinced the other person, Gu Jingyan said, "I don't believe you." Xiao Ruoxing's face fell. "How much ransom do you want?" Gu Jingyan looked straight ahead. "How much do you think you're worth?" Xiao Ruoxing frowned, looking very distressed. After a long while, she said, "With my looks, I should be worth at least 100 million. Gu Jingyan's mouth twitched. How come he didn't know before that she had such a thick skin? "But I don't have 100 million. Why don't you ask my husband for it?" Gu Jingyan snorted. Did he just come to mind at this time? He had just regained a little sense of existence as a husband when he heard this woman plotting with him. "You call him and ask him for 200 million, and say you'll kill me if you don't get the money. When the money is in hand, how about we split it 50-50? Gu Jingyan's face turned black. He sneered, "Where do you get the confidence that you think he will pay?" Xiao Ruoxing was stunned. Her eyes suddenly dimmed, and her eyes gradually reddened. She muttered in a hoarse voice, "You're right, he doesn't care about me." When she was almost killed in a rear-end collision, he was by someone else's side. Gu Jingyan frowned, and for some reason, there was a strange feeling in his heart. As if to explain, he said, "I mean, who would believe in such a stupid scheme?" Xiao Ruoxing, however, seemed to have not heard, and turned his head and leaned against the window, not speaking again. Gu Jingyan wanted to say something, but then felt that there was something wrong with him. What could he say to a drunk? It felt like no matter what he said, in the end he would be exasperated by Xiao Ruoxing's train of thought, so he simply stopped speaking. The car soon arrived at the Royal Garden Villa. The nanny heard voices from afar and went outside with an umbrella. When she came out, she saw Gu Jingyan carrying someone from the car. When she ran over with her umbrella, she realized it was Xiao Ruoxing. "What's wrong with my wife?" Gu Jingyan didn't answer, just said, "Go to the bathroom and let the water run." As he carried Xiao Ruoxing upstairs, Gu Jingyan noticed that there were water droplets on her eyelashes and her eyes were flushed, as if she had just cried. His fingers curled up and he pursed his lips. "Sir, the water is ready." The nanny wanted to lend a hand, but Gu Jingyan deflected her touch and said lightly, "Make a bowl of hangover soup." The nanny's gaze lingered on Xiao Ruoxing for a moment before she withdrew obediently. The bathtub was steaming, and the bathroom was filled with steam. Gu Jingyan put the person on the bed, looked down for a moment, and reached down to unbutton her shirt. A hint of pale pink flushed her snow-white skin, catching his eye without warning. His movements paused, then he frowned, threw the towel on her, and turned to leave. He opened the bathroom door and ran into the nanny standing in the doorway. She seemed startled by his sudden action and stuttered, "First, sir, I've come to deliver the laundry." Gu Jingyan glanced at her and coldly told her to clean her up and leave. The nanny glanced at the person in the bathroom, lying there with her clothes still on, and saw that Gu Jingyan hadn't touched her. It was an hour later before Gu Jingyan finished cleaning up Xiao Ruoxing and carried her to the bedroom. The light in Gu Jingyan's study was on.
The nanny knocked on the door with a nighttime hangover remedy in hand, whispering, "Sir, the wife has already gone to bed."
Should I still feed her the hangover remedy?
"Bring it over, I'll take it in myself later."
Gu Jingyan flipped through a page of documents, looked up and said, "Auntie Zhang, you go rest." The nanny nodded, put down the tea, and left quietly. Gu Jingyan didn't close the file until he heard no more noise downstairs. He glanced at the tea on the table, picked it up, walked to the window, pushed open the glass, and poured it out. Xiao Ruoxing didn't sleep very well. She was haunted by nightmares all night, dreaming for a while of the car accident back then, of the despair of being pinned under the car and unable to move, and for a while of Yao Kersen getting married to Gu Jingyan with her belly out, of her rushing up to him and grabbing him to ask why, of Gu Jingyan pulling away from her expressionlessly, coldly saying, "Stop pestering me." She couldn't believe it as she took a step back, her feet going out from under her, a bottomless abyss behind her. Xiao Ruoxing suddenly woke up with a sharp pain in her heart. There was cold sweat on her forehead. She breathed lightly, relieved that it was only a dream. The phone on the table rang. Xiao Ruoxing reached out to answer it habitually, but instead of the phone, she felt something hard and soft. She frowned and unconsciously squeezed it. Suddenly, a deep male voice came from her ear. "How does it feel?" End of chapter. Many books are no longer easy to find. Treasure what you can. Chapter 27. Are you in love with me? Xiao Ruoxing froze in her movements, her body as if stuck, slowly twisting her head around. Gu Jingyan was lying next to her with half-closed eyes, half his face buried in the pillow, the half that was exposed frowning, as if displeased at being suddenly woken up. Looking down, she saw that her hand was placed majestically on Gu Jingyan's chest, and was currently grasping his pecs. She suddenly withdrew her hand, and her whole body went numb. Her mind felt as rusty as old iron, and for a moment, it didn't even turn. Then she asked a brain-dead issue. "Why are you here?" Gu Jingyan didn't even bother to open his eyes, and said lazily, "Didn't you ask me to spend the night?" Xiao Ruoxing. The drunken incident, which she had temporarily forgotten, instantly flooded back into her mind. "How much do you charge for a night?" "You're so expensive, it must be expensive." "I want to sleep with you." Xiao Ruoxing wanted to throw herself into a hole and bury herself. That was definitely not what she had said. She pretended not to hear Gu Jingyan's words with selective deafness and grabbed her clothes to get up. Gu Jingyan suddenly crossed his arms and held her back. "What's the rush? You haven't even paid yet." Who's running away?" Xiao Ruoxing wrapped the quilt around her body with 7 hands and 8 feet, her face a bright red. "What do I owe you?" Gu Jingyan propped his left elbow on his hand and rested his head on it, while his right hand held the quilt. He pulled her over with one hand and said, "Nightly rate, 3,500. What did she say when she was drunk? Does this guy really think of himself as a gigolo?" Xiao Ruoxing blushed and gritted her teeth, saying, "We just laid in the same bed and slept soundly. Why should I pay you 3,500? Does she think she's stupid?" Nothing happened between them. Gu Jingyan snapped, "If it wasn't just sleeping, do you think I'd still be charging this price?" Xiao Ruoxing. "I was drunk last night. Do you think what I said when I was drunk counts?" Gu Jingyan narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Just because you're drunk doesn't mean you can just take a man home. Do you have any sense of being a married woman?" Xiao Ruoxing didn't like this, and glared back at her. "How am I not having any sense of being a married woman? I was drunk and couldn't tell people apart, so I said nonsense, can't I? But you were sober, you were fooling around while you were sober. Do you have any sense of being a married man? Why do you demand things from other people when you can't even do it yourself?" Gu Jingyan was infuriated by her barrage of words, and with a dark face, he said, "We're talking about your issues now, what are you arguing about?" "Who's arguing? It's obvious that you're using double standards. Besides, I'm not sleeping with other people, and even if I did, we're getting a divorce soon, so what does it matter?" "That's interesting. This son of a bitch is cuckolding her and she's turning green like a turtle, so how can he accuse her?" Xiao Ruoxing broke free from Gu Jingyan's arms and tried to get out of bed. The latter suddenly grabbed her shoulders and pulled her back, rolled over and pinned her down, pinching her chin and saying with a gloomy expression, "Say that again?" "This bastard has very strong hands," and the pinch hurt her bones. Xiao Ruoxing's temper flared up as well. With her almond-shaped eyes glaring at him angrily, she blurted out, "Did I say anything wrong? Mr. Gu, we're getting a divorce, so who do you care who I spend the night with? You can't do it yourself, but you forbid me from finding someone else. Yes, he bit her. Not kissed her.
Xiao Ruoxing struggled violently, but Gu Jingyan, that bastard, directly pressed down on the quilt, wrapping her limbs like a cicada pupa, and wantonly ravaged her lips. The disparity in strength between the two made it impossible for her to resist. The extent of her struggle gradually weakened, and so did Gu Jingyan's strength. The biting eventually turned into kissing. Just as Gu Jingyan's lips landed on her slender white collarbone, Xiao Ruoxing suddenly said, "Gu Jingyan, are you angry with me because you're jealous?" Gu Jingyan paused, raised his eyes, and Xiao Ruoxing was right under him, staring into his eyes and asking in a single sentence, "Are you in love with me?" Gu Jingyan let go of her hand, sat up, and coldly glared at her. "Don't flatter yourself. Xiao Ruoxing, before we get a divorce, you are still the Gu family's daughter-in-law. Remember your status and don't do anything out of line that will make people have to clean up after you." He got dressed and left the bedroom. Xiao Ruoxing tilted her head and stared at the ceiling, suddenly pulling the corners of her mouth in self-deprecation. She knew that she had no place in his heart, and even though he was just trying to provoke her, she couldn't help but feel a little bit of hope when he asked. The answer was no surprise. She hated the way her heart raced uncontrollably at the touch of Gu Jingyan, and she hated the fact that she was foolish enough to hope for something even though she knew the result. The phone rang again, and Xiao Ruoxing unplugged the charger and answered it. "Xing Xing?" Tang Xiaoxiao's voice came from the phone, and Xiao Ruoxing answered, "It's me." Tang Xiaoxiao let out a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death. Why didn't you come home last night? I couldn't get through to you on the phone. Where were you? I almost called the police." Xiao Ruoxing rubbed his temples to relieve the headache caused by his hangover. "I'm fine. Last night I was at my mom's place. I forgot to bring the charger, so my phone shut down automatically when the battery ran out." She hid the fact that she had gotten drunk, not wanting to worry Tang Xiaoxiao. "Okay, I'm glad you're fine. I was just afraid you'd forget about the audition today. Are you still at the hospital? Should I come pick you up? We can go there early and get ready." "No, we'll meet at the hotel." "Okay, see you in an hour." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruoxing wasted no time, jumping out of bed and quickly gathering her things. The clothes from last night still smelled of alcohol and were no longer wearable, so Xiao Ruoxing shamelessly went to the walk-in closet and picked out a new outfit. During her absence, Gu Jingyan had not touched her things, and the contents of the closet were still arranged according to her old habits. There were even a few new spring Prada outfits. It was probably sent by Madame Gu, the only elderly person in the family who cared about her. When she first married and attended a family banquet with Gu Jingyan, she was ridiculed for wearing unfashionable clothes. Although the Qiao family also did business, they were in no way comparable to the Gu family. For true wealthy women like Gu Jingyang, their clothes were almost always the latest seasonal styles, and she, dressed in outdated clothes from a bygone era, simply didn't fit in with the crowd. Standing next to Gu Jingyan, she felt the mismatch in their natures, which had actually been a foreboding from the very beginning. The awkwardness at the family banquet was resolved by a few words from the old lady. After that, every season, someone from the old mansion would send over clothes from the latest collections of various brands. Perhaps the old lady's original intention was just to save face for the family, but for her, that attention made her life in the family not so difficult. She wondered if the divorce would hurt the old lady's feelings. Looking at the clothes, Xiao Ruoxing suddenly felt a little guilty. When she finished packing and came downstairs, she didn't see Gu Jingyan downstairs, so she assumed he had already left. As she was changing her shoes, the nanny called out to her, "Madam, breakfast is ready." "No, I still have things to do." "You should eat a little, it's not good for your stomach to drink medicine on an empty stomach." Xiao Ruoxing paused, and saw that the nanny had already brought a bowl of dark Chinese medicine to her. End of chapter. Many books are hard to find anymore, so cherish what you can. Chapter 28. Just so eager to get pregnant. Zhong Milan, what did she mean by that? Knowing that Yao Kersen was pregnant, why did she still ask the nanny to give her medicine? Did they think women were just a breeding tool for their family? As long as they could have children, they didn't care if they were born in or out of wedlock. Seeing Xiao Ruoxing frown, the nanny hurriedly said, "My lady specifically told me to put in a few more red dates, so it's not as bitter." She pursed her lips and said, "Auntie Zhang, as you can see, I'm about to divorce Gu Jingyan, so there's no need for this medicine." "My dear, what are you talking about? It's inevitable that young couples will have their ups and downs. You can't just mention divorce whenever you have a fight, it's too hurtful." If your husband didn't care about you, he wouldn't have left the house last night when he got the phone call.
Besides, what couple getting a divorce would still be having sex? Xiao Ruoxing. What should she tell the nanny?
That last night they simply slept in the same bed and nothing happened. My wife says that taking this medicine after sex will increase the chances of conception.
When my wife has good news and we have a new addition to the family, everything will be fine.
Over the years, she has heard these words countless times. At first, she also thought that was the case.
When Gu Jingyan married her, they didn't have a foundation of love.
If they could have a child sooner, it would create a bond between them and their relationship would slowly grow warmer. However, this was just her wishful thinking. Gu Jingyan had no intention of having a child with her, and she gradually realized that a child was not a tool for her to hold Gu Jingyan to her side. A new life is a living thing, and it should be born in the expectation of its parents, not as a tool to maintain their marriage. She simply no longer wanted to have a child with Gu Jingyan, and her value was not just reflected in the fact that she could bear children. Auntie Zhang, we're not going to have a child now, so there's no point in taking this medicine. My wife, madam, has instructed me to make sure you drink this.
It's for your own good. If you don't drink it, madam will get on my case. My son just started university this year, and I can't afford to lose my job.
The nanny's eyes were red with anxiety.
Zhong Milan was incredibly persistent in this matter. She could fire someone for drinking a pill. Did she think the pill was as effective as the water of the Zimu River? Miss a dose and you'll miss your chance of getting pregnant?
That's just ridiculous. Xiao Ruoxing was soft-hearted and couldn't bear to see someone begging her like that.
Even though she didn't want to drink it, she took it anyway.
The nanny was worried. She saw that Xiao Ruoxing had already brought the bowl of medicine to her lips, when suddenly, from behind her, came the voice of Gu Jingyan, Auntie Zhan, go tidy up the study. I accidentally spilled some water on the table, and the books got quite wet.
Could you help me take them out to dry?
Xiao Ruoxing hadn't drunk her medicine yet, and the nanny hesitated.
Sir, I'll go in a moment. Those books are very important, Gu Jingyan said lightly, please. Gu Jingyan's words were already an attitude that brooked no refusal, and the nanny did not dare to refuse anymore.
She nodded in response and turned to go to the study.
Xiao Ruoxing glanced at him.
This guy, it turns out he hasn't left yet, what bad luck. She was just about to drink the medicine and leave when she heard the bastard say, Xiao Ruoxing, do you really want to get pregnant that badly?
Should I be glad that I didn't touch you last night?
Xiao Ruoxing's face turned black.
Gu Jingyan, what's wrong with you? Who wants to get pregnant? Gu Jingyan glanced at the bowl of medicine in her hand. Then what are you drinking this for? It's not very convincing.
Xiao Ruoxing gritted her teeth.
You're right to remind me.
I'm in good health, and as long as I sleep with a normal man, I can get pregnant.
It's you who should take supplements.
She said this and shoved the medicine into his hand, leaving you to drink it yourself. After saying this, she slammed the door and left.
Gu Jingyan looked down at the herbal medicine in his hands, his expression inexplicable. When the nanny finished cleaning up, Gu Jingyan had already left the house.
The bowl of medicine on the coffee table was already empty, and the nanny took out her phone, took a photo, and sent it. When she arrived at the hotel, she was a few minutes late. Tang Xiaoxiao had been waiting for her for a long time, and as soon as they met, she whispered to her, "This is crazy. I thought we were early, but it turns out we're the last ones. It's so hard to be an actor or actress in the middle or lower echelons. There's only one role, and everyone's fighting for it." Xiao Ruoxing looked down the corridor and saw that there were actually 20 or 30 people standing outside. Some were entertainers who had come on their own, and some were accompanied by their agents. Counting them up, there were almost 20 competitors. Everyone was fixing their makeup, warming up their voices, and some were even leaning against the wall and crossing their legs. Without exception, these actresses were all very beautiful. Xiao Ruoxing's little confidence in her own appearance suddenly wavered. She had indeed been in Gu Jingyan's captivity for too long, and she still thought that if she had a good-looking face, she could really walk sideways in the entertainment industry. But in fact, there were too many good-looking people in this circle, and beauty was the most common thing here. If you want to stand out among a group of people who already have some acting experience in the professional field, the only thing you can rely on is your own excellent professional ability. This face is at most just the icing on the cake. Realizing this, Xiao Ruoxing couldn't help but become nervous. Tang Xiaoxiao also noticed this and whispered to comfort her, "Don't be too nervous. Just think of it as a class assignment from college.
Just perform steadily, don't think so much. As long as we get through the performance smoothly, we'll be halfway there. Xiao Ruoxing eased up a little and whispered, I'll do my best. After a while, the door to the room opened and a capable-looking woman came out holding a stack of resumes. She shouted, if your name is called, just come in. You have 8 minutes to memorize your lines and perform, so time yourself. Then the first actor was called in, and the tension in the room instantly rose. There were 16 actors auditioning in total, so each would get 8 minutes, which would take more than 2 hours. But in reality, everyone's audition time was shorter than 8 minutes. Xiao Ruoxing held the string taut, ready to be called at any moment, but until there were only 2 people left outside, she still hadn't been called. After the last actor left, she was the only one left in the room, but after waiting for a long time, she didn't see anyone come out and call out her name. Something seemed a little off. Tang Xiaoxiao's heart was pounding, too. Wait a little longer, I guess they're busy with something else. She didn't quite believe her own words. After a few more minutes, the door opened. Both of their hearts lifted. It was the woman who had just announced the order. But this time, she didn't come out to call out names, but to go downstairs. Tang Xiaoxiao got up directly and chased after her, stopping her and asking, Sister, why isn't the play continuing? The woman glanced at her and said indifferently, the audition is over. Tang Xiaoxiao's mind went blank. Sister, you're kidding me, my family hasn't even been called yet. End of chapter. Many books are already hard to find, so cherish what you can. Chapter 29, Please give me a chance. How would I know? I called the person according to the resume, and if I wasn't called, it's because there is naturally no resume. The woman said and pressed the elevator. Impossible. I passed it on to someone to hand it in, so how could there be none? Did you miss it? Sister, can you go back and take another look? The woman frowned, why are you such a nuisance? I told you there is none, it's just a few resumes, how could I have made a mistake? Tang Xiaoxiao pulled a long face and smiled apologetically. Sister, I didn't mean it like that. This audition is really important to us. Could you please help us out and let us have one more audition? It won't take up too much of your time. I don't have that kind of power. Besides, the cast has already been decided. If you have the time, you might as well go work on other film crews. After she finished speaking, the elevator opened and the woman walked straight in. How could there be no resume? Tang Xiaoxiao anxiously called the friend she had asked to do it. Xiao Ruoxing said nothing. The truth was clear, her resume had been switched out. Competition for roles in Lian's drama was always fierce, and if Tang Xiaoxiao could get someone to slip her resume in, then someone else could also find a way to replace it. She was a newcomer who hadn't signed with any agency, so even if her resume was replaced, she couldn't do anything about it. After hanging up the phone, Tang Xiaoxiao cursed almost all the swear words she knew. After cursing, she saw Xiao Ruoxing and felt guilty. After all, she had made such a promise, but in the end, it turned out to be nothing, which was too hard to bear. Ruoxing, I'm sorry, I didn't think it would turn out like this. I'll keep an eye out for other roles for you. As long as there is no contract, everything is a variable, right? Xiao Ruoxing suddenly said this, and Tang Xiaoxiao was taken aback. What do you want to do? Xiao Ruoxing raised the corner of his lips, thinking that he wanted to give it a try. If I get fired later, just pretend you don't know me. Before Tang Xiaoxiao could react, Xiao Ruoxing took off her black-framed glasses, tied up her hair, put on a suit jacket, and knocked on the hotel room door. Hello, room service. The next second, the door opened and Xiao Ruoxing was invited in. Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Is this still possible? Xiao Ruoxing followed him with her head bowed. The audition was for a suite, which was very spacious. The person who opened the door for her said as he walked away, there seems to be an issue with the ventilation in the bathroom. You'd better clean it up first. Did you bring the deodorant? He suddenly realized that the person had come in with empty hands. He was about to ask when the other person suddenly rushed into the living room and shouted, Director Lee, I'm the actor for Audition 17, my name is Xiao Ruoxing. Please give me a chance to audition. The people in the room realized that something was wrong and hurriedly tried to stop her. The audition was over, so please leave. Xiao Ruoxing shouted while struggling, it's not over until you sign the contract. You held an open audition, so you were looking for the most suitable actor, right? The actors haven't even finished the audition, so how can you be sure that the one you found is suitable? Please leave. The audition is over, if you continue like this, we will call the police.
Xiao Ruoxing was very strong, and the two adult men almost couldn't stop her.
Director Li. At least give me a chance. 7 minutes, no, 5 minutes, just 5 minutes, Director Li Yan.
Just as the two sides were arguing fiercely, the door to the inner room opened, and Li Yan poked his head out, frowning and asking what the commotion was about. The staff were about to explain when Xiao Ruoxing suddenly broke free from the two of them and said, "Director Li, I'm Xiao Ruoxing, the 17th auditionee.
Please give me a chance to audition."
Li Yan looked her over from top to bottom and asked, "There's no information about you in the resume you sent." "My name is Xiao Ruoxing, I'm 25 years old, and a 19th year graduate of the acting department at F University."
"Do you have any work experience?"
Xiao Ruoxing clenched her fingers and spoke very quietly, "No."
"No?" Li Yan was a little surprised. "Did you change careers after graduation?" "No."
Xiao Ruoxing paused before continuing, "After graduation, for some personal reasons, I haven't worked, and I've only acted in a few school plays."
"So you have no acting experience?" Xiao Ruoxing didn't say anything, which was considered a tacit agreement. "If you haven't worked in this industry for 3 years since graduation, why do you want to do it again now?"
In front of a director like Li Yan, who has seen the big scene, saying feelings is simply a mockery. Others have seen more people than she has eaten, so Xiao Ruoxing spoke the truth, "I need money."
Li Yan looked at her in surprise.
Xiao Ruoxing continued, "I also need a recognized job to prove my worth. Director Li, I beg you to give me a chance to audition, and give this role a chance to be recast." Li Yan chuckled, "You're a young girl, but you have a big mouth.
You don't even have any acting experience, so where does this confidence come from?"
Xiao Ruoxing shook her head, "I'm just betting on Director Li's prudence in casting." Before Li Yan could speak, there was a noise from the room, and then Li Yan retracted his body into the room, and a moment later came out again.
As the door closed, Xiao Ruoxing glanced inside and saw 2 pairs of suit trousers legs flash past, long and straight, and they disappeared in an instant.
"Okay, I'll give you this opportunity, Xiaomi, give her the lines."
Li Yan glanced at the time, memorizing the lines and performing.
"I'll only give you 5 minutes, get ready, and we'll start."
Xiao Ruoxing instantly tensed up, quickly going through her lines.
The character they were competing to play was the 4th female lead, a young lady who entered the palace with the female lead. At first, the two were very close friends, helping each other out, but as they were both crowned, a rift appeared in their relationship, and in the end, the sisters turned against each other. The scene Li Yan gave them was the climax of the sisters tearing each other apart, when the female lead discovers that her best friend is the one who drugged her. There are only 3 pages of dialogue, and the emotions change very quickly, so it is a real test of the actor's skills to get it all down in one breath. The room is silent, except for the sound of Xiao Ruoxing flipping through the pages.
After 2 minutes, Xiao Ruoxing looks up and says, "That's good." Li Yan nods and says, "Let's begin."
As soon as Xiao Ruoxing raised her eyes, the calm look she had just had disappeared, and she instantly took on a weak and feeble appearance. "Your Majesty, Yu Lian entered the palace with Linglong when she was 16, and their relationship was very close. When she was about to die after being punished by Chen Guoran, the concubines risked their lives to save her, which is why she has a cough and can't rest at night. The concubines treated her like a sister, so why would they want to harm her?"
As soon as the words came out, everyone present was stunned.
Xiao Ruoxing's lines were so good that they were almost a little scary. As soon as she spoke, her emotions were in the character. Her face, which had just been full of sharpness, made a pitiful expression of extreme grievance, and there was no sense of incongruity at all. You even felt that what she said was the truth, and that she was the one who had been wronged. The end of this chapter. Many books are already hard to find, so cherish what you read.
Chapter 30, Normal Needs.
Li Yan's expression became solemn, and she pursed her lips as she continued reading.
Xiao Ruoxing's emotional handling was very detailed.
With so many lines to memorize, she had managed to get through it all in just 2 minutes, and her skill with the lines didn't look like she had no acting experience.
Until the end of the performance, no one in the audience spoke.
Although Xiao Ruoxing was confident in her abilities, there was no way she could have gotten every emotional nuance right in such a short time. Li Yan didn't say whether it was good or not, but whispered something to the person next to him, then looked up at Xiao Ruoxing and said, "Try another part." Xiao Ruoxing's eyes brightened a little, which seemed to indicate that there was hope, otherwise one part would have been enough to get her fired. Another part of the script was handed to her. Xiao Ruoxing looked down and saw that it wasn't the character she had just played, but the 3rd female lead in the play, the role of the concubine.
This character is different from the stereotypical supporting actress.
The concubine was born into a wealthy family, beautiful beyond compare, headstrong and willful, and she bullied everyone in the harem because of the emperor's favor. She was ruthless when dealing with the female protagonist, and her evil nature was obvious, but in front of the emperor she was a sweet, clingy little demon, able to act coquettishly and throw tantrums. The character's sense of contrast was very strong, and if she could get the right balance, the role would be very likable.
But hasn't the third female character already been cast? Why did Li Yan let him try out for this scene?
Although he had doubts in his heart, he didn't ask any questions. After finishing the lines, he looked up and said, "You can start now."
Li Yan nodded to indicate that she could begin. Xiao Ruoxing let her emotions brew.
As soon as she looked up, the arrogant and domineering air came out in a light and carefree manner.
Her face is absolutely stunning, and she fully deserves the epithet a national beauty.
No one would dispute that she is more beautiful than the rest of the harem. Her charming expression and coquettish tone would make anyone, not just the emperor, fall for her.
After the first scene, there was once again complete silence.
Having performed 2 scenes, Xiao Ruoxing now had a little more confidence. In her heart, she preferred the role of the concubine, which was more richly defined, but such an important role would probably not be given lightly.
As long as the fourth female lead was confirmed, she would be satisfied. Why didn't you pursue an acting career after graduation? A few minutes later, Li Yan asked his question.
If you want to sign a contract, you will inevitably have to investigate the background of the actor. After all, you don't want anything to come out in the middle of the project and cause it to fail before it airs.
Xiao Ruoxing pondered for a few seconds before revealing the truth: she was married. Li Yan was taken aback.
He never expected it to be because of marriage. There was another moment of silence. After a while, Li Yan said, "Leave your contact information, and I'll let you know if there's any news." After leaving the room, Xiao Ruoxing felt her heartbeat gradually return to normal. No matter how composed and calm she acted in front of Li Yan, she would feel nervous inside.
Tang Xiaoxiao had not left, and when she saw her come out, she hurried over. "How come it took you so long? If you don't come out soon, I'm going to call the police."
Xiao Ruoxing grabbed her wrist and whispered, "Let's talk about it outside." Once they got in the car, and after she had finished telling her what had happened inside, Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes widened.
Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, did Li Yan let you try out for the role of the Empress? Did he want you to play the Empress?
Xiao Ruoxing shook her head, not knowing why such an important role would be given to her, and wasn't it said that the role had already been cast?
Tang Xiaoxiao closed the window.
In fact, it was all spread online, and no one really knew if the role had been cast or not.
Besides, Li Yan doesn't reject using newcomers.
Even though she said that, Xiao Ruoxing still didn't have much confidence. Tang Xiaoxiao was full of confidence.
Did Li Yan say anything after you finished acting?
Xiao Ruoxing shook his head. He just left a phone number. Maybe it was just a spur of the moment idea to let me try it. Tang Xiaoxiao said, "It would be great if I could play the concubine, but getting the fourth female role is not bad either.
Let's go have a nice meal to celebrate."
Xiao Ruoxing was delighted, but it was still too early to celebrate.
"Then let's celebrate your imminent escape from the tomb of marriage.
A new barbecue restaurant has opened on Tongren Road, and it's been booming lately. Every day, friends post pictures of themselves there, saying that the food is really good." When the 2 of them arrived, it was indeed packed, and all the parking spaces in front of the door were gone. They had to park in the underground garage of the shopping mall across the street. Tang Xiaoxiao had just gotten her driver's license 3 months ago, and volunteered to show off her reverse parking skills. Xiao Ruoxing got out of the car and helped her watch for obstacles from behind.
The woman had medium-length hair, dressed very young and fashionable, and her outfit was worth a lot of money.
As soon as she got out of the car, she walked over to Xiao Xuxing and put her arm around his, in an intimate gesture. Xiao Xuxing had a smile on his face, an expression she had never seen on his face a few times since she was little. It seemed that her gaze was too intense, and Xiao Xuxing suddenly looked in her direction. After seeing Xiao Ruoxing, he frowned and then wiped the woman's hand off his arm, indicating that she should go first. Then he pursed his lips and walked towards Xiao Ruoxing.
"Xing, why are you here?"
He spoke in the tone of an elder, completely unfazed by his daughter's discovery of him meeting his lover in secret.
Xiao Ruoxing glanced in the direction the woman had disappeared to, expressionless, and said, "When did this start? What tone is that?"
This interrogative tone made Xiao Xuxing very uncomfortable.
It was very similar to Yuru's mannerisms in the beginning, full of condescending posturing that made people feel irritated and suffocated. Then tell me, what tone should I use when I see my father in an intimate relationship with another woman? You didn't have time to come and see my mother when she was critically ill, but you have time to meet with another woman in private? Xiao Xuxing was very annoyed. Watch your tone of speech.
If I hadn't spent money to keep your mother alive, she would have died long ago. It's been 6 years since her accident, and she's been lying there half dead for 6 years.
Do you want me to spend the rest of my life taking care of this half-dead vegetable?
Xiao Ruoxing clenched his fingers, and his heart was filled with ice. Perhaps he felt that what he had said was too much, so Xiao Xuxing slowed down his tone and said again, Xing, when your mother had an accident, I was only in my 40s, in the prime of life. No man can spend his life like this, guarding such a vegetable wife. I promise you that I will not divorce you, but I am a man with a normal body, and I have my own needs.
Look at those big bosses in the business community, which ones don't have a few lovers? I only started looking after your mother's accident, and it's only for my physical needs. End of chapter. Many books are hard to find anymore, so cherish what you can. Chapter 31, I wish I could do it myself.
These words sound very noble. While others are looking for women because they are womanizing, he is looking for women because his wife is in a vegetative state and cannot satisfy him, so he is forced to do so. It seems that if the reason changes, this behavior becomes reasonable. People are not animals, so what is this talk of physiological needs? Or is it that men are all so brazen when faced with infidelity? Pushing all the blame onto the woman? If your mother were still alive, I would never find another woman. I have shared joys and sorrows with her and founded the company together.
That kind of relationship cannot be replaced by anyone else.
If it weren't for the fact that he was anxious to get a divorce soon after Hiro's accident, Xiao Ruoxing would have believed his nonsense. If it weren't for the fact that she is now married to Gu Jingyan and is still useful to the Qiao family, why would he care about Hiro's life and death? Not getting a divorce is just a way to contain her under the pretext of taking care of Hiro.
Xiao Ruoxing's face didn't show much emotion, and she just asked, what was that woman's name? Xiao Xuxing's body froze for a moment.
What do you care what she's called?
If you don't like it, you won't see her again. Xiao Xuxing obviously didn't want to continue this conversation, and instead asked, did you deliver the things I asked you to send?
Xiao Ruoxing pursed her lips and nodded.
Did you come out with Jingyan?
No, with a friend.
Xiao Xuxing frowned. Married people don't just know how to play all day long.
You should use this time to think about how to please Jingyan.
It's been so many years since you got married, and you don't even have a child. How can the Gu family see you as a good match?
These words made Xiao Ruoxing feel physically sick. Every word reminded her of the nature of this marriage. It had never been fair between her and Gu Jingyan. What she had to do was to please his husband in order to gain his protection for the Qiao family.
How could Gu Jingyan respect her in a marriage with such ulterior motives? Xiao Xuxing was about to continue lecturing when his phone suddenly rang.
After answering the call, he turned to Xiao Ruoxing and said, I have to go, I have some work to do at the company.
You should go home early too.
Jingyan has had a long day at work, so at least make him a warm meal. After Xiao Xuxing left, Tang Xiaoxiao, who had been hiding in the shadows, came out and scolded, your father is really something. He doesn't care if his own daughter disappears, but he treats his son-in-law like his own son, no, like his own older brother. If Gu Jingyan liked girls, your father would probably hate himself for not being able to do it himself.
Xiao Ruoxing was already used to Xiao Xuxing's snobbishness, so he turned his head and asked Tang Xiaoxiao, is the car's driving recorder on?
Yes, why?
Xiao Ruoxing got into the car and exported the footage from the dashcam.
Because the angle was not good, it only captured a very brief shot of the woman's face who was with Xiao Xuxing. Xiao Ruoxing cut out the picture and stared at the woman, wondering what she was thinking.
Is there an issue? Tang Xiaoxiao asked.
Xiao Ruoxing was silent for a moment and whispered, I always feel like I've seen the woman who was just with Xiao Xuxing somewhere before. Especially when she asked Xiao Xuxing the woman's name, and Xiao Xuxing's evasive answer made her feel even more that it wasn't her own illusion.
Where? Have I seen her before?
Xiao Ruoxing shook her head, unable to remember.
Then let's eat first, and think about it while we eat.
If that doesn't work, we'll hire a private detective to find out, and get back at that auntie for me.
Xiao Ruoxing smiled.
If Hiyuru were awake, she would probably stir up a huge mess and fight to the bitter end. She was a woman who could not tolerate any mistakes. Xiao Ruoxing herself would not let things get to that point. She just wanted to find out who that person was and why she looked so familiar. The next day, while still asleep, Xiao Ruoxing was woken by her phone.
She frowned and answered it, sleepily saying, "Hello, who's this?" "Ruoxing, haven't you woken up yet?" The calm female voice on the other end startled Xiao Ruoxing, and she scrambled out of bed, clearing her throat and whispering, "Mom? What's up?"
Zhong Milan said indifferently, "A few friends are coming over today.
Can you help entertain them?" Xiao Ruoxing was 100% unwilling.
Zhong Milan's friends were all rich housewives, and she had never been able to deal with those women, so naturally she didn't want to go.
So she said, "Isn't Ging Yang at home?"
Jing Yang is better at talking to these aunties than I am.
I'm not very good at talking, and I'm afraid it'll get awkward.
Jing Yang is hanging out with her friends, otherwise I wouldn't have called you.
You will be going out with Jing Yan in the future, there are plenty of places you will have to deal with. Are you going to avoid them all? If word gets out, outsiders will think our daughter-in-law from the Gu family is beneath us. Xiao Ruoxing, shut up. Pack up and come over early.
With these words, Zhong Milan hung up. There was nothing she could do, so Xiao Ruoxing had to pack up and head to Zhong Milan's place.
Zhong Milan was a famous socialite in Jiangchen when she was young.
After marrying into the Gu family, her status in the wives' circle also increased with the Gu family's fame. She often arranged gatherings with other wives who had dealings with the Gu family's business, saying that they were exchanging feelings, but in reality they were exchanging information. What the men couldn't say directly was best relayed by women in private. The three wives arrived at 10 a.m. Mrs. Li and Mrs. Chen had met before, so they were acquainted, but the other one was Mrs. Bai, whom Xiao Ruoxing had never met before and found rather unfamiliar. From their appearance alone, it was hard to tell how Mrs. Bai differed from the other two wives, but as they spoke, she could clearly sense that Mrs. Bai was more arrogant, and Mrs. Li and Mrs. Chen were clearly deferring to her. Even Zhong Milan was more cordial with her than with the others. When Xiao Ruoxing delivered the fruit tray, Mrs. Bai raised her eyelids and swept her from top to bottom, leisurely saying, "Sister Lan, this is your daughter-in-law, she looks quite attractive."
Zhong Milan smiled faintly but did not reply. Xiao Ruoxing put down the things and retreated. Mrs. Chen spoke when she saw her leave, "Sister Lan, how is the effect of the medicine I grabbed before? Any news?" "I haven't heard anything yet. This is the 5th doctor she's seen. She should be pregnant by now, no matter what. Is there something wrong with her?" Zhong Milan lowered her eyes and said in a leisurely manner, "There are no issues with the physical examination." "I don't know why. This is strange. Could it be that her Batsi, fortune, is not compatible with your family's?" Mrs. Li said, "Do you need to look at the horoscopes?" "From family background to upbringing, there is nothing that matches the Gu family. I don't know what the old lady likes about her. I heard that she was in a car accident with her mother that year. At the time, the passenger seat was the most severely damaged, but she, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was fine, while her mother became a vegetable. Do you think it's strange?" End of chapter. Many books are hard to find anymore, so cherish what you can. Chapter 32, The Kafu Kid. "Mrs. Li, you can't say things like that." Mrs. Chen deliberately reminded her that even if Xiao Ruoxing was no good, she was Zhong Milan's daughter-in-law, and it was fine to tease her a bit, but it was a bit inappropriate to go too far. Mrs. Li, however, thought that Mrs. Chen didn't believe her. "I didn't say anything without reason. I have a nephew who was with the traffic police at the time and participated in the investigation of the accident. He himself said that the car was hit very hard and that, logically, neither of them should have survived. But when they were rescued, only her mother was seriously injured, and she only suffered minor skin wounds. She just has a tough life. Women with tough lives tend to bring misfortune to those around them." Mrs. Li. Seeing that Zhong Milan's face was not looking well, Mrs. Chen gave her a kick under the table. Mrs. Li finally reacted, realizing that she had unintentionally hurt Zhong Milan's feelings with her words. Zhong Milan had lost her husband at a young age, and she was referring to her as killing her husband and son in front of her face. Wasn't she implying something? Mrs. Li panicked and hurriedly explained, "Mrs. Gu, I didn't mean that." Zhong Milan raised her eyes coldly. What did she mean? Mrs. Li's hand trembled and she stuttered, unable to find the words to say. Mrs. Bai smiled, "Don't be angry, Lan. Mrs. Li didn't mean it. You know how she is." Zhong Milan took a sip of tea and said in a neutral tone, "It's quite fortunate for Mr. Li to have such a simple wife at her age." This was not a compliment. Mrs. Li, however stupid she was, could hear the sarcasm in it. Her face turned green and white, but she didn't dare to retort. Zhong Milan had originally invited Mrs. Bai today,
and had asked the two of them to come along as company. But she had humiliated her in public, and Jong Mylan was lucky not to have turned on her right then and there. Xiao Ruoxing stood at the corner of the corridor, listening to the conversation between the wives while slowly eating cherries. So the rich ladies are also so gossipy. It's really flattering that they went to such lengths to discuss her affairs. A frigid wife? If she really is frigid, she'd better keep Gu Jingyan from getting an erection. See which woman dares to want him. Jiangsheng Group. Gu Jingyan absent-mindedly flipped through the documents, and Lin Shu doubted what he had just reported. His boss probably didn't listen in much. Gu Jingyan rarely used to get distracted at work before. His work efficiency was so demanding that he had to make precise use of every second. He was like a machine with precise calculations, with everything scheduled out clearly. If you asked the people around him what was at the top of Gu Jingyan's mind, everyone would inevitably say work. But recently, Gu Jingyan's frequent state of distraction made him feel that there seemed to be a bug in this work machine, and this bug was most likely due to his wife. Lin Shu thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Gu, your wife went to see her mother-in-law today." Gu Jingyan glanced at him and didn't say anything. Lin Shu continued, "Your wife invited some friends over to the house today, and your wife went to keep them company." What could she do to keep them company? She could talk so much that she could choke someone to death. My mother-in-law dislikes those women for being too noisy, so she wants her to go over there and keep quiet? Lin Shuxin said, "The wife only speaks in front of you with barbs, but when she's around other people, she's still polite and well-mannered." But after saying that, I guess her boss is going to be angry. An outstanding assistant knows how to read people's expressions. The wives of those company executives are all well-known people in the industry, and the wife is young and innocent, so she's afraid she's going to suffer. Gu Jingyan snorted, "I don't have that kind of ability, but if I go, I'll learn from my mistakes." Having reached this point, Lin Shu also shut up. That Mrs. Bai seemed to have a lot of clout. Zhong Mylan's attitude towards her was obviously much better than with the other two wives. Whether it was the taste of the food or the topics of conversation during idle chats, they all took care of Mrs. Bai's preferences and habits. Xiao Ruoxing naturally had no place among this group of wives, but fortunately, apart from the initial discussions about her, those people were too lazy to pay her any attention at other times. Xiao Ruoxing settled down to be a companion for eating and chatting, and it wasn't that hard. After dinner, the wives played mahjong, and Xiao Ruoxing played the role of waitress, helping to pour tea and serve desserts. When everything was ready, she sat aside and watched. The guests hadn't left, so naturally she couldn't leave first, or Zhong Mylan would be unhappy. She wasn't interested in mahjong, so after watching 2 games she played with her phone. Rishu's Weibo account hadn't been updated for half a month, so she logged in to take a look. There were thousands of comments, most of them urging her to make a new work, and there were also quite a few private messages from haters, the vast majority of whom were Yao Kursen's only fans. After all, the hit drama Mystery Lover aired some time ago, and she stole too much of Yao Kursen's limelight. In fact, she didn't want to do the dubbing for that drama at first, and she didn't want to have too much interaction with Yao Kursen, but the crew approached her several times, offering a good price. She was busy preparing a birthday gift for Gu Jingyan at the time, and she liked a piece of rock in the photo, but she still didn't have enough money in her hands, so she took the role. This drama gave Yao Kursen a lot of national popularity. If it weren't for the hype she created with the car accident a while ago, she would have been able to directly advance to the first tier with just one more hit drama. But for her, the popularity that hit dramas bring to voice actors is very limited. Even if they are on the search hot, people who don't mix in circles don't care at all whether the drama is dubbed or original sound. On the contrary, Yao Kursen's fans, because she was on the search hot a few times, chased her and cursed her for a few months. Some of them, as if they were in a group, came every day, and every time they would scold her like they were writing an essay, hurling insults about her appearance and making personal attacks. Some even went further, cursing her death. In the past, Xiao Ruoxing would have just endured it, but ever since she found out that Gu Jingyan had snatched the dubbing role for Fengshen and given it to Yao Kursen, these insults and attacks suddenly became unbearable. Why should she condone these people? Xiao Ruoxing pursed her lips and sent screenshots of the unsightly private messages to Tang Xiaoxiao. "I want to sue these people. Tang Xiaoxiao, I told you to sue them earlier, but you were soft-hearted. These internet pests, if you don't peel off their skin, they can hide in the dark all their lives and attack you recklessly. You have to drag a few out to set an example. Xiao Ruoxing, it doesn't matter if you spend a bit more, just find me the best lawyer. Tang Xiaoxiao, leave it to me. I've wanted to tear these scumbags apart for a long time. Xiao Ruoxing, refill Mrs. Li's tea." Zhong Milan's voice interrupted the two's conversation, and Xiao Ruoxing put his phone in his pocket and got up to pour tea. Mrs. Li said, "No need, there's something at home. Lao Li told me to go home early, so I'm not playing." Mrs. Bai frowned, saying, "We haven't even started playing yet, how are we going to play without you? There's still someone else here, isn't there?" Mrs. Li said, "Lan, let your daughter-in-law help me out for a bit, I really have something to do here." Mrs. Bai glanced at Xiao Ruoxing and asked, "Can you play?" End of chapter. Many books are already hard to find, so cherish what you can. Chapter 33, What are you looking at? Xiao Ruoxing subconsciously looked at Zhong Milan. Zhong Milan's expression was indifferent, and Mrs. Bai asked you a question. Xiao Ruoxing pursed her lips, not playing very well. Mrs. Bai laughed, "I like it when you don't play well." In this way, Xiao Ruoxing took Mrs. Li's place and played mahjong with these three women. Mrs. Bai played 3 threes. "I haven't seen Jing Yang all day. Where did the girl go? She graduated this year, right?" Mrs. Chen laughed and said, "Where else could Jing Yang go? She's probably gone to the office again to look for your nephew. Why don't you act as a matchmaker and talk to your brother and sister-in-law about settling this marriage? Then you and Sister Lan will be considered relatives." Mrs. Bai said, "My sister-in-law really likes Jing Yang, so she'll naturally say yes, but it's hard to say about Xian. The boy usually seems gentle and refined, and he's easygoing about everything, but he actually has big ideas. I'm just afraid I won't be able to make decisions for him." Mrs. Chen said, "Relationships can be nurtured after marriage. Haven't we all gone through that?" Zhong Milan said lightly, "Jing Yang is still young, there's no rush." Xiao Ruoxing listened with rapt attention, and casually played a 30,000. "Who?" Mrs. Chen beamed with joy, and said, "A 30,000. I thought it would take a while." Mrs. Bai raised her eyes and gave a disgusted sound. "You really don't know how to play. There aren't even a few 10,000s on the table, how dare you play like that?" Mrs. Chen was very happy to have won the hand, and even took the initiative to defend Xiao Ruoxing, saying that it was only the first game, and that she might not have gotten the hang of it yet, so they should just keep going. Xiao Ruoxing hadn't played mahjong since she was in school. One time, a roommate in her dormitory had a birthday, and they all went out together to celebrate, doing all the things she wanted to do for a whole day. That roommate was from Sichuan, and she took them to a chess and card room, where she dragged them all night long playing mahjong, and that was when she learned how to play. After graduating, she married Gu Jingyan and rarely went out to meet friends. She never played mahjong again, and now she can at most tell what the winning hand looks like. As for guessing other people's hands, she has no experience at all. The result of this is that she loses 9 times out of 10. Later on, she lost almost all the chips in her drawer. Mrs. Chen's winning hands were so soft that her powdered face was beaming with joy. She felt that it was almost time to quit while she was ahead, so she said, "Why don't we clear the table and come back another day?" Zhong Milan glanced at Xiao Ruoxing and asked, "How many chips do you have left?" Xiao Ruoxing said, 2. 460,000, you can transfer it all to Mrs. Chen first." Xiao Ruoxing was dumbfounded. 460,000? Did she hear it right? How big a game did they play? It was only 2 hours, and she lost 460,000? What's the difference between this and gambling? Xiao Ruoxing suddenly felt like crying. If she had known it was such a big game, she would have said no. After seeing no movement for a long time, Zhong Milan called out to her, "If you don't have any, I'll help you out." If she had any, if she said she didn't, Zhong Milan would probably make trouble for her as soon as she left. And if she really wanted to help her out, she wouldn't have asked her. Xiao Ruoxing endured the pain and transferred the money. Mrs. Bai said, "You're having such good luck, why don't you play a little longer?" Mrs. Chen, while collecting the money, teased, "If you play any longer, I'm afraid your chips will run out." Before Mrs. Bai could say anything, a dark male voice sounded outside. It seemed that Auntie Chen had won a lot today and was speaking so loudly. Xiao Ruoxing was startled, and when she looked up, she saw Gu Jingyan in a suit, striding towards the mahjong table with long legs. Mrs. Chen also smiled. She had won just enough pocket money to buy a new dress, but not much more. "Jingyan, what brings you here today? It's been a while since I saw you." Gu Jingyan placed the bag in his hand on the table and said lightly, "I just finished meeting with a client and stopped by to drop off some Sydney cream. I heard you, Auntie Chen, talking as soon as I entered the door, and it sounded like you won quite a bit." Mrs. Bai glanced at Xiao Ruoxing and suddenly smiled. "Isn't that right?
Your Aunt Chen has a very lucky hand and has won the most. Mrs. Chen modestly said, all three families won, I just had a bit of luck. Gu Jingyan said, if all three families won, then who lost?
Everyone was silent, and their eyes coincidentally looked at Xiao Ruoxing, whose eyes were red from crying.
Xiao Ruoxing. He asked, how much did you lose?
Xiao Ruoxing bit her lip and said in a small voice, 460,000.
Gu Jingyan looked up and asked with his eyes closed, are you playing?
Xiao Ruoxing glared at him with red eyes. It wasn't his money she had lost, so what right did he have to mock her?
Mrs. Bai said, young people, they still lack experience. Gu Jingyan glanced at Xiao Ruoxing and said indifferently, it has nothing to do with experience. She has never won at board games either.
The implication was that she was just plain stupid.
Xiao Ruoxing. That dog of a man, Gu Jingyan, couldn't hold back his farting.
Whenever he got the chance, he would find ways to insult her. Gu Jingyan took the teapot and filled the cups, saying lightly, it's rare to have guests at home, so I ordered a few dishes from Shiyuai. They'll be delivered in a bit.
It's still early, so do you two aunts want to play a few more rounds? Mrs. Chen hesitated a bit.
After all, the 300,000 yuan had already gone into her pocket, and she would definitely be making a profit if she left now. Mrs. Bai readily agreed, saying, great, I'm having a lucky streak today, and I really don't want to call it a night so soon. Seeing that Mrs. Bai had said this, Mrs. Chen didn't want to say no to playing anymore either.
Zhong Milan, however, glanced at Gu Jingyan and said, didn't you say you didn't like to play this? Gu Jingyan looked up and said, I'm not playing, you four continue, and I'll just watch. Xiao Ruoxing. To see how she loses? She knew that Gu Jingyan didn't mean any good.
Gu Jingyan pulled a chair and sat next to her, elegantly crossing her legs and saying lightly, I'll pay for everyone to have fun.
If you win, it's yours, if you lose, it's mine.
Xiao Ruoxing looked at him suspiciously.
Could this guy be that kind?
Before she could think much more, the chips had been redistributed and a new round had begun.
Xiao Ruoxing's luck continued to be bad.
The card she picked up did not have any pairs, but she did get a full house, with everything from north to south. She felt a card from the east, and just as she was about to play it, she heard Gu Jingyan's deep voice in her ear, 2 circles. If she played the 2 circles, it would be inappropriate, right?
She hesitated. Mrs. Chen was getting a little impatient. Ruoxing, hurry up and play.
Ruoxing gritted her teeth and played the 2 circle tile. After all, he had said that if she lost, it would be his fault, so she might as well play whatever she wanted.
Pong.
Mrs. Bai picked up the tile and smiled, you played so well on the first tile, it seems like you're in a lucky streak. After saying that, she played a north wind tile. Xiao Ruoxing looked down and saw that she had 3 north winds.
Should she go for a Kong?
She turned her head to look at Gu Jingyan, who took a sip of tea and said lightly, what are you looking at me for?
End of chapter.
Many books are already hard to find, so cherish what you can. Chapter 34, I'll play whatever role you like.
That means no Kong.
Xiao Ruoxing then drew a tile, and it was an east wind. This time they had a pair, so they couldn't play anymore. Xiao Ruoxing looked around and drew 3 tiles.
Seeing that Gu Jingyan was silent, he played them out.
Mrs. Chen glanced at them and played an east wind.
Pong.
Xiao Ruoxing picked up the tiles and wanted to play the 1 circle he had just opened.
Gu Jingyan said, are you saving the white tiles for the new year?
Xiao Ruoxing glared at him and replaced them.
Pong. Zhong Milan knocked on the table and played a tile.
Xiao Ruoxing was about to complain about Gu Jingyan's poor skills when she drew a 1-tube tile. She took a closer look and saw 3 of each tile in the 4 cardinal directions.
This hand.
Play your cards. Mrs. Chen urged again. Xiao Ruoxing paused for a moment and whispered, I've won. Then she spread her cards out. When Chen's wife saw them, her eyes nearly popped out of her head.
Self-drawn, big 4 happiness?
When everyone looked at the cards, they saw that there were 1 pair of 1, 1 pair of 2, 1 pair of 3, 1 pair of 4, 1 pair of 5, 1 pair of 6, 1 pair of 7, 1 pair of 8, 1 pair of 9, 1 pair of 10, 1 pair of jacks, 1 pair of queens, 1 pair of kings, and 1 pair of tubes.
It really was big 4 happiness. Big 4 happiness self-drawn, a direct quadrupling of your score.
Chen's wife scowled, I wondered why I didn't see any luck, it was all with you.
Mrs. Chen's luck was really good today.
As soon as the game started, she heard the hand. She thought she would be able to wait for the south wind by herself, but she didn't know that it was all with Xiao Ruoxing, and he even formed a big 4 happiness hand, which cut off her win.
Her hand value quadrupled in one go, so of course she was upset. She had only won so little in the first 3 rounds. Xiao Ruoxing started off with a big win, and then it was like he was on a roll, getting better and better hands. Gu Jingyan watched from behind. When she played the right card, he didn't say a word. If she wasn't sure, he would give a light hint. In no time, she won several hands in a row, and the chips in her hand were getting bigger and bigger. Xiao Ruoxing was getting more and more excited. No wonder everyone loves playing cards so much, it is really happy when you win. In contrast, Mrs. Chen and Mrs. Bai looked a little worse for wear. Especially Mrs. Chen, the money she earned in the first 2 hours is now being paid out in handfuls, and the chips are running out in no time. And Gu Jingyan and Xiao Ruoxing are not at all in a hurry to stop. That's enough for today, Zhong Milan said in due course. After playing for so long, her legs are numb. Let's go to the living room for some tea and take a break. Mrs. Chen let out a sigh of relief and was about to get up when Gu Jingyan suddenly said in a leisurely manner, Auntie Chen, let's settle the chips. Mrs. Chen's face suddenly turned a little pale. She didn't want to pay, but she felt that Gu Jingyan was being rude by asking directly. Zhong Milan frowned and said, let's talk about it later. Let everyone rest and have some tea first. Gu Jingyan's expression was indifferent. Even so, he had to point out the chips in front of everyone. If he got it wrong and missed some, it would be impossible to sort it out later. Mrs. Chen was furious. She suppressed her anger and said, point them out. I'll transfer the money to you right away so that no one will think that I can't lose. Zhong Milan looked a little uncomfortable, and Xiao Ruoxing was also embarrassed. Only Gu Jingyan, as if nothing had happened, added, this amount of money is not enough for Mrs. Chen to buy clothes, so how could she be unable to afford it? Then he said to Xiao Ruoxing, send Mrs. Chen the card number. Mrs. Chen was so angry that her face turned green. After the settlement was completed, she transferred the money, grabbed her bag and left, and no one could stop her. Once Mrs. Chen left, Mrs. Bai didn't want to stay either. She transferred the money to Xiao Ruoxing and left as well. In an instant, the house was left with just the 3 of them. Zhong Milan's face wasn't looking good, and she said with a cold face, we came here to have some fun and be happy, what are you doing? Gu Jingyan raised his eyelids and said, Mom, Mrs. Chen's husband was just promoted a few months ago, if such a large amount of money is transferred and it's discovered, it's hard to explain. Zhong Milan was at a loss for words. You can't put it that bluntly. Gu Jingyan said, I'll be more tactful next time. Zhong Milan was then blocked from saying anything else, and finally looked at Xiao Ruoxing with a cold face. She didn't bother to say anything to them and went straight upstairs. Gu Jingyan stood up and walked a few steps, seeing that Xiao Ruoxing was still standing in the same place, he said indifferently, do you still want to have dinner here? Of course not. Xiao Ruoxing took her things and followed him out. Lin Shu had been waiting outside for a long time, and as soon as they got in the car, he started it up. As the saying goes, you can't eat someone else's mouth short, and you can't take someone else's hand soft. If it weren't for Gu Jingyan's reminder just now, there was no way she would have been able to get back the 400 to 500,000 yuan she lost. She was preparing for a divorce, and she was already short of money. If she lost this several 100,000 yuan, she would have to suffer for several days and nights without being able to sleep. Now that she had recovered her money, she even found Gu Jingyan a lot more agreeable. Apart from anything else, Gu Jingyan is actually quite protective and also sticks to his principles. A divorce does not have to be a fight to the death. The Gu family has so much power in Jiangcheng, and there is no telling if there will be any contact in the future. It's not bad to have more rich and powerful friends. When she thinks about it like this, she finds Gu Jingyan even more agreeable. After deducting the initial investment, they won a total of 160,000 yuan, so Xiao Ruoxing very generously transferred 80,000 yuan to Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan's phone rang next to him, and he glanced down. The account had received 80,000 yuan, and the transferor was Xiao Ruoxing. He turned his head to look at the woman next to him. Xiao Ruoxing cleared his throat, I'm not the kind of person who eats alone, it's half and half. No need, Gu Jingyan said indifferently, accompany me to an event tomorrow, it's all yours. Xiao Ruoxing refused without thinking, you'd better just keep the money. They were getting divorced, was she crazy to attend some stupid event with him? Whenever they went to these kinds of events, they were always being pointed at and gossiped about by those so-called celebrities. Everyone was counting the days until she was dumped by Gu Jingyan, so why would she want to go and make things difficult for herself? Gu Jingyan seemed unperturbed by her refusal, and snorted lightly. Fine, if you don't want to go, then we'll split the 460,000 yuan in half. Xiao Ruoxing stared straight ahead. That's my capital. Gu Jingyan glanced at her. You didn't have any capital when I arrived. She had lost all her capital before he arrived, and all the money she had earned since then was from Gu Jingyan. Xiao Ruoxing was at a loss for words, and after a long pause, she managed to stammer out, "You said that if you lose, it's yours, and if you win, it's mine." Gu Jingyan nodded. "That was what I told my wife." "You don't want to do it anymore, right?" "It was just a game, why do you take it so seriously?" Xiao Ruoxing. She withdrew the idea that she had just thought was not bad, to be friends with him after the divorce. This is a son of a bitch, and all he thinks about is calculation. After dividing the principal, she still has to pay Gu Jingyan more than 100,000 yuan back. Isn't this cutting her flesh? Xiao Ruoxing pursed her lips, unwillingly compromised, and agreed to participate in the event. Change your thinking, participate in an event, and you'll net 160,000 yuan, no loss. When will the money be transferred to me? Gu Jingyan gave her a disgusted look. Have you fallen into the money trap? All you can talk about is money. Who doesn't like money? If you don't like me being materialistic, you can give me half of your inheritance. I'll do whatever you like. Gu Jingyan said expressionlessly, dreaming. End of chapter. Many books are no longer easy to find, so cherish what you can. Chapter 35, The Couple Doesn't Live Together? Xiao Ruoxing let out a huff. Stingy, and she called him a money grubber. Coincidentally, the phone rang at this moment, and when she saw it was Tang Xiaoxiao calling, she answered it. Tang Xiaoxiao's sobbing voice came through the phone. "Xing, where are you? You have to come to the police station quickly, they said I'm suspected of theft." Xiao Ruoxing's face changed, and she became nervous. "Don't worry, I'll be right there." Which police station? Tang Xiaoxiao reported her location. After hanging up, Xiao Ruoxing shamelessly asked Gu Jingyan, "Mr. Gu, can you take me to the Beijing police station? My friend has run into some trouble." She thought he would give her a hard time, but Gu Jingyan didn't say anything, just gestured to Lin Shukai to take her to the Beijing police station. Along the way, Xiao Ruoxing was extremely worried, fearing that Tang Xiaoxiao had really gotten into serious trouble. As soon as the car stopped, without even having time to speak to Gu Jingyan, they rushed into the police station. After going through the procedures, they saw Tang Xiaoxiao in the interrogation room through the glass. The guy's eyes were swollen from crying. Tang Xiaoxiao usually seems very capable, but her social circle is very simple, and she has never seen the police interrogating someone in handcuffs before, so she was already scared. Xiao Ruoxing felt so much pain in her heart that she couldn't hold back her emotions. She asked the policeman, "Comrade policeman, what crime has my friend committed?" The policeman looked at her for a while and asked, "What is your relationship with the suspect?" "I'm her friend," said Xiao Ruoxing, handing over her ID card. The policeman registered it and said, "Someone reported that she had stolen something. We did find the property that the reporter lost at her home." Xiao Ruoxing immediately retorted, "That's impossible. I live with her and have never seen anything that doesn't belong to her." "Have you made a mistake?" The police officer paused. "You live together? How long have you lived together?" Xiao Ruoxing said, "More than a week." The police officer's eyes immediately changed. The things the person who reported the crime lost had also been missing for a week. "Since you two live together, you may also be a suspect. Perhaps it was a group crime." Xiao Ruoxing. She suspected that this police officer was a supernumerary. This was so unprofessional. He didn't interrogate the person or examine the physical evidence. He relied entirely on speculation and just blurted out the answer. Xiao Ruoxing said with patience, "Fine, even if I am also a suspect, I at least need to know what we stole." "Don't we need to identify the stolen goods?" "Stolen goods?" "Yes." The cop took out an evidence bag and waved it in front of the two of them. "This is the stolen goods." She even said it wasn't hers. "We found it in her place." If she didn't take it, who did? The moment Xiao Ruoxing saw the stolen goods, her expression fell. That so-called stolen goods was clearly her wedding ring. She finally knew which son of a bitch had reported the crime. Xiao Ruoxing took a deep breath and said, suppressing her anger, "This thing is mine." The police didn't believe her. "How can you prove it's yours?" Xiao Ruoxing opened the phone's photo gallery and flipped through a few photos of herself wearing the ring. The police said, "The technique is skilled, and the evidence was fabricated in advance." Xiao Ruoxing. "Comrade, take a good look. I took this photo a year ago. How is that not proof that it's mine? The cop looked at the time of the photo again and seemed to feel that he had jumped to a conclusion too rashly. He then said that a shopping receipt was needed to prove that the item was yours, and the person who reported the crime had provided one. What he meant was, where's your receipt? Xiao Ruoxing had no receipt. Gu Jingyan had bought the ring, so of course the receipt was with that bastard. Comrade policeman, is the person who reported the crime surnamed Gu and named Gu Jingyan? The policeman looked at her in surprise. Was it still an acquaintance who had committed the crime? Xiao Ruoxing's mouth twitched and she gritted her teeth and said, he is my husband. What evidence do you have? What evidence is needed? To prove that her husband is her husband? Xiao Ruoxing felt for the first time that there was an insurmountable barrier to communication with the policeman, so she simply cut the crap and directly called Gu Jingyan. As soon as the call connected, the man's deep, mellow voice came over the line. What's wrong? You son of a bitch, don't pretend. Xiao Ruoxing held back her anger and said coldly, come in for a moment and explain to the police. Gu Jingyan seemed to have been waiting for her to say that, and he actually hung up without asking why. Xiao Ruoxing was more and more certain that Gu Jingyan had done it on purpose. In fact, Xiao Ruoxing was also in a panic when she saw Tang Xiaoxiao get into trouble. But if she had calmed down and thought about it, she would have realized that the police station had very limited functions. How could they casually investigate a theft case worth millions of yuan? As soon as Gu Jingyan entered, Xiao Ruoxing pulled him over and said, Comrade policeman, he is the person who reported the crime. He is my husband. Gu Jingyan did not deny it. The policeman looked at Gu Jingyan and then at Xiao Ruoxing. He is your husband, and you don't live with him? Xiao Ruoxing was at a loss for words. Gu Jingyan, however, looked on as if he were at a show, raised one eyebrow, and asked, Are you listening? Xiao Ruoxing glared at him, and after holding back for a long time, said, We had a fight recently, so I moved out and live with my friend. I took the ring with me, and my friend is not a thief. The policeman frowned. You two had a fight, and you called the police to arrest someone else? Are you kidding? Xiao Ruoxing hung his head and took the lecture, cursing Gu Jingyan's ancestors in his heart. The policeman gave the two a thorough ideological education, and then let them sign off on the case before releasing Tang Xiaoxiao. Tang Xiaoxiao came out and hugged Xiao Ruoxing, obviously shocked. Xiao Ruoxing patted her back to comfort her, saying, It's okay, it's okay. Do you want to catch up here? Gu Jingyan interrupted the two, with little emotion, and said, Let's go. The group got into the car and rode in silence. The car soon arrived at Tang Xiaoxiao's apartment. As Xiao Ruoxing was leading her out of the car, Gu Jingyan said 3 words behind her back, 10 minutes. Xiao Ruoxing paused for a moment, then took Tang Xiaoxiao by the hand and walked away. After dropping her off at home, Xiao Ruoxing poured her a glass of water and whispered, I've texted Mumu, she'll be here in a while, I'm going out for a bit. Tang Xiaoxiao asked with red eyes, Are you coming back? Xiao Ruoxing squeezed her hand and said, Wait for my call, and I'm sorry. Downstairs, Gu Jingyan stared at the clock. At the 13-minute mark, Xiao Ruoxing's figure finally appeared in view. Opening the door, getting in the car, taking a seat, the whole process was without a single superfluous movement. Gu Jingyan glanced at her and saw that she was 4 minutes late. Xiao Ruoxing had been holding her anger in all the way, and she immediately launched into a barrage of questions. Gu Jingyan, what does our business have to do with anyone else? What did you mean by reporting the police? Gu Jingyan was very dissatisfied with her questioning tone and said coldly, Why don't you ask your good friend what he did? End of chapter. Many books are already difficult to find, so cherish what you can. Chapter 36, A Red Mark. What did she do? Xiao Ruoxing has an even worse temper than he does. She just helped me when you kicked me out of the hotel. I didn't sleep on the street, which went against your wishes and made you unhappy, right? You think that's why? Gu Jingwo was annoyed, picked up the file next to him and threw it at her. I'm not that bored. Xiao Ruoxing frowned, looking baffled. When she saw what was on the document, her eyebrows formed a mountain. There were dozens of chat logs and screenshots of Weibo, each one containing dirt about Yao Kersen. For example, Yao Kersen used her celebrity privileges to take the ambulance in the rear-end collision, and then used the accident to hype up her relationship. There were even news reports about her being a mistress before she became famous and causing a scene at someone's wedding. There are more than a dozen of these accounts, but all of the IP addresses point to the same place. And that place is very familiar to Xiao Ruoxing, it is Tang Xiaoxiao's apartment. So, he went to all this trouble just to take revenge for his true love? Do these accounts look familiar? Gu Jingyan sneered. With this evidence of slander, suing her would be enough to keep her in jail for the new year. Xiao Ruoxing's heart was clenched into a ball, and she gritted her teeth and said, rumor mongering? Inventing facts and talking nonsense is called rumor mongering. Which of the statements on this are not facts? Is it a lie that she scraped her arm in a car accident and you ran to the hospital to get her an intensive care ward? Or is it a lie that you stood me up at the wedding 3 years ago and ran off with her? If repeating what someone else has done is called rumor mongering, then I'll have to go to jail for the rest of my life. Gu Jingyan's face darkened. You still say you didn't follow me. If you didn't follow me, how do you know I went to the hospital the day of her car accident? Xiao Ruoxing laughed to himself. How do you know I went to the hospital to follow you, not to see a doctor? Gu Jingyan's body paused, his eyebrows knitted. What illness do you have to see a doctor for? Xiao Ruoxing, even if you're lying, you have to make it sound convincing. Do you care about what kind of illness I have? Xiao Ruoxing's eyes were red. Gu Jingyan, I don't care how you want to protect Yao Kursen, but if you dare to touch my friends again, I will fight to the death with you. Gu Jingyan was stunned. This was the first time Xiao Ruoxing had spoken harshly to him, not even when they had mentioned divorce. The anger in those eyes, mixed with an undeniable hatred, made Gu Jingyan feel a strange sensation in his chest. After saying her harsh words, Xiao Ruoxing got ready to get out of the car, but the door was locked and no matter how hard she pulled, she couldn't open it. Open the door. Xiao Ruoxing's voice was hoarse. Lin Shu was also very embarrassed to catch the boss and his wife arguing, but he didn't dare open the door without Gu Jingyan's word. Open the door. I want to get out of the car. Xiao Ruoxing urged again. She didn't want to stay with Gu Jingyan for a second longer. Drive back to the royal garden. Gu Jingyan spoke calmly. Lin Shu immediately started the car upon hearing this. Xiao Ruoxing turned her head and glared at Gu Jingyan angrily. Are you sick? I haven't even gotten out of the car yet. Are you going to leave me on the road again and tell me to come back by myself? Gu Jingyan glanced at her and said with no expression, Who said I was going to leave you behind? You've got a lot of drama going on in your head. Xiao Ruoxing was so angry that she was about to burst into flames. She's the drama queen? Who the hell was the bastard who left her on the road before, and she ran all the way back in the rain, her feet all blistered? Today, my grandmother called and asked if I had a fight with you, and why you moved out. Xiao Ruoxing, we're not divorced yet, do you have to make a big deal and let the whole world know? Xiao Ruoxing laughed angrily. Divorce is not a shameful thing, so why should I hide it? She didn't go around telling everyone that she was getting a divorce, so how did the old lady know? She actually didn't know. Gu Jingyan sneered, then you call Xiao Shuxing here and we'll talk about the divorce face to face. Xiao Ruoxing was momentarily speechless and glared at him without saying a word. Gu Jingyan said indifferently, until we get divorced, you will live honestly in the royal garden. Until then, if anything about our marital changes gets into grandma's ears, you will never get a divorce in your life. This was like pinching Xiao Ruoxing's lifeline. If Gu Jingyan didn't get a divorce, she would just have to die in this marriage. The Gu family is in the midst of the fiercest competition for the heir, and if Gu Jingyan's marriage changes were to be rumored at this time, it would inevitably affect the old lady's and the major shareholders' perception of him. For more realistic reasons, Xiao Ruoxing's heart was filled with sadness. She pursed her lips and did not speak for a long time. The air was a little stiff with silence, and Gu Jingyan glanced at Xiao Ruoxing out of the corner of his eye. The woman who had just been arrogant and talked back to him was quiet now, as if her soul had been taken away. He didn't like her excessive silence. Fine, I'll play along with this scene. After a long silence, Xiao Ruoxing suddenly spoke, her eyes becoming tough and cold. But I have a condition. Gu Jingyan tilted his chin, indicating that she should speak. Xiao Ruoxing said, after you get Jiang Shang, we'll get a divorce. I don't want the real estate, cars, or stocks. You give me 10 billion. Gu Jingyan frowned. You were told to make demands, not to ask for the moon. Xiao Ruoxing twitched the corner of her mouth. President Gu, Jiangshang is valued at hundreds of billions of yuan. I only want 1 billion from you. Isn't that fair? Gu Jingyan stared at her face, as if weighing the pros and cons of the deal. After a long while, he said lightly, okay, I'll agree. Xiao Ruoxing was stunned, as if she hadn't expected Gu Jingyan to agree so readily. But she quickly recovered, took out a pen from her bag, grabbed a piece of paper, and in no time at all, wrote a property division agreement. Then she handed it to Gu Jingyan, turned on the video recording on her phone, and said, "You sign it, and I'll record it as evidence, so you can't renege on the deal later." Gu Jingyan only had to glance at it before his eyes twitched. Gu Jingyan, ID number XXXX, today reached the following agreement with Xiao Ruoxing, ID number XXXX, regarding the division of assets upon divorce. After Gu Jingyan obtains control of Jiang Shang, the two will divorce by mutual agreement, with the equity of the RV going to the man. The man must pay the woman 1 billion in deposits. If there is any breach of contract, infertility will strike. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Is this what the agreement says?" "It doesn't matter what I write, just sign it." Gu Jingyan frowned, signed the agreement with a flourish, and threw it to Xiao Ruoxing. "I hope this agreement doesn't become a joke in the future." Xiao Ruoxing grabbed Gu Jingyan's hand, pressed a kiss on his lips, and placed it on his name. Only someone who doesn't keep their word would become a joke. The soft touch of her fingertips was like an electric shock, making Gu Jingyan's heart throb. By the time he reacted, Xiao Ruoxing had already folded up the paper and put it away. He looked down at his right thumb, which had a light lipstick stain on it, like an ambiguous mark. He curled his fingers up, and his heart was beating a little irregularly. End of chapter. Many books are already difficult to find, so cherish what you can. Chapter 37, Tired of Living? The car soon arrived at the Royal Garden Villa. As soon as the car stopped, Xiao Ruoxing didn't even greet Gu Jingyan, jumped out of the car, slammed the door, and left. Gu Jingyan looked at the woman with her increasingly unruly temper through the window, and his eyebrows twitched. Lin Shu saw this and whispered, "President Gu, you obviously stopped Ms. Yao's lawyer's letter, why don't you just talk to your wife?" Gu Jingyan said impatiently, "Talk to her? Look at her, what can she possibly listen to?" Lin Shu was silent, thinking to herself, "With your attitude and tone of voice, who wouldn't be impatient listening to you? I used to only know that women's hearts and mouths don't match, but now I've discovered that when it comes to hearts and mouths not matching, their boss is second to none, and no one dares to claim first place. I heard that my wife told your wife to go entertain the guests, saying that she wanted her to suffer a little, but she ended up going to support someone before she finished work, and even said something about bringing your wife some snow pear paste. The stuff by the roadside costs a few dozen yuan a bottle, and the excuse is not even a decent one." Right, before getting off the car, Gu Jingyan remembered something and instructed, "Go and find out what she was doing at the hospital the day of the overpass rear-end collision." Okay. When Gu Jingyan returned to the villa, the nanny came up to receive his clothes and shoes. "Where is she?" The nanny said that as soon as the wife returned, she went upstairs without saying a word. Gu Jingyan glanced up at the floor, gracefully untied his tie, and said lightly, "Make something to eat, tidy up the room, and tell her to come downstairs." The maid was stunned. "Is my mistress coming back to live here?" Gu Jingyan looked at her. "This is her home, shouldn't she come back to live here?" The maid flinched, and quickly shook her head. "Sir, I didn't mean that." Gu Jingyan waved his hand, and said, "Hurry up and clean up, and cook more food." An hour later. Gu Jingyan looked at the table full of delicacies and glanced upstairs. The maid went up to call someone, but she didn't come down for a long time. "This woman, I wonder what she's up to." After a while, there was movement upstairs, and Gu Jingyan sat upright. Then came the voice of the maid, "Sir, madam says she's dieting and won't eat." Gu Jingyan frowned. "She's already skinny as a stick, what's the point of dieting? Tell her to come down here right now." Clatter, 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 the maid ran up again, and after a short while came back down, stammering, "Sir, madam says." Gu Jingyan was impatient, what did she say? The maid delivered Xiao Ruoxing's words truthfully with a strained voice, "Madam says she can't eat while she's watching you." Gu Jingyan's eyes twitched. "Eat if you like." Worried about Tang Xiaoxiao's situation, Xiao Ruoxing hurriedly called Tang Xiaoxiao as soon as she returned to her room. Tang Xiaoxiao's condition had improved a lot, and she was very concerned about her current situation over the phone. Xiao Ruoxing, on the other hand, looked completely unconcerned. "I'm fine, Gu Jingyan is just afraid that the news of our marriage changing will get out and affect his chances of becoming the heir, so he asked me to come back and cooperate with him in the charade." "Is that all?" Tang Xiaoxiao was a little incredulous. "Gu Jingyan is so sinister and vicious, he can't be up to something else, can he?" Xiao Ruoxing rested his chin on his hand and leaned over the bed. "What does it matter? He promised to give me 1 billion yuan after the divorce. The agreement is signed, so I'll just endure it." 1 billion yuan? Tang Xiaoxiao was taken aback. So after the divorce, You'll become a rich woman directly? Will Gu Jingyan give it up?
Xiao Ruoxing fantasized about her life after she had $1 billion. She narrowed her eyes and said, "He's lucky to give me $1 billion.
With his bad temper, who could stand him except me?"
Tang Xiaoxiao agreed wholeheartedly. If he didn't have money, no girl in her right mind would marry him. He has serious character issues. Xiao Ruoxing didn't feel so good when she heard that. She was the sick girl. When she married Gu Jingyan, she had no idea what kind of status the Gu family had in Jiangcheng. She was clearly in love with Gu Jingyan. "Wait, let me take this call first, I'll talk to you later." Tang Xiaoxiao looked at the call from her boss and felt a little strange. What was Huang Shiren calling her at this late hour? Although she was thinking this, she naturally didn't dare not answer.
"Hello, Mr. Huang? Oh, it's Tang, right? It's me. Are you free recently?"
Since Huang Shiren was looking for her for no good reason, Tang Xiaoxiao played dumb and said she had been a bit busy recently.
"Really?" Huang Shiren sighed, "That's a pity.
The company that was interested in filming the script you wrote before thinks that some of the plot is not smooth enough, and they asked me if the author could make some changes."
"If you're busy, that's fine, I'll tell them no."
Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes widened a little.
"Wait a minute. Mr. Huang, I think we can discuss this matter some more."
Mr. Huang looked troubled.
"How can we discuss it if you don't have the time?"
Tang Xiaoxiao wished she could turn back time at this moment and smack herself twice. She said cheekily, "Mr. Huang, time is like water in a sponge, there is always some if you squeeze it. Especially since you have given me this task, no matter how difficult it is, I will find the time to revise it for you."
"Isn't that a hassle?" Huang Shiren asked tentatively. "No trouble at all." Huang Shiren didn't make things difficult for her.
"Fine, I'll send you the requirements over email, and you send them back to me once you've finished.
If they're satisfied, we can talk about the price."
"Great." After hanging up, Tang Xiaoxiao felt as if she were dreaming, and she even forgot to call Xiao Ruoxing.
She opened her laptop and got busy.
Xiao Ruoxing's willpower only lasted until 11 p.m., and her stomach started to rumble, grumbling, and never stopping. She had spent the whole day as a companion at Zhong Milan's place, and was afraid of making a mistake, so she didn't eat much. In the middle of the night, she was so hungry that she couldn't fall asleep.
Finally, she couldn't hold back anymore, got dressed, and snuck downstairs to find something to eat.
The kitchen was empty, and when she opened the refrigerator, she saw only drinks and refrigerated fresh vegetables, not even a piece of bread. The nanny had clearly said that she had prepared a whole table of dishes, so how could Gu Jingyan possibly finish them all?
This guy, he probably didn't even eat any of it.
After looking around, she didn't see even a single vegetable hair, and even the snacks she had stored at home before were all gone.
9 times out of 10, Gu Jingyan had someone throw them away. She squatted on the floor, eating the damp biscuits while feeling sad.
The dog man didn't eat snacks himself, and he didn't let her eat either. He told her to go home, but then left her hungry. The more Xiao Ruoxing thought about it, the angrier she felt, and she couldn't help but curse, "You son of a bitch.
Why did you throw away my snacks?
You're so health conscious, but you're not afraid of living like a son of a bitch."
"Xiao Ruoxing, are you tired of living?"
The dark figure on the sofa suddenly made a grinding sound, and Xiao Ruoxing was so scared that she lost her footing and sat down on the ground.
"Gu, Mr. Gu?"
The end of this chapter. Many books are already hard to find, so cherish what you can.
Chapter 38, Seduce Me in a Different Way?
The floor lamp next to the sofa suddenly turned on, illuminating the pitch-black living room. Gu Jingyan sat on the sofa staring at her, his face darker than the pajamas he was wearing, his eyes eager to poke 2 holes in her. Xiao Ruoxing sat up unsteadily, looking embarrassed.
"President Gu, why didn't you turn on the lights in the living room?" Gu Jingyan sneered, "Eye protection, health preservation, otherwise how can you live like a king?" Xiao Ruoxing.
Dog man, every time he uses her words to shut her up. It's really not very decent to scold someone behind their back when the person being scolded hears you, so Xiao Ruoxing laughed twice and said with a laugh, "So I'll turn off the lights and you continue to nurture yourself?" She looked for an opportunity to slip away, but as soon as she turned around, Gu Jingyan's voice sounded behind her.
"Cook me a bowl of noodles." Xiao Ruoxing's mouth twitched. Dog man, does he treat her like a maid?
She rolled her eyes, turned around, put on a fake smile, and said, "I'll go get Sister Zhang."
Gu Jingyan sneered, "Xiao Ruoxing, do you think you can get your hands on $1 billion just by lying around at home? Is my money that easy to come by?"
Xiao Ruoxing's feet froze, and she thought of Gu Jingyan as a sieve in her heart. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'll cook for you, Mr. Gu. I'll cook whatever noodles you want, and I guarantee that you'll get excellent value for your 10 billion yuan." Gu Jingyan snorted lightly, "That's better." Turning her back, Xiao Ruoxing began to swear. Stingy old man, tightwad, thinks he's a big shot just because he spent some money. Eat noodles? Eat shit. Despite her scolding, Xiao Ruoxing ran to the kitchen without a backbone. These days, who doesn't like money? It's still 10 billion yuan, and after the divorce, she can eat and drink without worry for the rest of her life, and take good care of Hiyuru. In no time at all, Xiao Ruoxing had made 2 bowls of noodles, a tomato-based soup, a poached egg on top, and 2 small green vegetables. It looked quite appetizing with its red and green colors. "Manager Gu? It's time to eat." Xiao Ruoxing called out in a strange voice. Gu Jingyan put down his book and came over, glancing at her. Xiao Ruoxing pulled the chair out like a dog's leg, with a face full of flattery. "Mr. Gu, do you want me to feed you?" This hypocritical service attitude made Gu Jingyan feel uncomfortable, so he said coldly, "Shut up." "Okay." Xiao Ruoxing pulled out the chair and sat opposite him, thinking, "I hope this disgusts you to death." She had been starving for a long time, so she sat down, picked up the chopsticks, took a spoonful of chopped peppers, and started eating. Her movements weren't even ladylike. In contrast, Gu Jingyan ate like he was acting in a movie. Not only was every movement perfect, but he even chewed and swallowed with the same precision. Gu Jingyan was like a finely tuned machine, following his own set of rules in both his actions and thoughts. Xiao Ruoxing had never seen him lose control. That's not true. The only time he lost control was at their wedding when he dragged Yao Kersen away. He can lose control, it's just not because of her. Having long since come to terms with this reality, Xiao Ruoxing was not as sad as before. The person who used to chatter and nag nonstop at the dinner table was exceptionally quiet today. He couldn't help but say, "You're outside, don't you have dinner?" Xiao Ruoxing's eyes twitched. What, does she still dislike her for being rude at the table? She smiled with her lips but not her heart, saying, "I eat well outside, but I often go hungry at your house." Gu Jingyan looked at her suspiciously. Since they had opened up, Xiao Ruoxing had no qualms about speaking her mind, as they would be getting a divorce in the future. You don't eat this or that, and the nanny cooks according to your tastes, so a table of food is bland and salty. I'm not a nun, who can eat such a bland diet? Gu Jingyan's mouth twitched. Don't you tell the nanny what you want to eat? You think I haven't told her? Whenever a dish with a strong flavor is served, you frown so hard that you could catch a fly, and you look like you're about to write the word disgusting on your face. The maid is paid to serve you, so why would she do anything to upset you? Xiao Ruoxing felt more and more suffocated as she spoke, thinking that she had spent all these years in the Gu family, having to accommodate Gu Jingyan in terms of both his tastes in food and his habits in terms of work and rest. She knew Gu Jingyan's likes and habits perfectly, but what about him? She dared say that Gu Jingyan didn't even know what dishes she liked. "Mr. Gu, I sincerely have a piece of advice for you." Gu Jingyan looked at her, intuiting that what she was about to say was not going to be good. Xiao Ruoxing said, "If you remarry in the future, don't look for a partner on earth, go to heaven and find one. Anyone with a little less fairy aura is not worthy of you." Gu Jingyan's face darkened. "Do you want to die?" Xiao Ruoxing finished the last mouthful of soup, waved his hand, and said, "Mr. Gu, eat slowly, I'm going to sleep first." After saying that, he ran faster than a rabbit and instantly dashed upstairs. Gu Jingyan withdrew his gaze, thought about it, and imitated Xiao Ruoxing's actions, scooped a spoonful of chopped peppers into the bowl, stirred a few times, and then picked up the noodles and took a bite. The spiciness of the chopped peppers exploded on the tip of his tongue, and it felt as if his entire body was on fire as the heat spread from his mouth to his esophagus and stomach. A fine layer of sweat quickly appeared on the tip of his nose, and Gu Jingyan took a sip of water, which only increased the spiciness. "What's so good about this stuff, apart from making you feel bad?" Xiao Ruoxing was also worried about how the two of them would sleep that night if Gu Jingyan went back to his room. Although there was more than one room in the house, no one lived in the other rooms, they were not cleaned regularly, and more importantly, none of those rooms were as comfortable as the master bedroom. She figured that if Gu Jingyan came to sleep in the bedroom, she would be kicked out to the guest bedroom. In the end, she waited for a long time, but Gu Jingyan never came. She couldn't bear it anymore and went to bed early. The next morning, Xiao Ruoxing was awakened by the ringing of her phone. She fumbled for her phone, answered it, and said, "Hello? Ruoxing, I've booked a lawyer for you. Are you free today?"
The lawyer wants to talk to you in person to get some information. So soon?
Xiao Ruoxing was a little surprised.
Could the best lawyer in the industry be so easy to book?
This lawyer was introduced to me by a friend.
He is a high school classmate, a top student from the University of Political Science and Law, and a returnee.
He specializes in handling cases of this kind of reputation dispute.
If it weren't for the acquaintance, I still wouldn't be able to make an appointment. He happens to be free today. If you are also free, let's set a time to talk. Except for an event with Gu Jingyan in the evening, I really don't have anything to do today.
Xiao Ruoxing said, I have time during the day.
Then I'll ask over there and get back to you in a while.
After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruoxing jumped out of bed and started packing. When she went downstairs, she found that Gu Jingyan had not left yet and was having breakfast at the moment.
When he saw Xiao Ruoxing, Gu Jingyan's expression paused.
She was wearing a set of pale pink strapless long skirt today, and her hair was curled. She looked beautiful and elegant after plastic surgery, and she was wearing all kinds of jewelry. When you get close, you can even smell a faint perfume.
Gu Jingyan glanced at her, regretting mentioning divorce. Is she planning to seduce me in a different way? End of chapter. Many books are no longer easy to find. Treasure what you can while you can. Chapter 39, Don't buy some junk and come back to embarrass me. Xiao Ruoxing's mouth twitched.
Thank goodness Gu Jingyan is good looking and rich, otherwise with that kind of speech, he's a perfect idiot.
You're overthinking it. Mr. Gu, I've made an appointment to go shopping with a friend.
For the sake of the 10 billion, Xiao Ruoxing decided not to argue with him.
What's the point of going shopping in the morning? What difference does it make what time you go shopping? Gu Jingyan pursed his lips.
He noticed that Xiao Ruoxing was becoming more and more unrestrained in the way she spoke to him.
How had he not noticed before how she could argue back?
He pondered for a second and said, I have an event today.
Isn't that in the evening? I'll just be back before the event. What are you shopping for? Xiao Ruoxing was a little impatient. What do? You care what I buy? What, are you planning to sponsor me with some shopping money? Gu Jingyan really did throw her a card and snorted, be picky, don't buy some junk and embarrass me.
Xiao Ruoxing immediately put on a flattering face, picked up the card between her fingertips and shook it, and said, Don't worry, Mr. Gu, I will definitely buy the expensive ones. She walked a few steps, then came back, lowered her voice, and said with a mysterious look, This money doesn't count towards my 10 billion, right?
Gu Jingyan glanced at her and said, It does. Xiao Ruoxing's smile instantly disappeared. She put on her sunglasses, muttered under her breath, Stingy bastard. And then she left.
Tang Xiaoxiao messaged her back, saying that her boss was urging her to revise the script and that she couldn't go with her, and she sent the agreed time and place, as well as the contact information for the lawyer. Xiao Ruoxing's car was still in the underground garage of Tang Xiaoxiao's apartment, so she picked an Aston Martin from Gu Jingyan's garage. The royal blue body was extremely eye-catching. She followed the address Tang Xiaoxiao gave her and quickly arrived at the agreed place. After parking the car, she went into the store to wait for someone. The appointment was at a coffee shop, a local brand in Jiangcheng that was very popular on the mainland, but it was just about time for work, so the shop was much less crowded. She entered the shop, took off her sunglasses and looked around. Basically, the shop was full of young people in their early 20s, with only one person who looked slightly more mature sitting at the window seat. The other person happened to be facing away from her, and Xiao Ruoxing noticed that this person was wearing a light brown striped shirt, with very neatly trimmed hair that had been styled with hairspray. His well-defined fingers gripped the handle of the coffee cup, and he swayed it elegantly, just controlling the movement so that the coffee wouldn't spill. It looked like someone who drank coffee a lot. And his eyes kept falling on the tablet in front of him. A lawyer wouldn't dress like that, would he? Xiao Ruoxing thought about the lawyers she had seen on TV, and it seemed that they were all dressed in suits and wore gold-rimmed glasses. This person obviously didn't fit the bill in any way. Xiao Ruoxing found a seat nearby. Excuse me, madam, what would you like to drink? A latte, with a little thicker milk. As soon as Xiao Ruoxing had finished speaking, she saw the man sitting by the window in a khaki-striped shirt turn his head and look at her. The next second, Xiao Ruoxing's eyes widened. Why is it him? Mo Mingxian was also very surprised, and then he smiled wryly and walked towards her. Miss Tang, what a coincidence. Xiao Ruoxing also felt amazing. In just a few days, she had run into the same person 3 times. The probability of running into someone in such a big city like Jiangcheng was very low, let alone 3 times.
However, Mo Mingxuan's Miss Tang made her feel a little guilty. When she had left that name, she had never thought that the two of them would meet a third time. She said awkwardly, "Yes, it's too coincidental." Mo Mingxian pointed at her neck with a gentle smile. "Have you recovered from your injury?" Xiao Ruoxing froze for a moment before remembering that the person was asking about the wound she got scratched by the pregnant woman at the police station before. She was a little surprised at the other person's attentiveness. "It's already healed. I really want to thank you that day." "It was nothing." Mo Mingxian paused. "Are you alone?" "I have an appointment, but the other person hasn't shown up yet," and then he muttered, "I don't know how I got on the bus, I don't have any sense of time." Mo Mingxian paused for a moment, and then tentatively asked, "Are you meeting a lawyer?" Xiao Ruoxing was taken aback, and then she said, "How did you know?" Then she realized, "You're that lawyer." Mo Mingxian laughed out loud. "Yes, I'm the lawyer who has no sense of time." Xiao Ruoxing was extremely embarrassed. "I didn't mean that. I thought you weren't coming." "No, I didn't realize you were a lawyer. You don't look like one at all." Mo Mingxian pulled out a chair and sat across from her, and asked with interest, "What does a lawyer look like?" Xiao Ruoxing gritted her teeth and pointed at his jacket. "At least you have to wear a suit." Mo Mingxuan's eyes twinkled with a smile. "Then I'll pay attention in the future." Xiao Ruoxing waved his hand. "I'm just stuck in a rut. No one has to specify what a lawyer has to wear, don't mind it." "Just kidding, you don't have to be so nervous." Mo Mingxuan's voice was soft. "Let's talk about the case first." Xiao Ruoxing let out a sigh of relief and nodded repeatedly. The two added each other on WeChat, and Xiao Ruoxing sent the screenshots he had collected earlier to Mo Mingxian. Mo Mingxian frowned, and after looking through the unsightly screenshots, he used his tablet to log on to Weibo and filter the search terms. Xiao Ruoxing had only captured the accounts that had privately insulted her in the comments, but in fact, after filtering the keywords, there were still many such accounts dedicated to blackmailing her. Machine Xian grouped the accounts that posted similar content together. The same IP address and the same type of mobile phone used to post the tweets basically confirmed that they were all from the same person. He then used his work account to contact these Weibo users. He first negotiated with them to get them to delete the insulting comments and post an apology to Rihu Fanqing. Xiao Ruoxing watched from the sidelines and was completely convinced of his identity as a lawyer. This was because the words he used to communicate were all very professional and cautious. However, it was clear that this kind of negotiation was not a deterrent in the eyes of those people. Some people didn't even respond, while others directly started swearing, arrogant and foul-mouthed, and even blocked Mo Mingxuan's account. Mo Mingxian stored the screenshots without haste and asked indifferently, "What kind of punishment do you want these people to receive?" Xiao Ruoxing was momentarily stunned. "Isn't this a civil case? If you win, the most you can do is make them delete the tweet and apologize publicly, right?" Mo Mingxian smiled. "A dispute over the right to reputation is indeed a civil case, and the heaviest punishment would be compensation. But if you want them to be punished more severely, we can sue them for defamation. Defamation is a criminal case, and it will be recorded in their criminal records in the future. This criminal record will not only cause setbacks in their work, but will even affect the political review of the next generation." "Is that so? Which has a better chance of winning, a libel case or a dispute over the right to reputation?" End of chapter. Many books are hard to find these days, so cherish what you can. Chapter 40, The Price. Mo Mingxian said that based on the current evidence, the right to reputation dispute can definitely be won, but for defamation, more evidence needs to be collected. Is it not easy to win a defamation case? Not really. Defamation is more strictly defined, and more effort needs to be put into the evidence to achieve a knockout effect. Xiao Ruoxing was curious. How? Mo Mingxian smiled. This is what lawyers need to do. What you need to consider is what kind of judgment you want them to get. Do you just want them to apologize, or do you want to set an example and solve the problem at root? Xiao Ruoxing fell silent. She had been plagued by these vicious comments and deliberate smears for nearly a year. At the worst, even her phone number was leaked, and those people would directly call or send text messages to abuse and attack her. During that period of time, she didn't even dare to log into Weibo. She knew that there were still many fans who liked and supported her, but once she saw those malicious comments, she couldn't ignore them. Those vicious curses and insults would loop endlessly in her head late at night. Once someone is caught in that whirlpool, their instincts begin to doubt themselves. She was lucky.
During that period of depression, she was discovered in time by Tang Xiaoxiao, who took her for several sessions of psychological counseling, and she slowly adjusted. People who suffer from online violence may experience life and death, while the people who initiate online violence recklessly tap on the keyboard across the screen, and even play the role of good guys and messengers of justice in life, living contentedly.
The internet is not a place outside the law. Why can these people remain detached after hurting others?
However, Mo Mingxuan's previous remark about a criminal record made her a little concerned. She would subconsciously weigh the cost in her heart. Mo Mingxian saw her hesitation and thought for a moment before saying, "I experienced something like this abroad." Xiao Ruoxing looked at him. Mo Mingxian slowly continued, "There was a female university student in her 20s who was diagnosed with ovarian cancer at a young age. Her family was very well off, her parents were highly educated and doted on her, and she was very talented herself. Before she was diagnosed with a terminal illness, she had just received an offer to study for a postgraduate degree at N University. The sudden illness disrupted the rhythm of this family. Her parents slowed down their work and focused on accompanying her in the fight against cancer. Thanks to the efforts of the whole family and the girl's own optimistic attitude, after the removal of the lesion, she gradually returned to normal life. However, in less than 2 years, the cancer cell spread again, and this time it was even more serious than the last time. The doctor issued 2 death notices and asserted that she had at most less than a year to live. The girl's family and friends were very saddened. After a brief period of depression, the girl decided to record the last chapter of her life and share it on social media platforms. The first was to commemorate the beauty of the world, and the second was to give encouragement to those who were suffering from illness. She started learning to shoot videos, edit them, and share her daily life. She even signed up for a half marathon, learned to ski and ride horses, and did everything she wanted to do in her last days. The video was released just a week ago, and it has already been viewed tens of millions of times. Everyone has been wishing this optimistic young girl fighting cancer the best, while at the same time, there have been some skeptical voices.
Who gets cancer and still runs a half marathon? You look so good, where does it look like you have cancer?
The captions of each video mention cancer.
Is this the secret to getting views?
The matter came to a head when the girl could no longer stand it and posted a screenshot of a questioner.
Because of the picture she posted, that netizen said she had suffered online bullying and wanted to quit the internet.
Onlookers blamed the girl for the incident, criticizing her for posting the picture of the passerby, because she is now an influential internet celebrity and such behavior is clearly leading online bullying.
Immediately afterwards, there were more and more questions and insults.
The medication list she posted was suspected of being fake. The hospital she visited was said by the so-called medical staff of the hospital to have no record of her. Someone dug up the fact that she had first contracted cancer and said that she had long since recovered, and that the reason for posting this was to gain popularity, and some even broke the news that her family was wealthy, but she was still privately collecting donations from netizens. After the incident, everyone was waiting for the girl's response, but her account had never been updated.
It wasn't until half a month later that the account posted an obituary: the girl had passed away. Xiao Ruoxing was stunned.
Mo Mingxian lowered her eyes and stirred the coffee, her expression somewhat indifferent.
She died by suicide.
She didn't die at the hands of the disease, but at the hands of online bullies. The girl's parents made public the suicide note she left before her death, as well as the medical records stamped with the hospital seal and the videos of her wound cleaning. The person in the video, racked with pain and screaming heartrendingly, was unrecognizable from the optimistic and sunny girl in the videos. No one knew how she endured the pain after the wound cleaning and put on her makeup to film those videos. No one knew that she was sent to the ICU after the half marathon. After these things were posted, the perpetrators of the violence all logged out of their accounts. A human life was lost at their hands, but all they had to do was log out of their accounts to start again, and then continue to play the role of the perpetrator in the next incident. After hearing this story, Xiao Ruoxing felt suffocated. She had experienced that kind of darkest hour, so she felt even more empathetic towards the girl's experience. Fortunately, she was pulled out of the cycle by her friends in time and came to her senses, while the girl lost her life.
The law is meant to protect people's rights and interests. Those beasts in human skin on the internet cannot be called human.
Xiao Ruoxing was silent for a moment, looked up, and sued for defamation.
Mo Mingxian gave a gentle smile.
Then I'll collect the information of these users first. I can't get their identity information until the case is brought to court.
Can you give me your ID card? I'll need the information of the plaintiff by then.
Xiao Ruoxing paused. If he took out his ID card, wouldn't that reveal that he had previously lied about his name to fool him?
Seeing that Xiao Ruoxing was hesitating, Mo Mingxian whispered, "What's wrong?" Xiao Ruoxing said a little uneasily, "I registered this account using the identity of my friend. Is it okay if I sue in her identity?" "It is best if it is the person himself, because the user whose rights have been violated is the one with the screen name Ribu Fancheng. If someone else's identity is used, it would be considered a proxy lawsuit, and there may be other impacts along the way." Seeing that she still looked embarrassed, Mo Mingxian asked again, "Is it inconvenient for you to use your own identity?" Xiao Ruoxing thought to herself, "I'm afraid you'll know that I used a fake name to trick you." The end of this chapter. Many books are already hard to find, so let's cherish what we have.